Hello. Welcome back to the Random Show, episode number 126. With I, your host, Agostinho Zinga, and I hope you're doing well wherever this live stream may find you. I hope you are doing amazing. That's the main thing. I hope everyone's doing well. I hope you're all good. Hope you're all well hydrated, well fed, lubricated in places. All your limbs are nice and loose and whatnot, and you're ready to go and ready to crack on. Big up the stream chat. Big up everybody joining in little by little. I appreciate all of you. Make sure you smash that like button down below as you proceed with the stream. Big up all the people in the stream chat. Again, always doubting me, thinking that I'm not going to arrive, but whenever I arrive, whenever I kind of schedule something, for the most part, 9 times out of 10, I'm going to be here. So do not fret. Ago is here. Do not fret. Ago is here. But big up everybody in the stream chat. I can see you all. Big up Uche. Big up TV Hawk. Big up Bu Alovi. Who else is here? Big up Richard Williams. Big up Brandon. Mike Absurd. I can see you in here. Big up Rodeo. Big up my guy Rodeo. Big up Young Old Vibes. Eric C, I see you as well. Everybody, Liam. Who else is in here? Many people. I appreciate every single one of you for hanging in there and tuning in. People are saying it's almost 100 degrees. Really? Here in SoCal? No way. God almighty. Yeah, it's kind of humid over here. Thankfully, actually, it's been really warm over the last couple of days. It's been really hot, actually. So now, you know, I'm not really the best in terms of handling that kind of heat. So it's been quite nice for it to cool down. There's been some summer showers and stuff, which has been pretty nice. I'm really happy about that. And yeah, man, we're kind of back to some sort of semblance of normality where I can kind of, you know, not melt. I'm still going to melt now as I'm streaming because I've got this fucking LED light here. Actually, if I turn it off, what happens? Whoops, what happens there? What happened there? Okay, to kind of turn, let's see if I turn it off. Yeah, I'm too dark, so I need to keep it on for some regard, but it's gonna make me melt, but it kind of is what it is. No point in crying about that. But apart from that, I can't complain. Everything's been going pretty well over here. People saying, Rodeo saying it's hot as hell in France as well. 65 degrees and foggy in San Francisco. God almighty, man. Holy shit. Okay, cool. I guess I can't really complain too tough then, because it's really hot everywhere. Yo, big up Abby Martinez. I appreciate you for the super chat.
Dying at work, THX for the programming.
No problem, Abe Martinez. As per usual, as I always say, I want to be the perfect background listening to when you're at work. So if I can provide some entertainment and keep you somewhat, you know, distracted and whatnot, entertained for the last course of your time at work, then I'm all for it. But thank you so much, guy, for the super chat. But yeah, I'm not going to complain. I'm judging by the stream chat, it looks like everybody's suffering from the same sort of heat wave. The world is melting. If you don't believe in global warming, probably something's wrong with you. You probably don't have eyes. You're not looking outside what's going on. Everything is melting. There's actually a video clip somebody shared recently of some weird phenomenon in India. Did you guys see that? Let me see if I can find it. There was like it's in India. There was like this weird like water, it's like a water tornado type of thing. I don't know what it was. It looked like something out of a movie. It looked fucking crazy. Let me see if I can find it. I don't know what it was called though, where I actually may have saw it. It was like a wall of water where they were just staring at it, and it kind of looked like a wall, but I think it was like wind or something. Someone explained it in the flipping comments. Let me see if I can find it. Maybe it was it in Reddit or something? Maybe it might have been in Reddit. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. I think it was in Crazy Fucking Videos. Maybe it was in there. Let me see if I can see it here. Crazy Fucking Videos is not the best place to be on Reddit, to be honest. I wouldn't advise you go on that fucking sub. But there are some interesting things that do appear on there from time to time. So let me see if I can find it here. I'm going to quickly type it in on here. See India. Because I remember one time, yeah, I did see it. See, there you go. Straight from a Christopher Nolan movie. I knew I saw it on there. So this is somewhere in India, and this is what's happening. So if you don't believe in global warming, I think these sort of videos should give you some brief amount of pause of reflection for you to kind of understand what the hell's going on. So somebody said here, yesterday in India, heavy rainfall was accompanied by towering clouds that resembled a tsunami, a once-in-a-lifetime scene. Look at this, right? Just look at this. Please look at this and see what I'm talking about, because this looks absolutely insane. Right? Do you see that? Let me get the stream chat off the screen so you can see it properly. Just look at this. Do you see that? That looks like something out of a fucking movie, doesn't it? That looks insane. Look at that.
वाकई से मेरी पहली बार होने जा रहा है क्या मामला है तूफान आ रहा हमारी हवा
Look how crazy that looks. Like, look at how crazy that looks. That scene right there on your fucking screen. Do you know how insane that is to witness that in real life? You're just minding your business in India, off to the market, go and hang out with your friends, going to a concert somewhere, and this is what you're fucking welcomed with as you're stepping out of your crib. Honestly, I would go back home. I'd go straight back in. I'd be like, you know what? Not today. Satan, not today, mate. Not to fucking day. I'm not having it. That looks absolutely wild. Legitimately wild. Wow. I can't even begin to explain what that is, to be fair. I don't even know what the hell that is. I can't begin to explain it or to make any sense of it because, nah, this is just not me. Not me, not really for it, not with it in the slightest, but hey, we're here, we're safe. In some regards, and hopefully we're all gonna look after each other, give each other hugs, right? None of that fucking Crystalia hug shit, just nice consensual cordial platonic love and hugs, so to make each other feel safe and shit. That's all we need to do. Did somebody explain it in the comments? Somebody usually smart does explain it. Does anyone explain actual information about these clouds? It's called an Argus cloud or a shelf cloud. Okay, cool. Let's see what here. Somebody's calling it an Argus cloud. Let's see what an Argus cloud actually means. So they called it this. This is what it is, an Argus cloud. An Argus cloud is a low horizontal cloud formation, usually appearing as an accessory cloud to the cumulonimbus roll clouds and shelf clouds that are two main types of Argus clouds. They are most frequently form along the leading edge of a gust fronts of thunderstorms. Some are dramatic arcusoid formations mark the gust front of a DEFRAUDING producing convective systems. Roll clouds are also arise in the absence of thunderstorms forming along the shallow cold air. A shelf cloud is a horizontal wedge. Mamma mia, look at that. Nature segment, fuck you, Uche. Get fucked. Nature segment. Ago Attenborough, mate. That's what I am, mate. Call me Ago Attenborough. People seeing shelf clouds may believe that they are a wall of cloud. It's likely to be a mistake. Since an approaching shelf cloud appears to be a form made out of cloud, usually they appear as a leading edge. Jesus Christ, that looks fucking frightening. As you can see here, the pictures look similar to what happened in India. You got images there of a shelf cloud appearing in Netherlands, time-lapse picture somewhere in India, and then of course an underside of a shelf cloud as well. It looks fucking scary, innit? Can you imagine how scary that is? But yeah, here we go. Yeah, rodeo. So it's nothing. Yeah, basically it's nothing. Basically, it's an optical illusion. It's a prank. That's what it is. It's a prank. Those Indian mandems can continue to harass all the white ladies they want. Everything's okay, man. Warning, red alert. Go back to harassing. It's all fine. It's all good. Anyway. Moving on from that one. So the reason why it took a little bit long to start the stream was because I need to find this clip that I remember checking out, which was pretty incredible to kind of hear, because it's from a recent episode with Tom Segura on Joe Rogan's show, right? And he said something really interesting, and I thought that was incredibly lacking in self-awareness, considering what considering Tom Segura's background, right, in terms of his upbringing, in terms of, you know, the job that his dad had and him growing up fairly rich or middle class, it was very interesting how he sort of described his come up and the struggles other kind of comedians have when they kind of come up in the scene. So I found the clip, right, and I found it courtesy of YouTube, so big up this channel, which I'm going to shout out here. It's called JRE Snips and Clips. Obviously, they pulled the clips off from Flipping Joe Rogan's Flipping podcast. And this is an interesting one because they're speaking about BERT, but then they switch into doing what they usually do and talk about fucking comedians, right? And I feel like Tom makes a very interesting point that I was surprised to hear him say, considering, again, the privilege that he's had in terms of coming up in the scene. So let's just kind of, you know, go on and hear what Tom Segura thinks about people who work like regular jobs and still chasing their dreams, right? Let's hear it.
On the movie and these
and
arenas.
That festival is a huge success.
But watching him, you know, do these shows in these arenas and seeing these crowds, I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
It's pretty wild.
It's pretty wild, dude. It is pretty wild.
You know, and you go back to him taking that chance and leaving the Travel Channel.
Yeah, it was a big risk on his part, actually, because that's the equivalent of, because we all knew comics like this, and it's just the reality of what it is when you start working as a comedian and you have like your circle of friends. There's a number of them who, like, as you start to do road gigs, and these are low paying. I'm not saying you're not a ticket seller. You're just doing these gigs, and you're like, "Are you gonna do, you know, some of these gigs?" And they're like, "Nah, like I have this job, and the job provides the, you know, the consistency and the comfort. It's reliable." They're like, "Oh, I get my paycheck."
Yeah.
And then what happens is you doing these low, like they're making more money than you, right? Because you're doing like the bullshit comic, but then like your comedy starts to get better because you're doing stand-up all the time, and then you get more opportunities, and then they go like, "Hey, I want to do that," but like 5 years have gone by,
right?
And you're like, "Yeah, but you've been in this day job,"
yes,
right? And then all of a sudden, you know, you're getting opportunities to do TV specials or like comics.
They want you to just grab their hand.
Yeah. And then they
take
go,
them with you on the road.
"What happened?" You're like, "Well, you didn't take the leap."
Yeah.
You know? And Bert kind of had that comfort of that TV show.
Yeah.
It's a good check. It's not a bullshit check. It's a good, it's a good living.
On TV. Yeah.
But when he decided, no, I got to go make a full leap, that's a leap, you know, that's a leap. And then it paid off, obviously, tremendously.
My problem with this sort of perspective is that it ridiculously puts into clear HD the issue that most people have with Nepo babies who are sensible. If you're a sensible person, the main issue you have with Nepo babies isn't that they've been lucky in terms of the gene lottery and they've grown up in a family of very influential, successful people in the field that they also want to pursue. That's just a luck of the gene pool. It's more so that they try and dismiss the advantages that gives you in terms of access and then just in terms of just pursuing your dreams. I've always said whenever it comes to the entertainment industry, because I'm kind of pursuing my little side gig dream in the DJing world, when it comes to that sort of field, there is no kind of like one to the top step plan. There is no kind of path to success. It's just binary, or there's just a straight line. It doesn't exist. Everyone's road to success is very different, and it's kind of full of loads of like peaks and valleys and shit. But for the most part, if you talk to everybody in the entertainment industry who works in any type of way, they will tell you that the main kind of, you know, sticking point of trying to succeed in those type of places and those kind of careers is your ability to be somewhat resilient and also your ability to like weather storms. If you can just hang around long enough, for the most part, like I know many people within the scene that I was part of in terms of sneakers, in terms of streetwear, in terms of fashion, in terms of nightlife, who just hung around long enough. If you can hang around long enough and be in a mix, usually you get rewarded. Usually an opportunity will come your way that you can kind of grab your two hands and sort of show up. But the unfortunate thing is in real life, the more you're trying to pursue your dreams, the older you get. So sometimes you have to choose between being able to kind of, you know, pay your rent, you know, look after your family, put food on the table and chase your dreams. You just sometimes in life, you really have to decide one or the other. you don't have the advantage of choosing both. But if if you're a nepo baby, for instance, or you're growing up somewhere somewhat privileged, you have the ability to sort of pursue both things. You can take chances. So if you're Tom Segura, it's really disingenuous to kind of, you know, look at the people that maybe had to give up, quote unquote, on their dreams and pursue a real career, because essentially Tom has always had the ability to kind of chase his dreams because he grew up in a rich family. His dad was I forgot what it was. I think some sort of banker or somebody involved in money or regards. He did really well for himself, amazingly provided for his family. Nothing wrong with that. But that gave him a level of comfort, if not monetarily, in the brain, which is really important, of not worrying about where your next meal is coming, of not having to worry about how you're going to pay rent, of not worrying about how you're going to put gas in the car, because you know ultimately daddy's always going to save you. And that's something that people constantly discount, which I don't understand, because I'm not somebody that's going to sit here and say, oh, only rich people make it in the creative industry. That's absolutely garbage. I kind of do believe in the adage of like pulling yourself up by a bootstrap to some extent, but let's not be ignorant and say that some of these people don't have a real leg up advantage in that they're able to try things. You're able to take a chance. Like BERT is a good example also. He is somebody, that's another one that kind of grew up in a somewhat middle class, quote unquote, rich family where you can take chances, where he was able to kind of be in college for like, what, 7+ years. You know what I mean? That doesn't happen with somebody that's just not got money to kind of consistently go into those kind of types of education again and again and again. So all those things kind of account for the time that you can take to kind of pursue your dreams without kind of worrying about, quote unquote, growing up. And I'm not really too sure what it is about these comedians, but they really do find it really difficult to kind of grasp that sort of thing. They don't understand why that helped. They don't get it in the slightest. And I'm not really sure why that is, because it really is, it's not like a make or break thing, but it really does help if you're able to, essentially, in your adult years, because a lot of these comedians started comedy, you know, maybe late 20s, early 30s, when most of us are basically having to maybe think about, you know, paying rent, maybe getting a mortgage, maybe starting a family, maybe buying your first car, loads of really big, like, kind of adult life expenses type of things that usually can only be afforded if you have a full-time job for the most part, or maybe a really busy part-time job, but you have to commit a bit of time to working for the man, quote unquote. And maybe that's not conducive to having a comedy career, but that's part of the reason why some people aren't able to make it, because they just don't have the ability to take chances. And that's the main thing that I really don't understand, why these guys don't get that bit. They don't understand that they've had some level of privilege. They've definitely worked hard, but for sure, that privilege has definitely helped them along the way to try and take the chances that they have in order to get where they are. That's the only thing that kind of really stuck out to me when I watched this clip. I was like, rah, Tom Segura doesn't really get it, does he? He honestly thinks the people he come up with who didn't make it in comedy were just maybe didn't, I don't know, weren't as beasts as him. They weren't as fucking David Goggins as him. They didn't have the same fire as him. No, some of them maybe just, you know, unfortunately or by circumstances, maybe you got somebody pregnant. Maybe you found somebody that you wanted to spend your life with or whatever. You have to decide, what am I going to do? Am I going to just be broke forever while chasing this dream, while I have these other responsibilities? Or would I just rather sit down and basically try and work at my career and then pursue the entertainment thing on the side? That's the only thing that's weird, because I understand, for me, I'm sure if I had the ability to maybe commit essentially everything to flipping DJing, maybe my life would be a lot better. I would maybe be a lot further in that career. Maybe I would be. But for sure, the time that I had to spend out of the flipping nightlife scene and not be around in the mix and not be in the clubs and stuff and be focusing on my career or be focusing on schooling, that for sure may have impacted my way forward, for sure. It's not the main thing, but it definitely impacts some things. But to completely dismiss it is strange. And Nepo babies do this a lot. Nepo babies do it a lot, where they kind of discount the fact that they're able to kind of take chances. They're able to kind of figure stuff out, go traveling to Europe for a couple of years to find themselves and intern at companies for completely free, and then end up trying making it at the end, where most of us don't have the ability. Like even nowadays, I've heard some really horrible things about the internship kind of industry. When I was doing it, many years ago, I had the ability to basically where you basically got paid your kind of your travel fare. They looked after you for lunches, they looked after you in terms of your travel fare, and that was basically about it. So it was kind of decent in terms of the kind of return that you got from it. You didn't have to really expense anything out of your pocket except for maybe food. So you get paid your travel usually, and then maybe anything else you have to do in terms of work trips and shit, but everything else got comped. And sometimes on a end of the week, you maybe have some staff drinks and shit, so it's quite decent. But nowadays I'm hearing some people, you don't even get paid travel. Some people I'm hearing are paying to intern. I'm hearing there's an industry now that exists where some people are paying other people to intern for them, or they're doing it for free. They're going there, essentially turning up, working for free, 9 to 5, 5 days a week, in the hope that in the end of working for free, someone's going to employ them. That's how competitive it's got in that industry. Now imagine, who as a fashion student or that's loving fashion at the age between the ages of like 19 and 25 can afford to intern for free at Dior, at Chanel, at Givenchy, at Louis Vuitton? Who can actually afford to do that? That's just the bad thing about it. Like, you're only kind of limiting it to a certain group of people who are kind of like middle class and, you know, and upwards and shit. Everybody else that's trying to make in that regard can't really do it. So it kind of creates this weird sort of like underclass of people who essentially just have to fight for scraps. But again, you know, I don't really know too much when it comes to this sort of stuff, but I thought that was very, 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 very telling. How they kind of looked at fucking the come up in the comedy scene, as if like the guys that kind of dropped out and got a normal job were somewhat failures because they didn't stick with it. Some people had to pay their mortgage, man. Some people had to pay their car note. Some people had just lives to kind of progress. Like, I don't know. It's just what it is, isn't it? It's very, very strange. But hey, what do I know when it comes to that stuff? What do I bloody know? Moving on from that sort of stuff, quickly went to mention these. Actually, no, let me put these on because these are kind of messing up my ears. Let me change my headphones. Bear with me 1 second. It's kind of bugging me a little bit. Can't hear myself think. Bear with me a second. Little headphone switch up. Yo, big up Austin Casey. I appreciate $15 donation,
Big up as glad to catch a weekday stream.
Big up Austin Casey, appreciate you, bro. 1 second, let me replay that so I can hear it properly. Let's do it one more time. Big up Austin Casey, my G. Come on, bro, replay that thing. Replay that thing. What's happening here? Can we replay? Yeah. Big up Austin Casey, I appreciate you, brother.
Big up as glad to catch a weekday stream.
Yeah, we're back here weekday vibesing. I was getting fucking abused via the Discord. People sending me DMs and telling me to hurry up and put a live show on. People leaving comments on the fucking Taz show that I love to do that no one watches, saying we don't want this, we want the random show, harassing me. Then when I put the live stream scheduled up, people were saying I wasn't gonna be here and I was honey dicking and I was in some sort of drug hole somewhere. I was getting abused everywhere, so I had to kind of comply and, you know, come down from my fucking perch down to the mandems, you know what I mean, and the galdens. So big up everybody out there, appreciate all of you. Uche, I love the Taz. Thank you, Uche, for the support. But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. So moving on from this one, quickly talk about this one. So, have you guys seen what's been going on with the Michael Rubin's white party and all the controversy around Little Baby hugging people and shit, and, you know, essentially the black hip hop community over there in America essentially by default displaying how intrinsically homophobic they are. It's really odd. I don't really understand the kind of confusion or the fucking craziness that's been going on around it. So let me get the chat out of the way quickly here. So this is courtesy of Vogue. It says Jay-Z, Beyonce, Kim Kardashian inside the Hamptons most starry 4th of July party, right? Michael Rubin, who's this guy over here, I don't really know much about him, but they say here he's the CEO of Fanatics, a world leading provider of licensed sports merchandiser and executive chairman of Real Guilt Group, an e-commerce portfolio company that includes Rue La La, Guilt.com and Shop Premium. So definitely a rich guy, and as you can see there, his net worth is 11.4 billion, so nothing to fucking mess with, right? So he puts on these 4th of July parties, which happen to be on the 4th of July and not the 31st of July, and he invites everybody down there and they all get dressed in all white and do what rich people do, gallivant around and have a good time, right? for some reason, right, at this flipping party that includes all of these fucking, you know, people, as you can see here, Lala Anthony, Kim Kardashian, Lori Harvey, Justin Sky, Hailey Bieber, who else is here, right? Loads of people, right? You see here, Taco, Leo DiCaprio, Rubin, I don't know who this guy is, and Will Marcus or something. Loads of rich people, right? And then for some reason, this picture here was the one that went viral. Where is it? Where can I see it? Is it here? No, there we go. Somewhere around here. There's a picture that went viral that everyone was going crazy about, which features little baby getting hugged up by Michael Rubin. And some reason, people just didn't like it. Right? They kind of got really offended by it. It kind of drove them up the wall. And I don't really understand what the issue is behind it personally. It's kind of really disturbing me to kind of just see the confusion and the fucking harassment that little baby's kind of facing for essentially having a good time. Let's see if I can find the picture. Where is it? Somewhere around here, right? Is it here? No, that's a bit mad. Don't get me wrong. That picture's a bit mad. But it kind of is what it is. Where is it? I can't find it. Oh. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let me see if I can find it on here. Little baby. Yeah, there we go. So this is the picture, right? Everyone's going crazy about, right? It's Michael Rubin hugged up behind little baby. There's one of him in a sandwich with this two other white guys, and this one where he's essentially having the kind of time of his life. In my opinion, when I looked at the pictures, maybe because I'm an empath, but the first thing that I saw when I saw these pictures of these celebrities at this party, the first thing that I noticed was how genuine and warm the smiles were, and how happy they all were to actually pose for pictures. Some people who are very notoriously press shy or photographer shy, they were really happy to pose for pictures. They had a really big smile on their face, and they all looked really relaxed. And the first thing that made me feel when I saw these pictures, I thought, that's kind of sad. Like, you can see these kind of people, they never really relax in social environments because they always feel like there's hangers-on coming around, trying to get autographs, trying to get pictures, trying to pitch them on some cryptocurrency shit, right? Trying to pitch them on a business idea, on a project, ask for money. It must be really kind of mentally exhausting to be a famous person out and about with the public, right? It kind of sounds, because some people are just gross when they meet famous people. They freak out, they get weird, and they just start acting really needy and start to kind of want to suck all their energy out of them. So when I look at these pictures, I just see a lot of rich and famous people who are genuinely relaxed and happy at where they're at, right? Look at these. Tom Brady, Ben Affleck and J-Lo. Look how happy and relaxed they look. Look how over the moon they look to be out somewhere amongst people who are the same, level of richness and famous as they are. No one's there is going to ask you for money. No one's there is going to ask you for a job for the most part. They're all just chilling, waiting to do a couple of bumps in the toilet and have a good time. That's all they want to do. So it doesn't surprise me that a rapper like Lil Baby would go to the same sort of party around these same sort of people and feel a little bit more relaxed and feel able to kind of let his guard down and be a bit silly, because maybe this is who he actually really is. Maybe he doesn't mind fucking around, hugging up on man, being kind of pally, being a bit of a class clown, bit of a jokester. But when he's around the goons, he kind of has to tense up and kind of put the face on, because he knows you can't let anybody see any inch of weakness in you. You can't let anybody think you're a bitch. So you kind of always have to kind of have this stern, almost still demeanor about you, which might explain why they are acting like this. And also it kind of made me think to myself, like, I wonder if some people, I wonder if this is American thing, because maybe I only see this from like the Black Twitter side of things, and obviously Black Twitter is very American. I wonder if this is a thing in America. I don't know if you guys, if this is an issue. I wonder if you guys in America have this thing where you actually work within your like racial groups. Is that a thing? Because in the UK, if you get a normal job, it doesn't matter if you work in McDonald's or you work in a fucking office, you're going to be working with everybody under the sun, right? Every race and color and creed. So usually you get to kind of meet people outside of your hood, outside of your area, that kind of allow you to maybe, see a different side of the world, different kind of understanding of people's life experiences, and you kind of just grow up a little bit. But I wonder if in America, you're all used to living amongst people that are the same color as you, working amongst people that are the same color as you, so that when you do finally get around quote unquote white people, it's very obvious that some people haven't had that experience because they don't ever be around white people. I wonder if that's a thing. It probably is, right? It probably is a thing, because I think in the UK we don't have that. Maybe because it's a really small island, but essentially everybody kind of mixes with each other. There are certain industries where there are going to be, there's not going to be a lot of flipping, there's not going to be a lot of blacks and browns and Asians and shit. But I wonder if in America you have this thing where if you're from the hood, you work in the hood, and if you work in the hood, usually everyone in the hood's going to look like you. You're not going to really have a lot of white, and if you do have white people that work in the hood, they're usually going to be acting like the way you do because they grew up in the hood. So maybe because of that, most people aren't used to seeing what it looks like when you hang out with your work friends, because this is what happens sometimes. When I used to work for the first time in like central London, you had your kind of work friends who were different than people that you hanged about with in your area, and you kind of let them get away with different things with you because they're a little bit more silly. They don't take it so too seriously. They're a little bit more ha ha he slapstick funny. And maybe your friends in the hood don't really take to, I don't know, pulling each other's trousers down as a joke. They don't take too well to slapping each other's food out of his hands. They don't take too well to gay innuendo jokes and shit. It's just whatever it is, isn't it? Just kind of is what it is. But for some reason, you guys over there in America don't seem to like that, especially the black people. They don't seem to like the fun and games. And some people are saying that it's like, I don't know, they're questioning their masculinity, their sexuality. They're thinking that they're being cucked out by these people. It's just bizarre. But for me, all I see here is a very rich and successful rapper who usually is the richest person in the room wherever he goes, finally going into rooms where he's not the richest person in the world. No one's trying to suck up to him in that way like he usually is used to, and he can kind of be himself. That's all I'm kind of seeing. That's how it's so genuine, the smile, and he looks so relaxed because he knows he doesn't need to walk around with a blicky, you know what I mean? Because everything is kind of locked down and secure around these people, and they also are not really exuding that kind of energy. Yeah, bit of a non-story really, but I saw it all over social, people getting their fucking panties in a twist about it. But essentially, it kind of was a celebrity party where everyone was clearly looking like they were having the time of their lives, having a drink, having a ball. Obviously all the help all the help you know, while gone, all the help was a certain, we know exactly what's going on with the help in these type of places. I'm just surprised she wasn't wearing a mask, but hey, it is what it is. I love in America how you're always constantly reminded about where you stand in it. These niggas have got watches on, right? That are probably worth more than her entire family that's living right now. He's got a watch on right now. That Hublot, that's probably worth more than what her entire family is worth right now. That one watch could essentially pay for the lives of like 10 people. Anyway, we move. James Harden, little baby. You got Usher here performing around the loads of white women as well, living his best life. Love to see that for him. White is right. Justin Bieber over here. You got Meek Mill straining, doing his best fucking vocal performance there. Maybe a couple of addies are in his bloodstream. Maybe he's just on a good vegan diet. We don't know. Tom Brady here. We're killing Mbappe. Big up Mbappe. He's doing good. And obviously Kevin Hart sticking to the drinks, but making sure his phone's well away from himself and there's no, other baddies around it that he's going to be slap-ticking that. People still forget that video of Kevin Hart absolutely destroying those ladies in that room is absolutely hilarious, isn't it? He was blowing their backs out, man. That was crazy. Like, sometimes like guys always have that kind of like, I don't know, that nightmare of getting caught cheating or something, right? It's always that kind of like the quintessential scene is what you see on movies where like you're both under the cover and someone comes in and you kind of both pop your heads up. But does anybody have a nightmare of like you're flipping spread eagle, like you're absolutely going crazy? Do you know what I mean? Hands on the arch, like just plowing, and your partner walks in. What do you say? Nah, baby, it's not what it is. It's not what it looks like. I'm just exercising. I'm doing Pilates. Like, what do you say to make that make sense? Oh, but Kevin Hart's a fucking legend. But anyway, long story long. Let Lil Baby enjoy himself. He's clearly having a good time. This Michael Rubin guy clearly, makes a guy smile. They're clearly good friends. I don't know if some people haven't worked with white people before in workplaces. Don't really know why I want for that. That's just how they move. They love hugs. They love inappropriate jokes. It kind of is what it is, really. I don't really see the issue behind it. But people are going to be weird. People are going to be weird. Moving on from that one, talk about this quickly. This is courtesy of NorthJersey.com. Big up, who should shout out here? Big up Joe Budden, actually. And also big up a few other people. But Joe Budden, I think, was the first person to call out this scam. And if you're not aware, DJ Envy, right? This guy here, DJ Envy. Let's see if I can find him. This guy is involved in a pretty crazy case where he was promoting these sort of like house flipping seminar type of things. I don't know if you guys have heard of them, where essentially for some reason, I guess, black and brown people who felt like they could have their ticket out of poverty were getting enamored, I think around the pandemic time, with the idea of kind of, having a property portfolio and being able to kind of, buy houses and flip them. So the idea was you'd buy a dilapidated home, you do it up in terms of, interior design, all that malarkey, and make it livable, and then you'd flip it. And the idea behind that was to create some money for yourself, create some wealth, and obviously allow you to be a landlord so that you had like, income coming in all the time. And it was a very, very, it was a very appealing thing because it legitimately provided some people with a legit route out of poverty. But naturally, it just seemed too good to be true. And a lot of people called it out at the time. And now it's being, basically seen here that it definitely was a scam, because courtesy of NorthJersey.com, it says North Jersey real estate influencers, radio DJ accused of defrauding almost 2 million from two men. And so far I've heard it's even worse because there's other people putting together civil cases as well against it. So clearly it's showing that, DJ Envy came into this basically pushing this idea that he was going to be a person that would help people and get them on the property ladder, with his, house flipping seminars that he was doing with this other dude. And it turned out to be a whole entire scam where they essentially, it kind of was a bit of a Ponzi scheme in a way from what it sounds like. But let's kind of read the article here. It says a New Jersey real estate influencer and couple, well-known radio DJ, are at the center of a new lawsuit claiming that they conned two men into investing 1.5 million in apartments in Patterson with no results to show. Anthony Barron and Anthony Martini filed a suit in the State Superior Court in Passaic County on July 6, seeking a number of damages, including compensatory and consequential punitive damages. The lawsuit says that Barron and Martini invested in a 50-unit apartment building project in Main Street in Patterson. That's New Jersey, right? Patterson, I'm assuming. I think a rapper who lives in there. Lots of rappers live there and shit. I always hear Patterson be mentioned. The pair say Bergen County residents Cesar and Jennifer Pena disappeared, taking their money and leaving Barron and Martini with nothing to show for their investment. Honestly, people are awful, innit? The phone number for Cesar Pena's one-on-one real estate construction company did not have a voicemail set up. It continues. It says the suit says that in 2018, Barron heard radio personality DJ Envy of Power 105, whose real name is Rashawn Casey, talk about his partnership with the Penas. What sort of name is Rashawn? That's got to be Caribbean, isn't it? Rashawn. 2 A's. Rashawn. What the kind of name is that? Fucking hell. Rashawn. According to the suite, Casey would buy undervalued homes in Patterson and flip them to sell or to rent for positive cash flow or short-term investment. Casey did not immediately respond. In 2019, the Penas and Casey specifically promoted the Taylor Apartments investment to Barron and Martini. That September, Cesar Pena sent Martini a formation certificate and stock purchase agreements to purchase 25% of Taylor's apartments to own and develop the project. The lawsuit says Jennifer Pena had the remaining interest in the project. According to the lawsuit, the Penas told them the project was already funded with a 2. Oh my God, they got them on that one, innit? They told them it was already funded with 2.5 million investment from Jennifer and the construction company loan of 3.5 million. The 5.6 estimated construction cost would be covered by the investment and the construction loan, and the Martini's investment would have covered cost overruns and operating costs until the units were rented or sold. After having lunch with Casey and Sister Pena, imagine handing over money to people like this over lunch. God almighty, over a fucking chicken Caesar salad. Barron was convinced to buy into the project. Cesar Pena asked for 1 million investment for 25% ownership, but Barron didn't want to invest that much money, the suit says. Instead, he agreed to do 500,000, thinking he was being smart, and he still got ripped off. Barron would get 12.5 stake. According to the opinions, the 7 million in then existing assets and Barron's 500,000 investment were more than sufficient to cover all the costs to complete the constructions of the Taylor Apartments project, to fund the operation cost until the units could be sold or rented. The suit says Martini's signature was needed to add to the new member of the company, but it wasn't immediately provided. But Cesar Pena emailed Barron documents that supposedly contained Martini's signature. The suit claims Pena's forged Martini's signature. Cesar Pena told Barron that he was construction delays was because of COVID-19 pandemic. Classic. Barron said that in late 2021, Cesar Pena told him construction had begun and would continue straight through to 2021 until it was completed, and the pandemic had sent rent prices through the roof, which would mean that they would make more money than previously stated. The lawsuit says Martini asked about the construction status and was told it was continuing. Honestly, these scammers are awful. You know what for me is the most damaging part about it? And I think, again, my naivete always kind of tells. I just think it's so grimy to do this to people that look like you. Like your fans, people that look like, especially in this regard, the whole premise around, like, you know, flipping houses, from what I can see, it's usually pointed, and we have a lot of a scene here in the UK also. We have people, influencers, who do the whole flipping houses malarkey on YouTube, and it's usually promoted to people who don't have much money but want to make some money to kind of, you know, give their kids a chance to go to uni, to pay for their kids' first houses, whatever, just give themselves some extra money at the end of the month. That's mostly who it's aimed at. So it's usually aimed at, I feel like, working class or middle class people who don't have much to begin with but want to make some level of wealth, and then they end up kind of scamming you. That's something that I feel like is incredibly deplorable. Like people who are generally trying to get out of poverty, trying to create some generational wealth for themselves, right? Trying to kind of create some sort of legacy for themselves or their family, or be the first persons in their family to make some decent money. And you know what that is, what that's like for people that kind of black and brown and have grown up in the same environment that you have, who've gone through the same struggles. You know how hard it is to get some money, and then they get it and then they fucking scam it all away. It's awful, man. It's so bad. And usually what they do, from what I've seen here, they usually scam you cleverly, because what they do is that the first few people that come in, like a good Ponzi scheme, they get the benefits, right? The first few people that come in, the flipping houses thing actually works. So they come in, they help you build up your portfolio, they help you to build, you know, for building constructions and renovations and leasing and letting and renting. They help you with all of that. And then you become their kind of, you know, what are they called? You become one of their sort of like testimonial subjects that they use, and then they'll use you for like the fucking marketing outreach. So they'll put a clip of you, they'll show you, oh, here's how much money you had in your account, and then, you know, this company made you good, and they'll use it in the marketing campaign to get loads of new registries and signups. So essentially, those first people that got rich, you know, did it one time and only, and then they use that first group of people to then scam those people down the line. It's fucking abhorrent, man. I absolutely hate it. It continues, but there are some people that say if you get scammed out of those sort of stuff, then you deserve it. I know Tim Dillon has that kind of point of view, like, because these things are so obviously a scam that if you are dumb enough to give your money to these people, that you kind of deserve it. I don't really have that kind of point of view, because I feel like a lot of these people are just trying to find a way out, and they usually will trust people that look like them or are from the same sort of like background or environment as them more so, and the scammers kind of prey on that. They use that to their advantage. But anyway, Martini repeatedly demanded his money back, the suit says, but Cesar Pena kept putting him off or not answering. Barron invested 300,000 in Flip to DAO. I'm sorry, but I'm not investing anything in a business that's called Flip to DAO. Are you insane? With a number in it? No, I refuse. Barron invested 300,000 in Flip to DAO, another real estate investment trust from the Peñas, which the suit says was similar to the fraudulent tactics. According to the lawsuit, Flip to DAO would allow people to use cryptocurrencies on credit cards. Oh no. Oh, to own fractional shares of a building as little as $100. Are you insane? That even sounds weird. So you own $100 of a block of flats. What? Excuse me? Okay, maybe Tim Dillon was right. Maybe if you get scammed by these people, you deserve it. Jesus Christ, people. Pinas did not stop with Taylor Apartments. Apparently emboldened, they next solicited Barron and Martini to purchase fractional shares of real estate and marketing investment opportunities as a real estate trust. So imagine the fucking marketing for this on Instagram. You can be on the property ladder. You can have a property portfolio for as little as $100. They'll say like that. You could have a property portfolio for less than the price of Yeezys. That's how they probably sold it. You could have a property portfolio for less than the price of Yeezys, for less than the price of some Louboutins, for less than the price of some Balenciaga sneakers. Oh man. God almighty. As part of the operating agreement, each owning member was given the right to review the books, and the company was required to provide quarterly and annual reports, which the suit says the Peñas never did. The lawsuit says Barron contacted Casey to confront him after an Instagram post about how the Peñas and Casey were running a 13 million plus Ponzi scheme. So this is fucking funny. Most likely he got pulled in by the Instagram promotions and promote ads. And then he also found out it was a Ponzi scheme because of an Instagram news clipping or something. Can you imagine how funny that is? They reel you in through Instagram promoted ads, and then you find out it's a Ponzi scheme because of an Instagram financial blog thing or something, news platform. He contacted a co-founder and attorney who had allegedly involved with Flip to DAO, but they told him that they were not. Several other people began posting on social media to report that they had been defrauded, the lawsuit says. I've also heard, right, that allegedly these scammers do this because I've heard that the success of why these scammers are sorry, let me go back again. I'm getting Brendan brain. I've heard that the reason why these guys are so successful sometimes is because some people that get scammed off of this sort of stuff are so embarrassed when they realize they get scammed, they don't want to admit it. So they just kind of take their L quietly. Sometimes hundreds of thousands, oftentimes millions of pounds. They get scammed, and rather than kind of cry about it or make a post about it online and bring attention to it, they'd rather just kind of go, kind of slick back into the bushes like fucking Brendan, like Homer Simpson. That's what I've heard. They really, honestly, regardless, they just don't want to talk about it because it's so embarrassing, which again kind of gives the scammers advantage because they then can swindle more people. So it's a really fucking horrible cyclical type of system that they're doing. And it's a really, if you think about it, it's kind of a 4-level kind of scam. You scam somebody outright in a ridiculous way. They get so embarrassed that when they realize they get scammed, they don't want to report it. Then it gives you more time and space to recruit more people to scam. And so it continues, while still using the same people that maybe didn't get scammed in the first sort of group of people that kind of got brought in. And you're using the same faces, because something you notice a lot of these online make money things, a lot of the testimonials are from people who first got in the first time, but also they don't refresh them. There's never new testimonials. It's always the first sort of cohort of people. They never have new people. Okay, cool. This person signed up in July, or this person signed up at the beginning of fucking April, and this is what they've done. It's always the people that started up at the beginning of the fucking thing, but never new fresh people. That's always a sign that's a scam. Anyway, Barron demanded his money back, and the lawsuit says that Peñas have not responded to further requests for money to be returned, and then they appear to not be living in their home in Franklin, Lakers. Recent Instagram posts show Jennifer Peña in Miami. Cesar Peña's Instagram account is no longer active, but the couple's flipping NJ account posted the video on the 10th of July. Motherfuckers. As far as Barron can determine, the Peñas simply took his money for their own personal use to pay off victims of an earlier scheme. I actually want to see what the Instagram account looks like. Flipping NJ. Let's see what this looks like. I'm really curious to see what this scam actually looks like in full HD. Let's see this. What's Flipping NJ look like? Is it just loads of Bugattis and loads of fucking Rolls Royces and balcony views? Look at that. Look at this. Look at this shit. you know, daughter graduated from college, you know, nice for some people. You got group economics flipped to Dow, no such thing as whatever promotion here. You got again clips of building sites, seminars, more building sites, daughters driving nice cars, hanging out with people, live shows, beaches. Just scammy, innit? It just looks like a fucking scam Instagram account, looking at it, to be fair. All these infographic type of things just look like pure scamology. But I don't know, man. I feel bad for the people that got scammed. I can't lie. I can't not feel bad for them for getting robbed. But, you know, it kind of is what it is, I guess, in this regard. Moving on from this. Moving on. Let's talk a little bit about this. So, have you guys been following the stuff that's been happening with fucking YMW Melly? That's been a pretty crazy case to kind of view. I decided to go on a bit of a rabbit hole and kind of view the kind of, you know, get my refresher on the case overall. If you don't know nothing about it, then you'd know that essentially this rapper called YMW Melly is on trial currently for killing two of his best friends in a apparent drive-by shooting. He tried to make it look a drive-by shooting, but they're alleging that he actually you know, was the person behind killing his friends. Now, the interesting thing about this is that I still can't figure out what the motive was, because I've been doing my digging and shit, and there has been some comment about the two friends that passed away maybe having some sort of disagreement with YMW Melly, right? They had some sort of argument about money or something prior. But the really sad thing about it, if you watch the video of the night they get shot, basically, I think it's around 2 a.m. They all leave the studio and they're all getting into different cars and shit. And essentially they look all cool and chill. Nothing's happening. Like usually when you see these sort of like events, they usually, you know, they're usually sort of preceded by, you know, fucking fighting or something or arguing before, but they just look all chill. Just some young boys hanging out with each other. They all jump into a car, and then a couple of hours later, two of the people in the car are dead. And it's apparently meant to be a drive-by shooting. That's the only thing that's really bizarre about it. Like, what actually happened in that car while they were driving around that would draw YMW Melly to fucking shooting his two best friends? I don't really understand it, but I'm going to quickly play a video here courtesy of NBC Miami that kind of gives a bit of an update on what's been going on so far. And then I shall give you a little bit of an update on my end in terms of some other things I've actually seen or some thinkings I've actually had as well. Let's get up on the screen here. Bear with me a sec. There we go. Bring it back there. Take it off mute and switch. Let's get the chat box off of here 1 second. And let's go.
The double murder trial for YMW Melly continues to unfold in a courtroom. Prosecutors today putting their final witness on the stand. Now, if Melly is found guilty of killing his two friends, he could face the death penalty. NBC6's Nico Clemens has the latest on this case.
So the judge sent the jury home about 5 o'clock today. The prosecution will come back tomorrow, hopefully finish with its final witness. But this is now a month into the trial. In fact, tomorrow marks 1 month since opening statements. But today we got a chance to see and hear different cell phone videos the state says is from the rapper. And we're also seeing text messages that are dated days before the murders.
You got that deal, you got?
This afternoon, more evidence and more testimony in the YMW Melly murder trial. The prosecution spent Tuesday asking a Miramar detective about his investigation into the rapper's cell phone records and videos, and cell phone videos from other people.
Did you review those work records?
The rapper, whose real name is Jamel Dimmons, is accused of shooting and killing Christopher Thomas Jr. and Anthony Williams in 2018. Dimmons and his co-defendant, Cortland Henry, along with the two victims, made up the rap collective YMW.
My name is Melly, and I'm going to turn myself in.
Investigators said the two victims were in an SUV with Dimmons and Henry after leaving a studio session when they were shot and killed. Police said Dimmons and Henry claimed they were victims of a drive-by shooting, but prosecutors argued that Dimmons was the shooter and killed his friends from the back seat.
They have not authenticated one of these messages. They know it. He's not qualified to do that.
The prosecutor showed text messages dating months before the murder. Demon's defense raised several concerns.
And more importantly, this detective has already admitted he's never been declared an expert in any of this.
The jury will come back tomorrow. The prosecution says they have about 2 more hours of questions left with their final witness. Then the defense, they will cross-examine the detective.
Yeah, so Natashka's asking, wait, did they kill their bandmates? Yeah, essentially they're in a group, a rap group. And the story, I guess, from the prosecution is that the most famous one, his name is YNW Melly. He's also got a track with Kanye that's really kind of good, and a music video to go with it. But they're essentially saying the most famous one down, YNW Melly, was in the back, and he spontaneously, I guess, shot his 2 best friends in the car who were sitting in the driver's seat and the passenger seat. And then somehow him and the other guy who survived decided to concoct a story that they were victims of a drive-by shooting. And then that's how their friends died. But the police are alleging, or the prosecution, I guess, are alleging that no, it was actually YNW Melly that killed his friends for unknown reasons. And the thing that's been really kind of sad to kind of see it play out in real time is that so far there's been no indication that they had any internal beef. No one kind of fucked somebody's girl. Nobody was stealing that much money that would lead to this. Nothing really serious. I've seen some indication about some sort of like 500,000 that they were each owed because YNW Melly signed a deal or something. But I don't think there was anything so far that I've heard that would warrant what's happening. I have seen some alleged stories going around that that one of the 2 people that died may have threatened YNW Melly's mum. And that somehow he didn't say anything about it, and he decided to kind of take revenge on it once he kind of seen them in real life and he kind of was isolated with them. But I still don't think they deserve to go out in that way. And the really crazy thing about it is the lack of remorse that you see from YNW Melly, like in the whole entire thing. Like 2 of his best friends passed away, and I think one of the guys, I think the guy that's a bit lighter, I think he met him in like kindergarten or something. Like they've been friends from when they were like literal children. And so far he's showed no real remorse or sadness as to his friend passing away. And there's a really damaging video that came out recently of him on the same day, I think after the alleged shooting happened, he's at some sort of video shoot. He doesn't look sad, he doesn't look remorseful, he doesn't look agitated. He just looks like a normal guy. You would never know he was involved in like a double murder or a double shooting that kind of resulted in the murder of 2 of his friends. He kind of looks completely normal. And the scary thing about it is, if you think about it more, I think academics mentioned it, that essentially if you're believing the prosecutor's defense, YNW Melly and the other guy, YNW Bortland, I think, who the other guy who survived, they both had to drive around in a car or sit in a car that contained 2 of their best friends' dead bodies in, with that kind of smell, right? In the blood, whatever, the gunpowder, all that sort of stuff. They're kind of to conduct a plan and an excuse to kind of get out of it while their friend's body was just laying in a fucking car. And then there's another side of the story where they're alleging that they had to kind of, you know, shoot the car on the outside with the body still in the car and shit to make sure it looked like a shooting. I don't know, it's just fucking awful. It's a really sad story. Hopefully it kind of comes to some sort of conclusion. I think the only thing that's really crazy I think about this is that I've seen is that YNW Melly may get away with it because I think the prosecution are pushing for like 1st degree or like premeditated murder charges, and they're pushing for the death penalty. And I think some people are saying that it's really hard to pin down a motive. So if that's the case, it's hard to kind of, you know, get a conviction for a guilty conviction for the 1st degree murder that would go to then death penalty stuff. So maybe they kind of overcharged him in that respect. So he may get away with it that way. That's what they're basically saying I've seen so far. So let's see how it plays out. I'll be really, really surprised if he does get away with it. But if he does, god damn it, mate. And the fact that his actual government name is fucking Demons is really crazy. That his name is Demons makes me fucking, you know, quiver with fucking scaredness. Like, I'm like, oh my god, this guy's name is what? Demons. Okay, cool. Anyway, what can you do here? So UFC fight card happened recently with Volkanovski versus Yair Rodriguez, maybe one of the best cards so far that we've seen this year. And one thing that was really interesting was that it looked like, from what I could see via the fucking broadcast, this may have been the first time that Trump and Joe Rogan had met in person. I don't know if it's true, but it looked like it. And Trump clearly, you know, has a somewhat magnetic, charismatic, aura about him, where he kind of made, you know, Joe giggle a little bit. And he kind of, you know, I wouldn't say alphaed him, but, you know, he kind of gave him a reminder of who fucking big DJT is. And this is a clip that somebody recorded of Donald J. Trump meeting a Rogan at the UFC event with Volkanovski and Yair Rodriguez. Shaking his hand. And that happened a lot throughout the entire fight card. Many a different UFC fighters went close and tried to basically kiss the ring and shake their hand. The one thing that I quickly noticed is that Rogan's had a lot of these flipping interactions, these sort of like semi-fake ha he smiley. So he's probably quite the master at these sort of interactions, but it did seem a little bit awkward. It seemed a little bit forced or whatever. I'm not sure what Trump was saying to him. You're the best, right? I'm coming on your podcast soon or something, whatever it may be saying. But very interesting interaction. Very interesting, because I think Rogan's made it very clear that he doesn't want to have Rogan, or doesn't want to have Trump on his platform. He said in general he doesn't want to have any more presidential candidates on his platform. I think he kind of got put off completely from being a part of it. But considering how right-leaning Rogan is becoming now, and how kind of more open he is at discussing sort of like right-wing talking points, I can see it happening now. I have a feeling it might happen, and there is a little bit of a suggestion out there from people who are, you know, more plugged in to the podcasting scene and shit. They're saying that there is maybe a suggestion that Rogan could end up going to Rumble. When his contract is up at Spotify, there is a suggestion that he could potentially go to Rumble. And if that's the case, the Rumble CEO is really friendly with Trump and shit. That could maybe be a good little tie-in to kind of give that platform a bit of a boost. If they're trying to, you know, essentially take over the space of live streaming and shit, I can see that happening going forward. So maybe that is something that we may see going, you know, happening in the near distant future, because I think Rogan's Spotify contract is up in it either this year or early next year. So there could be an avenue where this is the case, which would be fucking hilarious. Like, imagine Trump on fucking Joe GRE. That's going to be a very interesting interview, because if all of those guys like Sam Harris and Eric Weinstein or whatever, and some other people maybe aren't fans of Rogan's politics nowadays and think he maybe just went too far to the right, just imagine how annoyed they're going to be when he finally interviews fucking, you know, Trump. They're going to be calling him out, saying he didn't hold him accountable for this, hold him accountable for that. They're going to be going fucking crazy. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens when it does eventually happen, which I think it will, to be fair. Like I said, I think Rogan's being very much flirting with right-wing talking points and getting all those things off. So I see that happening sometime soon. And then obviously, to make things very interesting, Jack White, somebody that I've got a lot of time for, a very kind of influential songwriter out there and musician in his own right, decided to weigh in on seeing Trump out there with Rogan and read the following on his caption on Instagram: anybody who normalizes or treats this disgusting fascist racist con man, disgusting piece of shit Trump with any level of respect is also disgusting in my book. That's you, Rogan. That's you, Mel Gibson, you, Mark Wahlberg, you, Guy Fieri. This is a statement from me. Not a debate or not a discussion or debate. Jack White III. Kind of gay to say Jack White III, but hey, continue. But I think this is good energy. I kind of like this. I'm not going to lie. I kind of like this energy from Jack White calling out his people, because you would never ever hear a comedian in their entire lives, you know, describe you know, Rogan as a disgusting fascist, racist, con man piece of shit. Never in a million years. So I kind of like this kind of energy from Jack White going at these guys. I think it's a little bit misplaced and shit. It's a little bit over the top, but I do think it's quite refreshing to see him talking to these guys in this way. I'm not gonna lie, because there's so many people in the comedy industry that are ready to kind of get on all fours and spread it wide open for freaking you know, Joe Rogan and shit. So it's quite nice to see somebody like Jack White, who's obviously a fucking you know, blockbuster guy in his own right, decide to say the way he wants to say it. So big up him in that regard. Big up Jack White. He's not a fan of Rogan inside. So I was kind of hoping for a Jack White Stripe sort of like, you know, crossover on Rogan, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. You know, clearly he's made his point, you know, there clear. He thinks Rogan's a fascist for platforming or being friendly and having a handshake with Donald Trump, which is bizarre, but hey, it kind of is what it is. One thing I thought was really funny, in terms of figuratively, right? Because like I said before, I'm one person here who I feel like I'm in the minority here, but I sometimes have a little bit of a, you know, I have a little bit of a soft spot sometimes for Brendan sometimes. Like I feel a bit bad for him because I guess I came into it being a fan. So as much as he's a redact now, it still kind of pains me to see sometimes the things that he's going through, right? And I feel like there's probably nothing more painful nowadays, especially if you're somebody that you put all of your self-worth and all of your value in being friendly with Rogan. And essentially he made your career, right? I think even Tom Dillon said it pretty openly on his recent podcast with Annie Lederman. He was like, yeah, Rogan basically gave me my career, right? I was a nobody before I went on Rogan, and being on his platform sort of like blew me up, and now I'm kind of this person I am now. So clearly Rogan is a legit king and queen maker. No one can deny that. And obviously Brendan is a good example of it because this guy is, you know, he's a bit of a mediocre comic, and if he didn't have that friendship with Rogan or that introduction to comedy with Callan, he'd probably be in a kickboxing gym somewhere holding pads. So clearly he owes a lot to him. But I think a lot of these guys, instead of you know, maybe giving him the props that he deserves, Rogan, for helping him out, I feel like a lot of their personality revolved around knowing Rogan also, which is a little bit lame. And it must be brutal when your fucking personality revolves around knowing Joe Rogan, and then he kind of replaces you. And it's very obvious when he does, because now you see Shane Gillis hanging around with Rogan a lot, Mark Normand, and all those other people, and it's very evident if you kind of keep your eye on things that these type of guys have effectively replaced the Eddie Bravo, Brian Callen, Brendan Shaw type of circle of friends he hung around with. These are the new people. Even sometimes Ari doesn't hang around with Rogan as much. But this Shane Gillis, Mark Normand type of friendship is definitely something that he's kind of cultivated to sort of replace the Brendan and Brian's. And it must be so obvious when that's the case. You know, Brendan must know that this guy has definitely replaced him because he's big, he's a former athlete, you know, whatever else maybe, right? That kind of is where it stops. But he essentially has ticked that box. He's kind of filled in that quota of having a former athlete who's also huge and also is a comedian in his social circle. And Shane Gillis is definitely the guy now. And the thing about Shane is that he's, I don't know, 100, 1,000 times funnier than Brendan. So it's not even like he got into being Joe Rogan's friend from just sucking his ass. If anything, he had a few, you know, dicey appearances on JRE where he tried to joke around and be funny, or tried to kind of play into the whole I got cancelled and taken off an SNL thing, and Rogan didn't really give a fuck. You know, I think it took Rogan a long time to be Shane Gillis' friend, because I felt like when Shane Gillis initially got kicked off at SNL, I felt like Rogan would have had him on straight away, but he kind of didn't really speak about him or anything or invite him on the show for a while. So I think Rogan wasn't really sure about Shane Gillis for a while. But then over time, he actually started to like him because guess what? He's a legit comic who actually doesn't mind taking the piss out of Rogan. I think Rogan's got that thing where because he's fucking super famous and super rich, he probably doesn't have a lot of people around him who legitimately take the piss out of him and kind of have a laugh. They always kind of are sucking his ass. They're always trying to, you know, suck up to him and shit. So it's probably quite refreshing when he hangs out with these type of guys and they're legitimately just fooling around and having a good time. So he kind of warmed to them more. So the more that they sort of ripped into him, the more they called him short, the more they kind of questioned his information, took the piss out of stuff he was interested in, said jokes that went over his head, the more he kind of liked them. And clearly now, Shane Gillis has solidified himself in that group as being Rogan's new kind of pet hobby toy guy to the point where now he's giving him fucking steaks. And this is funny as well, because this feels like this is I won't say initiation process, but this is sort of like the first step, realizing you're Joe Rogan's friend when he takes you out for steak. Because it's something that he clearly does a lot. People speak about it on other podcasts. He invites people to steaks, and he obviously gets people the food and stuff, and the bill's on him, and you can eat what you want. But this is always the first step. When you know you're Rogan's friend, getting a steak. Now, if it's me and I'm going Rogan and he's buying me a steak, I'm getting the biggest thing I can get. I'm getting loads of sides. I'm getting dessert. I'm getting everything. But I think these guys get a bit shy because another man's paying for their meal, which is always a bit weird, isn't it? Like another man essentially feeding you and holding you down and shit is a bit odd. But if that's me, I'm legitimately getting everything on the menu. I'm fucking picking 4 sides, desserts. I'm going crazy with the fucking bottomless drinks, all alcohol. I'm having double or triple shots. Like I'm going in. I'm going fucking in. I'm not being shy. I'm not just ordering like a T-bone and, just a couple of fries. I'm okay. Nah, we're going fucking sizzler in that joint. We are ordering fucking everything because Rogan's footing the bill. But the dinner looks pretty decent, I guess. There's another comedian here as well. Who's this guy? This guy's called Brian Moses. Yeah, Brian Moses, I think there. And then there's another person here too. No, another picture of a steak also. So, clearly, Shane Gillis and these guys have replaced Brendan, and it must be a bit of a bummer. Like you must feel a little bit aggrieved when you're Brendan, because these guys have definitely replaced you. So I guess it kind of is what it is in that regard, and he kind of has to suck that up. And there's another picture here also showing Shane Gillis and a few people on a what's this called? What? Because again, I don't bet. I don't know nothing about fucking gambling. What is this? Is this billiards? What is this? Is this poker? What are they playing here? Someone told me in the chat. This is poker, right? There's young Jamie, Shane Gillis, and the 2 guys from Bussin' with the Boys. Rogan there in the background. Some hangers on and shit. People saying Baccarat. Is it actually Baccarat? I don't know what it is. I guess it's fucking. I guess it is. What do you call it? I guess it is poker or blackjack. A blackjack, people say. Okay, blackjack. Chicken tendies. Yeah. And it's funny as well because Shane Gillis actually does drink fucking Bud Lights. It's not a meme. It's not a thing. He actually does drink Bud Lights. He looks really, really buzzed here also, which is funny. Young Jamie here, and looking not so young, but still enjoying and having a good time. So that's pretty decent to see. And again, Brendan should be here really. It is something that's always interested me. Brendan really should be here. Why isn't Brendan friendlier with these 2 guys? I think they're both current footballers now, or one of them is, but they've been pro recently. They're obviously very popular within their little niche. They're part of Barstool Sports. He should be more friendly with these type of dudes, but for some reason they seem to gravitate to comedians like Shane Gillis more than they do with Brendan Schaub, who's a former athlete. I wonder why that is. I wonder. Oh God, sorry, too many hiccups here. I wonder why that is. Oh God almighty, I'm hicking up like a fucking savage here. I appreciate it. AZ and Papa, exactly, Sarlux. People are taking a piss out of me in the comments, calling me a fucking, a Brendan Schaub apologist, I guess, right? I guess. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. Then we move on. To this other video that I also want to show you, where it says Tom Segura explains how workers are refusing to return to the office is causing commercial real estate to crash. Tom Segura defending fucking landlords. You gotta love it, innit, right? Commercial real estate owners. This is fucking incredible lack of self-awareness, lack of understanding of the plight of the common man, and puts into very much perspective that rant that Tom Segura had against his poor fans who were annoying him because they felt like he wasn't relatable anymore. This is an incredibly redacted take. But listen to Tom Segura essentially fighting the good fight for commercial real estate owners. It is fucking incredible.
You've seen what happened with what happened with commercial real estate? Commercial real estate is upside down in this country.
Is it?
Yes. You know why?
Why?
Because people don't want to go to offices still anymore.
Yeah, they want to do remote work.
They want to do remote work.
Pajamas and jerk off.
So the people who, if you have these big commercial buildings, I mean, it used to be like this huge asset to own this commercial real estate, and now it's like a liability because you have empty offices, dude. You have empty offices all over the country, and you can't fill them up. You can't force people. And then there's companies that have just. I know somebody that owns a company that said he goes. I like a lot of people goes. I wanted people to come here. I want them in the office, and he was met with like such total resistance. He goes, I just realized I had to allow it. Like if we were going to continue to operate.
Wow.
So he just gave in to his employees going, no, we don't want to do that.
Wow.
Yeah. And it's a sizable operation he has.
Wow. So people just say, no, I want to work at home.
Yeah. And they're like, and I've been working and I'm effective. And to a degree, they are like, in his case, they're correct. He's like, you know, the work was getting done. I just prefer to have everybody operating the way we normally had. But he was like, everybody was like, no. I used to do an hour and a half commute every day. I haven't done that now in 2 years. I don't want to do it again. And then he had to go like, okay.
As long as they're disciplined and as long as they're actually effective, I could see that. But then you got this stupid ass office. What do we do with this place with all these offices?
Hence why this commercial real estate business is like in the shitter.
Wow, I wonder what happens with that because it doesn't seem like that's going to change. But there are a lot of CEOs that are supposedly pushing back on all this stuff. I keep reading articles every day.
The interesting thing is, you know how people always adapt, right? Nothing just goes. If something's losing money, people don't just go, well, I guess we'll just lose money forever.
Right.
So there is going to be a point, and maybe it's happening now, where you're going to start seeing something done with this commercial property. If things stay vacant, they're not just going to hold on to that for 15 years.
Yeah.
They're going to turn that into something. So
they're probably going to hold on to it.
Reading some dipshit comedian on Twitter saying that they should turn all that into housing.
Great.
For homeless people.
Yeah, that is very positive.
Oh, that's really good if you don't own the building, you fucking communist.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about?
I mean, I got to say that
how dare you if you don't own the building? How many of us are going to ever own buildings? These guys are fucking incredible. Anyway, the funny thing about this, right, is that this is a clear example of that. These guys clearly don't have any friends that work normal jobs. All their friends happen to be fucking comedians and entrepreneurs and business owners and stuff, which is what it is. It's cool. But the funny thing about this is that for the longest time, Rogan would get on my nerves, and he still does, because he does this thing where he constantly says every person should be going out there and starting their own business and becoming an entrepreneur. And I think the example he uses is like making their own furniture and selling it online, making their own handmade knives and selling it. Essentially basically saying that everybody has a potential to be their own boss at some way, shape or form, which is really idiotic and really kind of naive, and really doesn't kind of address the wider problems that are at hand that stop people from doing so, and the fact that some people don't want to do that. Some people just want to earn a living, right? Some people enjoy the jobs that they do. There's nothing wrong with having a job and going to a 9 to 5 or going to an office and clocking in and clocking out. But for Rogan, that's death, right? The idea of working in the office is complete death. Okay, no problem. But in the same fucking, in the same breath, he's also the person who essentially is bemused why people don't want to return to the offices. If anything, this whole pandemic, one of the only kind of saving graces, the only sort of silver lining in this whole entire awful thing that we all had to go through, where we all were robbed of like 2.5 years of our lives. Some of us lost loved ones and family members, and we all had to kind of, suffer mentally and physically and shit. Some of us still haven't recovered from that fucking time in our lives. The only good thing to come from it is that for the most part, if you live in the Western world, most places have changed their attitude towards working from home, which just allows a lot of people to essentially be very kind of flexible with where they work, how much money they make, their career prospects, and also just improves their quality of life. I was somebody for the longest time who was trying to figure out a way that would allow me to essentially spend a lot more time working from home, so I could do stuff like this, so I could be streaming and shit, so I could whatever, I could do other bits of content, I could go and DJ, because when I was working a regular 9 to 5 like everyone else was working, I have to commute, I have to get to work, I have to go to a different place to get there, I have to spend time there, maybe spend time after work to do certain things, which kind of took up time. So by the time you got back home at 7 or 8 p.m, the last thing you want to do is to be entrepreneurial. The last thing you want to do is to crush it. Last thing you want to do is to hustle. You just want to relax, watch some Netflix, scratch your balls and go to sleep. So it kind of takes the, you know, eagerness of you to do those kind of things out. The moment working from home was installed and was an option for people during the pandemic, it opened up loads of options for people. It allowed people to go on vacations. It allowed people to kind of maybe decide to start a family, to maybe decide to go and get a pet. Loads of things like that happen, especially in London, that you couldn't do because most of the time you spend 9 to fucking 8 p.m. outside of the house. The last thing you want to do every day doing it, especially if you live with a couple and that person spending maybe more time outside the house, is have a pet or a child that just stays at home alone for ages, or maybe having to pay for childcare or whatever it may be. So working from home kind of opened up that possibility for people to do loads of interesting things in their lives and give them a lot more kind of work-life satisfaction and work-life balance. But for these guys, because they've never had, you know, the struggle of working a 9 to 5 for a long period of time, because they've never had to rely on that to kind of make the majority of their kind of, you know, take home wages, they don't understand why somebody who's used to now working from home for the last 2.5 years is dreading the possibility of having to go back to the office. Not only is the fucking travel cost crazy, with inflation now, most ticket prices are up, even in London, in terms of, you know, travel cards and monthly passes and shit, all of that is up. So you're having to pay more than you were before to go to work. But it just is going to completely change the life that you've now been accustomed to for the last 2.5 years. That's allowed you to do more things outside of work. And for the most of us, myself included, I've noticed that I'm way more productive working from home. It's as simple as that. Every time now that, you know, I have work and we have to kind of work from, you know, in the office 1 day per week, because we don't see each other, that's the kind of negative side of working from home, because we don't see each other in person a lot, maybe once a month. When you do meet each other at work that 1 day a week on a Wednesday or a Friday, guess what happens? You're all chatting, you're all gossiping, you're all talking because you haven't seen each other in a while. You want to touch each other's faces, hang around, joke around, fuck around and stuff. That's what usually ends up happening. Big up Uche, appreciate you. Come on, play the sound, text to speech. Okay, I gotta replay this. Big up Uche, let me replay the text to speech. Bear with me 1 second, I gotta replay this. Why is it doing that? Don't know why. Let me do it one more time.
Found out today I passed my medical board's exam. One step closer to being Dr. EJ. Your channel has been a constant in my life while I studied, and I can't big you up enough, mate. Thanks for doing your
big up Uche, appreciate you. First, I said the end is there. Thanks for doing your thing and keep us entertained. Thank you so much, Uche. I really appreciate you. Cannot wait for you to be Dr. Uche. We have to see you in your fucking scrubs. We have to see you in your fucking white garb. You've got to fucking add a picture to the fucking Discord when you finally do get your fucking uniform. We need that. We need that in the fucking Agostinho Random Show Discord fucking image gallery. We need to see you all in your fucking garb. We need to see that headshot. We need to see that Dr. Uche headshot. But big up you, man. Honestly, big up you. You're amazing. I appreciate the support and love all the time. Big up you. But yeah, what was I saying? Working from home. Yeah, working from home, amazing. I can't honestly see a future where it would make sense to go back to the offices full time for people. Unless you work in an industry where, or in a company where the CEO can really illustrate and demonstrate, hey, you guys are just not working well enough from home and you're kind of taking the piss, maybe. But for the most part, most people who don't want that privilege taken away from them, they're not taking it for granted, and they're actually working hard. They're actually making sure that they do their jobs so that they have that ability to do so. So these guys just don't have any understanding of it. They don't have any real friends that work in a workplace, so they don't get it. You know, that's the main issue. These guys just don't get it, and it's fucking frustrating. I absolutely hate it. I just wish, you know, they would have more real life friends that would maybe push back at some of these things that they say, because They legitimately think people are skiving off of work and don't want to work because they're working from home. It's fucking bizarre, man. Like, that's not the case at all. If anything, working from home now makes it way more, it makes it way more manageable to have jobs that pay like horrible wages. Like, I remember working in offices and having to be, you know, if you're, I don't know, imagine you're on like 20 grand a year or something, right? Entry level job, and you're commuting to work every single day, and you're paying for rent, and you're trying to have a social life. Where is that money you're making? Where's it all going? Where's it all going? It's all going to fucking thin air. So now that you have the ability to work from home, you can kind of have a somewhat decent life working from home, making 20 grand a year. You can maybe spend a little money on going to a concert, going to a festival, going on a vacation. That is possible. But when you're making 20 grand a year and you have to commute every day, it's not so easy to do something. So these guys just don't get it. They don't understand. They really do live privileged lives that most of us are probably not going to be able to live, and they don't really understand or see that point of view either, which is the other side that's a little bit concerning and upsetting as well. It's not even like they understand that they kind of come from a point of privilege at all. They just see it as like, yeah, this is just how it is, and you know, other people that are complaining are just being fucking babies and shit, which is really disappointing. But hey, what can you do? What can you do? Let's move on from that one, spend a lot more time talking about them working from home, and let's see if we can bring up some Bapa stuff. So yeah, this is a good one. Let's get on this one. Let's see, hope it loads up quickly. Oh man, where's my fucking thing? Overload. Why am I overloading? Everything here is working. Please don't say I'm freaking jittering and jarring all over the place. Okay, maybe I should get rid of a couple of windows or not. Come on, brother. Be calm. What's happening here? Are you gonna work or not? Come on, son. Am I still buffering or am I alright? Yo, big up Young Old Vibes. Appreciate you for the super chat.
Tom Segura's dad was the VP of Merrill Lynch. He knows nothing about a 9 to 5.
Of course he was. Of course he was. Of course he was. So big up you. Yeah, exactly. That's the basic premise I was talking about, man. Let's just go into here. Let's see if this loads up for me. Bear with me 1 second. This computer's being weird. It's telling me to bring my thing down, but it's fine. What's happening here? Why can't it just load? Come on, son. Nothing else is open, is it? Nope. Let me maybe get rid of this. Bear with me 1 second as I close something, but it should be fine. Okay, there we go. Back to normal. Okay, cool. Back to normal. So, let's load this video too. This is fucking amazing. So this features Brendan flip-flopping very heavily on Francis Ngannou. As most of you know, it's now been confirmed that fucking Francis Ngannou is going to be fighting Tyson Fury very, very soon. And obviously, Brendan was one of the people that was very vocal in his displeasure of Francis signing with the PFL and the contract terms that came out, and the fact that it would allow him to do boxing and do MMA, and that the MMA fight would be delayed for a while, and that he'd be pursuing more boxing opportunities, and just essentially poo-pooing the entire endeavor that fucking Francis Ngannou was on, and just being, you know, a hater like he always is, which is really ironic because he's the first person to call out people like myself and other homeless cats for being haters, but he's the biggest hater in that regard because his hate comes from pure point of like somewhat jealousy or something, a little bit of jealousy of not being involved in the conversation and wanting to just kind of insert himself in there. It's very, very strange, but he's comes from real jealousy, and he was really forward in his kind of displeasure of, you know, Francis's decision to basically go with the PFL and the terms of that deal. But obviously now Francis has kind of been vindicated in terms of getting that Tyson Fury fight confirmed, which is a big deal in itself. And, you know, everyone has to kind of eat some humble pie. But Brendan, instead of kind of addressing it like a normal person saying, hey, I had my reservations about it, this is what I thought, and then kind of talking about it, he decides to completely pretend like we didn't remember what he said a few weeks ago or a couple of months ago. So this is a clip I put together, I put on my channel. I'm going to unlist it, but I'm just going to play it through so you can see it. but essentially it's one half is Brendan talking about Francis Ngannou when he was essentially negotiating or talking through that whole PFL stuff and the deal that got announced there, and the fact that he turned down one championship allegedly, blah blah blah. And then the second half of the clip is Brendan talking recently on his show, the SCHAUB'S show, and essentially sucking up to Francis Ngannou now that he's got the Tyson Fury fight confirmed. Let's play the video.
One championship goes, we believe in mixed martial arts. We believe in martial arts in general. So Francis will have an opportunity to A, fight for a world championship in mixed martial arts, and B, we're open to him fighting boxing. He boxed first. That was his caveat with UFC. Well, I want to box first and then fight in UFC. And UFC went, absolutely not. One championship said, cool, we'll let you do that. We'll be part of that. We'll be part of the marketing of that. We'll do all that for you. Now, what's he going to do? It's not good, man. And I don't know who needs to get in Francis' ear. Nobody needs you. Mixed martial arts across the board, boxing across the board will be just fine. Nobody's bigger than the game. Nobody. The closest person we've ever had that was bigger than the game is Conor McGregor. He has a little more leverage than Francis, right? So for Francis, I don't know who you're listening
Thoughts on early 2000s indie rock labels.
Yo, big up Joe. I'll jump on that later when this segment's finished, but thank you for the 420 super chat, friend.
Man, but this is not going well. This has been a fucking disaster. What Francis is doing is leading the way for other fighters that are stuck, that feel like they have no voice, that feel like the UFC is the only show in town, even if they're mistreated. What Francis is doing is he's taking the hits for them, going, no, look, there is a way to do this. There's another route you can go. Shout out to his agent, who took all, Markel took all this shit. What are you doing? You're ruining his career. What's up now? Yeah. They made the right decision. They crawled through some, like Andy Dufresne. They came out on the other side. Now they're fighting Tyson Fury. It takes cojones, dude.
Yeah, you're
imagine the shit he went through. Remember the tax he got? The racist tax? The shit he went through?
He went through some.
Yeah. It must feel good. They knew what they were doing. Shout out to Markel, man. You did it, brother. Proud of you, man. And Francis, my God, dude. This is insane. This is history, dude.
Honestly, absolutely, utterly shameless. Legitimately shameless. But you shouldn't be surprised, really, right? Because this is the same guy, I've said before, like his thing with jerseys, which is a really thing to say, but like the whole football jersey thing, right? He owns like 1 million jerseys from loads of different teams that he allegedly supports and follows. And any other normal person would get shamed out of that, right? A normal person would get questioned, like, why the fuck do you allegedly support or follow so many different teams? Every team is your team, and whenever they're in the news or they've done something amazing, they've won a championship or they've had a really amazing game or match or something monumental's happened in their history, suddenly you're a big fan of them and you're wearing all their merch at your store, at your shows or on your podcast and stuff. It's just bizarre, and a normal person would be like a little bit embarrassed by it and kind of just not stop doing it. But he doesn't. He kind of leans into the whole, like, I wear tons of jerseys and just flip-flop between different teams. So it's no surprise that that same guy is also the person who is not afraid to get on camera and basically pretend like they didn't completely rip into Francis. He was one of the biggest haters when the whole Francis thing happened. He was one of the biggest haters in terms of saying his agent didn't know what he was doing. I think there was one clip, he even questioned, Francis' command of English or something, like said something like, oh, he's doing the deal by himself, he hasn't got an agent or manager, can he really like get his thoughts across? It was something really insane, something like, oh, he can't speak English, so why is he doing this deal by himself, right? And that he's way over his head, the lawyers that they got at the UFC and at one championship are known more than him, and really kind of insulting his intelligence and the intelligence of his entire team, Francis' team, that were dealing with, his kind of, where he'd end up going after, leaving the UFC. And he just couldn't figure out why they would turn down the one championship deal, because at the time, him and the one championship guy, Brendan, were very close. So clearly the one championship guy was feeding Brendan some information about the negotiations she was going through with Francis. And I guess the one championship guy was painting Francis out not in a favorable light. But that's understandable because he's the person negotiating with Francis, right? He's the promoter. So he's going to protect his brand and he's going to try and make it seem like he's the one that turned down Francis, when sometimes it's not that simple. Maybe it's a little bit more complicated. Either way, Brendan just took what that guy said as gospel, ran with it completely. and essentially kept trashing Francis and his ability to put this deal through. Now this deal's come through, he's now pretending and acting like he was always the biggest fan. He always knew it was going to work out. He always knew Francis was going to prove his doubt was wrong. It's absolutely heinous how shameless this guy is. It's absolutely disgusting, to be fair. He legitimately thinks that we don't remember the things that he said before. And the funny thing is, all of these clips are taken from his fucking Instagram, or I think no, his TikTok account. So the clips are up there of him trashing Francis in the beginning, right? Questioning his, understanding of the game and whether or not they can get a deal on the table and the deal through and blah, 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 blah. And then suddenly him changing his tune and saying they've done an amazing job. Well done. This is incredible. The manager deserves a lot of fucking praise. Markel this, Markel that, Francis this, suck him off. Like, oh my God, man. Absolutely shameless this man is. It's absolutely ridiculous, honestly. I can't get past this, how kind of flip-floppy he is. It's such an unlikable trait that should be easily fixable, because you should have a level of humility to be like, you know what, hands up. I doubted Francis' ability to get this deal over the line, or to get the ability to kind of get the boxing side of things done. Maybe the PFL things he can sort out in terms of MMA, cool. But I doubted he could do the PFL thing. Now he's done it. He's clearly showed UFC fighters that there's another way to do business. You don't just have to be sucking at the teat of Dana White in the UFC. Just hold your hands up and say, I didn't think they would get it done, because the UFC usually wins, because they usually do. They usually get vindicated in their decisions, and just keep moving on. He didn't do so. He instead tried to pretend like, oh yeah, he was just saying that all along. It's absolutely heinous, man. Brendan is the fucking worst when it comes to this sort of stuff, because like I said, I think a normal person would have just kind of held their hands up and just been honest and said, hey, I got it wrong, I fucked up. But he can't say that. He's incapable of fucking owning his mistakes and kind of admitting he was wrong. It's pretty incredible to watch in real time. So that's Brendan Schaub there, essentially flip-flopping in real time about all that stuff happening. Next on the list here, we need to talk about this stuff happening with Brendan and BGL. I'm really interested to see this, because this is courtesy of Unique, so big up Unique for posting this on his channel. I think the first video we need to check out might be this video courtesy of Unique, which says Brendan Schaub claims his agent stole 1.4 million from him and he can't pay his staff. This is fucking wild. I'm not too sure how much truth there is in this whole shebang, but it is interesting to see how this is all playing out, because this may explain why we haven't seen a food truck diary in a while. We haven't seen a fight companion in a while. All these things require payment of staff to do other things outside of the podcast. So this may explain why we've not seen those shows. But who knows? Maybe I'm talking out my ass. Let's play the video courtesy of Unique anyway and see what he had to say about the whole thing. Bear with me a sec as I load it up here. Let's get it on there. Let's get it at the start. And let's see what my guy Unique had to say here. Let's see what Unique is saying. Bear with me a sec as I get it up on here. There we go. And let's take this off of mute. Let's go.
Brendan Schaub's former handler, Mark Harley. I know he wasn't actually his handler. He did other stuff for him. But he was kind of a handler in some other ways, because he was in charge of getting the addies and baddies. Decided to give me a little update on his situation with Brendan Schaub. Brendan Schaub still owes this man over $16,000. And Brendan Schaub is being investigated by the California Labor Commission for not paying.
Yo, BGL, I completely understand you. If this is true, that Brendan allegedly owes this guy $16K, I understand his freak out. It was a little bit insane what he did. He went a little bit OTT, right? The whole ex-wife shit was fucking wild. Everything about what we found out through the live streams was fucking insane, and probably TMI in a lot of cases. We didn't probably need to know half of what they spoke about privately about themselves. The exposing of Brendan may have been a bit much as well. But if it's true that he's owed $16,000, I would have probably done the same, if not worse, to get my money back. And I have done far worse to get my money back. I swear to God. I completely understand BGO. Like, and imagine, this is Brendan Schaub we're talking about, right? Brendan isn't exactly a, he's not a meek boss. He's not a wallflower. He's a person that owns a Ferrari, owns multiple cars, has a wife that doesn't work, and has Birkin bags and designer clothes, and drives a Lamborghini fucking truck. And here you are sometimes getting dropped off at work by Chin, getting the bus there, riding a fucking electric scooter to work, getting your ex-wife to fucking drop you off at work, and then you're seeing Brendan pull up in a Ferrari, but then he can't pay you the money you're owed. I would have gone crazy. I would have done way worse than what BGO did, legitimately. And I'm somebody that's not really been the biggest fan of BGO. He kind of is a little bit lame, but to be fair to the guy, if he is owed 16K, I'm going fucking wild, like legit. I can't understand how he can't let this get to so far. But anyway, let's continue.
Hey, Mark, but Mark decided to drop this. Brendan is also now claiming CAA, that's his agency, has stolen $1.4 million from him. And if he doesn't get the money back, he will not be able to pay his employees in the next 4 months. Possibly 3, since it's been a few weeks since I was given this info from a highly credible source familiar with his finances. So,
now, if that's true, that's insane. I'm currently struggling a little bit to understand how CAA, if they are guilty, could steal money from him. Maybe the only way I could kind of rationalize it is that maybe, because if you've paid attention, you'd know Brendan spoke a lot sometimes quite negatively about agents, even though he signed to one of the biggest ones, and the whole CAA thing was a big sort of like, you know, thing that he used to kind of prove that he's a successful comedian. He was very proud of it. Of course, over time, he realized they're just agents like any other agency, right? So the kind of allure or the kind of clout that he got from it kind of wore off after a while. The novelty of it wore off. And then he started to complain that a lot of the things that he was doing business-wise, he was doing on his own through the connections of Rogan or him through his own hustling and networking. But then CAA was still trying to get their 10% or whatever percentage they want from the deal or from the agreement. So maybe I could see a scenario where CAA have some sort of system where they basically catalog and clock all your appearances that you've had outside of them, and they basically try to bill you off of that. Or they withheld payment from future payments to make up for that previous debt that you have. So I can see that being a thing. So imagine if he kind of went on the podcast, said that he did it by himself, but in the contract with CAA, he's got something like, oh, all appearances, they have to get paid a certain amount. No matter if you do it by yourself and you meet the guy in the fucking toilet and he says, come on my podcast, you still have to pay them your 5-10%. Maybe he doesn't like that, but it doesn't mean he can't not pay them. So he may think they owe him the money, but technically they don't because they've got him in some weird fucking contract. It doesn't make sense really to me. I don't see where that could be legally correct, where you can have a deal where if they don't bring a deal to the table, they can still take money from it. It seems a bit strange, but the music industry works the same way. The music industry has found a way to fucking take merch sales out of artists' fucking money, right? Because for the longest time, a lot of artists couldn't make money from streaming, so they do live shows and sell merch. Now record labels have found a way to kind of take a cut of the live shows and take a cut of the merch. So I could definitely see a scenario where a really big, successful, influential, really important, one of the biggest fucking talent agencies in entertainment, right? CAA and WME, they for sure have contracts where they probably put in place or systems in place where they take fucking a percentage out of you, right? Regardless if you get the deal or they get the deal. I'm sure that's the case. I'm sure they don't fuck around in that regard. What Int Free says it's 20%. Go get fucked. No way is it 20%. That is crazy if that's true. CAA percentage. Let's see. CAA agency fee. Let's see. Is it agency fee? Agency percentage. Agency percentage. Let's see if that comes up. Okay, 10%, as it says. With many clients, 10% of what is movie television clients are paid. So it says 10. If it's 20, that's way too much. That's insane if it's 20. They're valued at what? Jesus Christ. CAA athlete deals worth 17.8 billion. Yo, Brendan's messing with some big people, man. He lost a lawsuit to Unix because Unique basically posted that video of him handing the note to that girl, right? Or basically for taking the piss out of him and laughing at him, making fun of him. He lost a fucking lawsuit to a YouTuber. What does he think he's going to do up against one of the biggest talent agencies in Hollywood? And if anything, this is really bad if this is true, because this will negatively impact his reputation out there also. It might blackball him from certain things. It might negatively affect his ability to get other deals down the line because he basically took them to court, you know? Like, that's a bit crazy, bro. Like, he probably should mind how he moves, but maybe he really does feel like he's aggrieved and he's in the right. Let's continue here.
This goes into why Brendan Schaub lately has been crying about losing all this money. He cried about Mark Harley. This was the video that Mark Harley commented on that I made. He's starting to now edit his YouTube videos, taking out the swearing because God forbid he gets demonetized. I would say probably one of the biggest expenses he has, and the one he should be worried about the most, is in fact that lawsuit against yours truly, in which that I can't really comment on the case, but let's just say it's fairly obvious to everyone involved in the case, including the judge, that this case is being purposely delayed and has been. And that's going to be a huge expense. Like I said, when this case is finally over, the amazingest stories I get to tell you people. But so he's going broke. That's fairly obvious. His dad is pretty much financing a lot of this. You have to understand, Brendan Schaub's father, Peter Schaub, is a very, very, very successful, multi-decade successful multimillionaire in the technology space and computer software. So a lot of this is just using daddy's money at this point. I wonder how long daddy's going to allow that to happen. But he's already making excuses for months from now as to why he cannot pay guys like Chin and Nick and those guys. And the question is, when Dummy no longer can cut them a check, are they still going to stick around? I highly doubt it. Because like I said, at this point, Brendan Schaub pays money to do this. I've always said, if he was just a YouTuber, he would be making some money. But the problem is he rents out a studio space. He's paying salaries. He pays to do stand-up. He flies to gigs in which he sells no tickets, and hence no money can possibly be made. And he's booking those gigs, by the way. It's not like people are reaching out to Brendan Schaub. No, Brendan Schaub reaches out to those clubs saying, I want to do your club, and we'll split the gate or something. And there is no gate because he can't sell tickets. So this man is going broke. And now he's claiming his agent stole $1.4 million. Stole from what? Exactly. I don't even know how in depth that claim could be. I mean, CAA seems pretty reputable. Although you have heard stories behind the scenes about them, but we know everything Schaub says is a lie, so that can't possibly be true. But
so, in short, what do I think is going to happen here? I think more than likely, if this story is true, and again, we have to take all this up with a pinch of salt because it's all part of the dramatics and drama that fucking is the LA podcast comedy scene. So this stuff could all just be completely gobbledygook. We don't really know what's going on, to be completely honest, because none of it makes sense to me on the optics level. None of this makes sense. But then Brendan doesn't really make any sense, is it? Like, if you are going through these monetary issues, why would you then start fucking IVF to get a daughter and shit, right? To have a new baby? Why would you decide to try and launch new shows? Why would you decide to book a European tour? All these things don't make any sense. Buying your car, if you're having all these financial difficulties, all of it doesn't make any sense, in my personal humble opinion. So I'm not really too sure what's true. But if it is true what we're seeing on the face of it, more than likely, I feel like if he is in a bit of financial trouble, his dad will probably come to the rescue. If his dad's been able to finance and prop up the business and from now, I don't see why he would suddenly stop, especially if it's something that he feels that he could help his son out to make sure that he kind of gets, you know, has some sort of runway to then get some deals down the line. Because something I've kind of quickly realized about the podcasting and YouTube in business, it is a little bit corrupt in the way that sponsorships and ads work. So I could see a scenario where Brendan's like, hey dad, front me a particular amount of money, let me have some runway to pay these bills, and then once I can get the numbers to a certain place, I can then get some money in from sponsorships and ads that could then allow me to have extra runway down the line. So it gives him a loan, he pays back that loan through the money that he makes on the podcast. That could happen very easily and very quickly, especially the fact that Brendan buys views and shit and bots views for the live stream. That could effectively happen overnight. But we haven't seen that lately. I've seen a definite dip in the amount of botted views on THICCC. I think if you check the channel or the recent episodes, a lot of them aren't over 50k, and usually Brendan would always kind of whack a couple of bit of money on there to make them look like they were way more successful than they are. So clearly he's kind of pulling back on buying views because the money's probably not there. And then, of course, the lack of content on Food Truck Diaries is pretty startling and evident. The lack of a fight companion for this past fight card in particular with Yair Rodriguez and Volkanovski, considering how free Brendan's schedule is so far. He's not really been booked in many places. I was surprised he didn't do a fight companion for that. That would have been pretty well attended, I'd assume. One of the bigger fight cards of the year. All kind of tells me that most likely the money's not there because that's one of the main things on under the Thick Boy banner, that he maybe pays more for kind of talent than he does for the staff cost. Right, in terms of getting two other guests in who aren't friends of his, who are gonna want a fee to go there, or maybe want their travel covered or whatever it may be. So I can definitely see that scenario, but I'm also very dubious on this idea that he's suddenly gonna go bankrupt. I don't believe it personally. I feel like he's got too many rich and successful friends who would be happy to bail him out or to loan him something to kind of, you know, keep everything above water. And I also don't think it's as bad as people think it is, because you could still be owed 1.4 million and still have some money in the bank. It doesn't mean because you're owed 1.4 million that you don't have any money in the bank. It could mean that you may be waiting for some money to come in. You maybe all your money's tied up in that fucking thing you're owing, whatever it may be. But I don't think it's going to lead to his bankruptcy. That's just my personal humble opinion. I don't think so it'd be the case. People like him don't go back down to zero. It doesn't work like that. You know, like if you've been given this fucking lottery ticket to become successful despite having zero to next to no talent, usually somebody always kind of bails you out. And the fact that so far we've seen no real discernible change in their lifestyle, they're still the same family, he still kind of talks the same, nothing kind of has changed in that regard. I feel like people are maybe exaggerating how bad it is. That's maybe my assumption. I would say that maybe he's obviously telling people or saying some things about the money because he doesn't want to pay someone like a BGL, Mark Harley. I don't think so. If he's, you know, swindling the guy out of 16k, most likely he doesn't want to pay it. And an excuse to not pay it is to lie and say you're waiting for money from CAA. So that might be the reason. But one thing that also reminded me of this is a final point. This kind of puts a lot of emphasis on what I've always said. I've always said that Chin should be the second highest paid person at Thick Boy, maybe under fucking Brendan. He's the most important person there. Without Chin, that whole thing fucking comes crashing down. There's been times where he's been fucking uploading clips and YouTube shows and recordings while on holiday. I remember there's one particular clip I think he uploaded where he's on his vlog, he's in the fucking Ferris wheel on a trip somewhere with his friends and he's uploading the fucking show, you know, using a fucking dongle and shit while he's fucking on a Ferris wheel with his friends having fun and shit. He should be getting paid more than he does, but he doesn't. And this to me is a pure example of why I feel like Brendan is a bit of a bad dude, because if you're going to scam people, fair enough, scam them. It's a weird thing to say this. I know it doesn't make any sense. But if you're going to scam people, fair enough, scam them. But look after your team. Look after the people that allow you to have a functioning, well-run business. Because from what we heard from BGL, Brendan can't shoot, Brendan can't light, Brendan can't record, Brendan doesn't know how to upload to YouTube. He doesn't know how to do anything. He just turns up and he's the kind of talent on the screen. But Chin and everyone else in the team does all the kind of back-end stuff. In my opinion, you should look after those type of people and make sure they're always paid. They're always paid on time and they're always paid well. But clearly, I think so, most likely, especially if you look at Chin, he had his first vacation recently the other day. The first one I think he said in like 7 years. And he went for like 7 days, rushed back. He went to fucking South Korea, which is a 10-hour flight. So essentially, he went for 7 days, but only spent 5 days with his family and friends, and then flew right back again to fucking LA to start working. So he can't even go on a month-long vacation, a 2-week vacation at minimum. He has to go only for fucking 7 days. Yeah, he's been working non-stop for 7 years for this guy. He should be one of the highest paid people there, but he doesn't. He's not. Instead, he's fucking eating fucking tacos out of a tin and shit. You know, all lonely at home, crying, singing in his fucking apartment. When he should be fucking living it up through all the fucking good work he's done for the guy. But clearly that, I think, is a good example why he's a bad dude. I feel like the BGL thing, as bad as it is for BGL personally, and I'm sure he's fucking destroyed about being owed 16 grand, you can kind of explain being a dickhead to BGL because he's a dickhead to you, right? He maybe exposed you, he said some things about you don't like, he's mean, you're trying to want to get him back by like owing him money, right? You could kind of explain that, even though I don't think it's good, because I feel like if somebody does work for you and you owe them money, or you're meant to pay them money, pay them their money, right? And if, you know, I tendered my time, give me my fucking compensation in terms of monetary value, you know, cash, whatever it may be. But you can maybe explain the BGL thing, tit for tat, they're having beef. But how do you explain not paying Chin? How do you explain not paying the talent and shit? Doesn't make any sense. These guys are helping you make the content, yet you can't make sure they get looked after. And I've always kind of rested on the adage of like, great leaders always eat last. You should always make sure that your team is kind of looked after and you are kind of the last to kind of get your slice. But clearly, Brendan's the type of guy to make sure he always gets his money. His bills are always paid. His cars are always good. His family's always looked after. And then whatever's left over, the other people can get. That's the really disconcerting side of things. So I'm not too sure what's true in this regard, but I would have some reservation around people thinking Brendan is kind of going to be bankrupt and is going to be working at fucking, you know, what's that thing called? Trader Joe's anytime soon. It's not happening. Or like Erwan or like whatever it may be. What do you guys think though? Do you think I'm bugging? Do you think I'm bugging? What do you guys think? I think people are going a little bit too excited about this. I know it's blockbuster news, but I feel like people should hold off on this. It's not maybe as juicy as you probably think it is. What do you guys think in the chat? Let me know. What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts here? Chin is a sociopath too. As you know, he ain't busting quick and power slamming and starring a Glock in his safe. True. Nope. Trader Joe's is respectable. What the fuck? No, nothing wrong with Trader Joe's. I'm just saying I don't think Brendan's gonna fall back down to zero. Chin needs a lady boy to keep him company, okay? There needs to be an uproar if he doesn't pay staff. Yeah, true, but a lot of these people don't really, I don't know, it's not in their favor to do an uproar. They need to make sure they get paid. And maybe if that doesn't happen, then it's like, you know, I don't know. I understand why they're not freaking out just yet. No, there's nothing wrong with Trader Joe's. I've been to Trader Joe's a couple of times. I went to LA. Really nice. They got good sandwiches there. I'm not slamming. I'm just saying people thinking he's gonna go down to working a regular job anytime soon. It's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. I think podcasting is dead and he has no shows to rely on. No, I agree with you, young old vibes. Podcasting is dead, but I also feel like he didn't live or podcast within his means. Why did he get that massive studio? Why? What's the point? Why wasn't the other studio okay? Why did he have to go out and try and prove that he's got this big network and shit? And even the network idea, whose idea was that? That was a terrible idea. He had a network and the shows that he had on there were what? Chappelle show, BGL show, and that was it, right? Nothing else. Callan didn't have a show on there. He didn't do any other shows apart from THICCC. He didn't guest appear on BGL show or fucking Chappelle show. What's the point of that? Made no sense why that show even existed. They tried to do a King and the Sting after dark with, you know, what's her name? With Kat and, you know, Chin and all the other producers, which was absolutely boring. All of it was terrible. So I don't see why that made sense. So he should have stayed in the same studio and should have just doubled down on the podcast and did more. What I would always say was a better idea instead of his stand-up career. Just pursue more of the fucking THICCC live show performances things and not do his own stand-up comedy things. I think they'd get way more bookings and they probably make way more money, him and Brian Callen going out as a duo and doing sort of like live podcasting show type of things, the same way Bobby Lee and Andrew Santino are doing their Bad Friends show. That would be really good. That would actually be more successful than their individual shows, in my personal opinion, bringing their two fan bases together. But comedians are like sharing. They don't like splitting money. That's probably why, you know, Bert find it so hard to fucking put on that fucking show that he's doing at the moment. Comedians just like to do it all on their own. But that would have worked out far better. But hey, what can you do? What you're saying, Trader Joe Rogan needs to bring Pepper to the mothership. Never happening. That's never happening. We already know that. If it didn't happen now, then it's never going to happen anytime soon, to be fair. Rogan's already made his decision. I think Brendan's probably aware. I think Brendan actually knows why he's not being booked there. He just doesn't want to say it because it's embarrassing. But he knows. He knows why he's not being booked at the Comedy Mothership. Rogan's probably made him aware of that. I think Rogan's kind of one of those dudes that would do that sort of thing, to be honest, going forward. So that's one of them. Let me continue here. Another video here, courtesy of Unique, says Brendan Shaw trashes Mark Harley and cries about losing money. Let's see this one.
Crybaby Brendan Schaub went off on Mark Harley on the Golden Hour podcast. He didn't call him out by name, but it was obvious who he was talking about. And he was complaining about how he's lost all this money investing in people. And basically just saying, man, I took a chance on that guy and didn't pan out. I lost a bunch of money that way. And he's also complaining about getting demonetized. So now if you watch like The Fighter and the Kid in the Golden Hour podcast, you'll notice that they're bleeping out the swears. And it's like, dude, first of all, YouTube did reverse that policy. YouTube came out with a policy saying you couldn't really swear anymore. They immediately took that back. You just can't overdo it. But I guess during over an hour podcast, they say the F word too much. But yeah, that's not going to help you, Bappa. The dude's crying about getting yellow badged on some videos. When people say demonetized, they don't mean their entire channel has been demonetized. They just mean some videos are green badged and yellow badged, and if it's yellow, limited or no ads, most likely no ads run on it. And since this dude is losing all his dad's money in his failed venture of Thick Boy Studios, he's crying, and he's crying about money now. Boo-hoo. I lost money investing in Mark Harley. Boo-hoo. My videos are getting demonetized. He still claims to be shadow banned and stuff.
I don't really think he was crying about BGO investment. I think he was just trying to complain in general about the direction he kind of went in with fucking the big studio. Because the big studio is meant to be like a whole thing they were meant to do, right? It's meant to be the whole production thing where he's going to start churning out content, doing fucking shows out there, live streams. But effectively, it's kind of fallen a bit flat. He could have done all the stuff he's doing now in that same studio before. He didn't need to fucking switch. And I think they already had two studios, if I'm not mistaken. They had the main one and the one I think he gave to Theo. But he didn't need to switch. He just switched because of the optics, to make it look like he was a big wig, to make it look like he wasn't hurting because of the Showtime thing. And that's the thing. Brendan's always been an image thing, which I think is a bit odd, because usually I'm somebody that really does kind of understand the value of faking it till you make it in some respects. I understand why some people do it, and I think it can be somewhat useful in that it can maybe trick you into believing that you're worth betting yourself on. You're worth a damn, right? You kind of need to trick yourself into believing that you are worthy enough of people's views, of people's attention, of people's money, of people's time, right? You want to trick yourself into it, so you kind of fake it till you make it. You front that you're good, that you're getting there, that you're amazing and whatnot. So you can kind of trick yourself to maybe get up out of bed in the morning to do what you need to do. Cool, it works some regard. And sometimes, even if you're doing it in a really, deceitful way, faking it till you make it to kind of scam your way through the door and then deciding to go legit is a good way also to do it. It's a bit wild, but it is. I can understand why you do it. in Brendan's case, if you're gonna fake it till you make it, and then you luck out and become friends with Joe Rogan, surely, in my opinion, once that happens, you should then be doubling down on the work, doubling down on actually being really, you know, trying to improve your craft, trying to get better at what you do, trying to be very kind of, you know, trying to be incredibly self-critical and really pick out the things that you're doing wrong and kind of try and correct it. Because now your foot's in the door, you want to make sure that you are kind of earning your place. But for some reason, Brendan just continued faking it till you're making it. He continued just kind of playing up to this facade of like being successful. That's the weirdest thing about it, which kind of led him to do what he did with Thick Boy Studios. Because I feel like the Thick Boy Studio thing only happened because he left fucking Showtime and betted on himself. He basically got fired, but because he left and got fired from that job, he wanted to prove to everybody that he was still a big shot. So he went and tried to do what big shot people do, got himself a fucking Ferrari, and then got himself a big studio paying exorbitant amounts of rent and shit because he wanted to look like he was a big deal. And now he's got a studio in some far-flung place out in middle of nowhere in LA that people struggle to get to. He's now got a green Ferrari that he's paying a lease on. And now he has a studio that probably doesn't generate enough money. No, he does a studio with content in it that doesn't generate enough money to pay the rent. And he's probably kind of operating at a deficit. And that maybe is negative effect to other things going on. That's the only thing that I feel like is happening here. He kind of bit off too much that he can chew, and he just didn't want to accept the position that he's in now by default of the things that he's basically done in his career, which is odd, but it kind of just is what it is, isn't it? And then another one here, last one from Unique, I guess is this one. Brendan Schaub's sidekick sent what? A wife flowers. Excuse me? Why did this happen? Okay, let's go back to the start. This is fucking bizarre, man. What the hell is going on with this fucking group of people? Honestly, like, I don't know. I don't know what's going on with these people. I can't even say why. Let's go. This is Unique. Brendan Schaub's sidekick checking flowers. Like, what?
Mark Harley dropped another little tidbit of knowledge. So, Brendan Schaub still owes him money. Brendan Schaub owes me $16,300, by the way. Hired a private investigator to follow me because his side chick sent flowers to his wife. Have proof of all this, and he is currently being investigated by the California Labor Commission for 5 separate claims of failure to pay wages to me.
Okay, this is fucking insane. First things first, BGL, wherever you are, I owe you a massive apology. I was never the biggest fan of you. I still think you're a bit of a redact. You're a little bit cringe. You're a little bit embarrassing being at your big age, living at home and shit, and kind of essentially, you know, using the fucking goodwill of the women that you've been involved in to kind of, you know, house you and bathe you and feed you and stuff. It's just completely lame. And obviously having a job where you're essentially Brendan Schaub's PA and, you know, social media manager at your big age is really embarrassing, especially considering how long you've been in the industry. Cool. All that stuff to one side. I completely understand why you freaked out. I get why everything happened. Why all your business was put out there, why you went completely off the fucking reservation, why you was on THICCC subreddit all the fucking time, why you were writing fucking essays back to people and going fucking crazy. I completely understand it. Because if I'm you and I'm working for Brendan and I'm having to walk around holding these fucking boxes of, I saw a picture of him one time, or holding a box of fucking Diet Pepsi for Brendan as he's sitting on a curb somewhere and they're waiting for their show to begin, walking around like his fucking personal tote bag, right? You know, having to fucking spell check his descriptions and upload clips for him and shit and all that malarkey. And he owes me money and he's turning up to the studio in a new shaped Ford Bronco in fucking, you know, Porsches and Ferraris and shit with fucking expensive trainers. I would go ape shit. I would go so crazy. It's bad enough when your friend owes you some money and then they go out with you to a night out. They're buying drinks. They're getting themselves drugs. They're buying drinks for girls and shit. They're living life and they owe you money. You're looking at them like, bro, do you want me to commit murder on this dance floor? I couldn't imagine how I'd feel if my boss was doing the same thing. Somebody who I also considered a friend. had BJ considered Brendan Schaub a friend at the time? As, you know, redacted as that was, still, they were somewhat friendly at that time. He was having his back, defending him on socials, defending him on his show, defending him on the Reddit. And then that's how he pays him back, by not paying him the money he's owed. And essentially fleecing him out of 16K that he didn't have in the first place. He's already somebody that's struggling. He's already somebody that's trying to find it hard to find his way in the industry, find his way in the fucking scene. And now he's having to fucking, you know, put in claims for lost wages, maybe hire a lawyer and shit, go back to living at home. I would be furious. Like, I don't know. I would do some crazy shit. I don't even want to say this because I don't want to get myself incriminated. But I swear to God, I would go so nuts. So nuts if that was me. My guy owes me 16 grand and he's turning up in £1,000 Jordans and in a fucking, you know, in a purple Porsche with fucking hot dog grease on his fucking t-shirt with a food truck diary happening where he's pretending to be keto. Nah, I'm going crazy. I'm going full crazy mode. You don't understand how crazy I'm going. I'm going nuts. I swear on my life I'm going nuts. I'm not having it in the slightest. So I completely understand, and he has my full apology for that. Because if this is the reason why he went crazy, because of the 16K he was owed, I get it, bro. I get it. I fucking get it.
So Brendan Schaub's side chick sent his wife flowers. Damn. When the baddies take the addies.
Hilarious. Now, that's a part of the story that I don't get. Why did Brendan Schaub's side chick allegedly send his wife flowers? Was it some sort of mistaken identity thing? Or did she meant to send it to Brendan, it got to the house, and then what happened then? What happened? What happened? Can someone explain to me? I'm really confused about that. That's the only thing I'm really confused about. I don't know what's going on there. That's a bit dodgy. How did that essentially happen? I also found it interesting how no matter, this is what I always say to you guys, like everyone's saying, oh my God, they're going to get divorced soon. No, they're not. No, they're not. If you think this is the first time Brendan's wife has ever experienced or been confronted with the possibility that Brendan may be stepping out on the family, then you are greatly confused. I've always said I feel like they have like a silent agreement. Maybe not something they speak about openly, but I feel like they have a silent agreement where like he's allowed to do what he wants to do. Like she kind of, I won't say understand, but she kind of is, no, you always say understand. She's kind of understanding of like I won't say understanding. She's the kind of person that says boys will be boys. So I think in her eyes, if he does stuff outside of the home, as long as he doesn't bring it back to the house, it's fine. Because it means she gets looked after, Birkin bags get bought, Hermes sandals get purchased, nice car where you can show off your Lamborghini Urus truck steering wheel as you're taking a picture of your Starbucks coffee cup and shit. All that stuff is more important, clearly. And, you know, having kids that look shiny and whatever, maybe fine. I think has always been the suggestion. I feel like the implied thing that's been going on in their relationship, because I don't feel like these instances that people who watch podcasts have seen where it looks like Brendan may be cheating are the first things that that's happened in their relationship. I feel like he's done this plenty of times before, and people are just noticing the things that we're noticing because it's stuff that we've seen or stuff that maybe people have maybe uncovered. You know, the famous Unique's clip where he saw that him handing the thing over to the girl. So I feel like they have an agreement. That's my personal opinion. I feel like they have a sensible agreement where he can do what he wants, just don't bring it home. But obviously Brendan, being as sloppy and redacted as he is, he just can't find a way to cheat secretly. He has to cheat super loudly, and it's always with fucking fans or somebody super close who's able to maybe say things to the point where they got his address to send flowers. It's also sloppy. So he's not the most he's not the most polished adulterer out there. So that's why basically this is happening. But again, this puts a lot of cold water on the idea that she's going to divorce him. She's not going anywhere. If she didn't go before, she's not going to go now. Like, where else is she going to go? Let's be real. The woman's in her, mid-30s or something in LA, a very superficial place. Being in your mid-30s in LA and being a quote-unquote baddie, you're essentially 45, right? You know what I mean? You might as well be fucking 40, really. You got 2 kids already. You're kind of out of the game. You've been out of the game for a long time because you've been in a relationship with Brendan. So where's she going to go? She's going to start on OnlyFans in her late 40s. I doubt it. If she does, how much money is that really going to make? I don't really know. So she has nowhere else to go, really, to be fair. So I don't really understand people's idea that they're going to get divorced. Not happening.
But she sent flowers to the...
Exactly, Natashki. Being 35 is basically a senior citizen in LA. Exactly. It's fucking stupid and dumb and absolutely redacted, but that's the truth. We all know that's the case. It's a very superficial place, especially in their industry. Not the most part of California, just that bit.
Wife, that's kind of insane. I mean, I wonder if this happened when Mark released all those voicemails and that chick talking. I'm wondering if it was during that time, but I mean, come on. No wonder why the wife takes so many trips by herself. That's her little punishment to SCHAUB, of those trips to Vegas, this new recent one to Cabo, and he's doing a stand-up gig at a Zanies when there are 10 people in the audience. My God. And he hired private investigators, I guess, to follow the chick and Mark Harley. Still owes Mark money, and now I'm being investigated by that commission for failure to pay. Sad, truly sad, but I mean, my man, he just goes. He's all about the addies and the baddies. Let me know your thoughts in the comments.
But yeah, man, if Brendan does owe this man 16 grand, I can't understand why he didn't say this sooner, to be fair, because this explains a lot of his actions. Because that deliriousness and that fucking schizo brain that happens when you don't get the money you're owed is wild, man. Fucking wild. Like, I always say, there was a time where I used to work for fucking Nike at this fucking little store in Shoreditch called 1948. It was this little kind of concept store, a little cool little place. And to this day, I still can't figure out what happened. But essentially, we were working in a store. It was a really cool little concept store, little Nike store. And for some reason, we weren't officially employed by Nike. We're basically independent contractors. And because of that, we had to basically invoice Nike to get our payments. And we had to invoice them every month. And sometimes we wouldn't get fucking paid on time. It'd come like a week later, 2 weeks, standard invoice shit. So I had to get used to that. But it was fine at the time because if I remember correctly, when I was working there, I think I was living at home. So there was no kind of like, hassle with having to pay rent and shit, which would be a horror, right? So I had to kind of, there wasn't that pressure in terms of having money before the first to kind of pay rent. I could basically wait to kind of it to be done. But to this day, I still can't figure out why or how they convinced us to agree to work for Nike legitimately in this store for like 5 years, have all this cool shit happen, launch the Yeezys, have access to all these kind of cool brands, do cool events, blah, 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 and get us to fucking sign a contract that basically said we weren't official employees, so that when that store ended up closing, none of us got like jobs working at Nike. We kind of got told to kind of just fuck off, right? And we also got put in a position where we were never really paid on time. And then I think towards the end, there was a time where maybe like, I think towards the end of this tenure there might have been a period of time where I didn't get paid for like 3 months or 4 maybe in total. And again, I'm living at home. I've got loads of things going on. I'm reselling shoes. I'm doing a bit of DJing. That's the most thing I was doing, right? Those 2 things. I was kind of hustling in that regard. So I always had money in my pocket. I was never kind of super, super broke. And obviously living at home, I saved a lot of money. But there came a point where I was just getting really frustrated with the lack of, updates in terms of when we're going to get paid. And I went nuts. I went so nuts. I was sending emails. I was turning up to fucking, I was turning up to places. I was doing some things that I was doing some things that legitimately I should be arrested for. Like, legit, I should be fucking arrested for, and I should be put in prison for the shit that I did. And my money was nowhere close to what BGO was owed. Nowhere close to it. And I went fucking berserk. Eventually, I ended up getting my money. Don't get me wrong, all well and good. But it completely destroyed my relationship with Nike. And that might be one of the reasons why I never got offered a job there, right? I worked there. I was part of the head office thing. I know some people in there. Some people that I worked there at a time with have got really big jobs there. They're like big marketing directors and shit. And I got nothing. I got left out in the dirt. And I think a lot of that had to do with my attitude towards the end. And the fact that I may have threatened to inflict physical harm on some people. And I may have or may have not, you know, had weapons on me and shit. Like I don't know. Look, fill in the gaps yourself, but I did some shit that I'm just not proud of, but I did it, got my money, and you know, that's why I'm not at Nike anymore. That's why that Nike job is, you know, is RIP. Oh man, I swear to God. So yeah, fucking BGO, I understand, man. I get it. I fucking get it, bro. Fuck me, 16K. And this is being owed money from a company, right? Nike and shit. Imagine, like, people don't understand. Like, I think I said before in my streams, I kind of got a lot of feelings that BJ was like inherently maybe just kind of a bit jealous and envious of Brendan. And it's understandable. The guy's a fucking redact, right? I'm a fan of the guy, but he's a fucking redact. And he's been handed life on a silver plate. He's been born on fucking second base, and he still manages to fuck up things and still manages to fucking figure it out. It's annoying. It's fucking, especially if you're a BGO and you've been busting your ass in Hollywood. There's loads of fucking embarrassing and cringy audition tapes of BGO on the Fire the Kid subreddit where he's trying to make it in acting and doing skits and stuff, and clearly it's never kind of worked out for him. Then he meets Brendan, and somehow this redact is helping him out. It's somehow giving him a second, third, fourth, fifth life in the fucking industry. Cool. But then you realize the closest you get to him that he's absolutely dumb, like really dumb. And then he's also way richer than you. I can understand why that can really do some fucked up shit to your psyche and mess up your head a little bit, especially if you're owed money on top of it. So I can completely understand. So in my case, I was owed money by a corporation. That's one thing. But being owed money from somebody you're working directly with, who then also is spending really aggressively, but refusing to pay you, oh, yo, I'm going crazy. I'm going crazy, mate. I might even, you know what I mean? Might even catch a charge on that shit. Like, I could happily sit down in some fucking, in an orange outfit. But that's sort of disrespect. I swear to God. If there's one thing that I hate always, has always been shit like that. I think that's kind of helped me a little bit in my working life, because I don't really take no shit in that regard when it comes to like money and like expectation or promises and shit. If you tell me some stuff and you let me know that if I do a certain bit of work, I'm going to get this, I'm going to get that, please follow through or give me the chance to at least try and do something. Don't pull it away, or don't kind of, you know, honey dick me in a way. I'm not going to respond well. And, you know, I might go a bit nuts in that regard. And, you know, hey, go so nuts to the point where you may have some fucking restriction charge, you know, what's that word called? You may have some, I may still have them out there, you know, some pending restriction charges or whatever those things are called. You might not be legally allowed around certain people. Anyway, I said too much. Restraining order. That's it. I said too much. Anyway, I said too much. No more. We move, man. We move. We move. Anyway, we move. Let's move. I'm not proud, man. I'm not proud, guys. I swear to God, I'm not proud. But again, it happened a very long time ago. It may not happen. I may just be waffling. This all may be fucking lies. Maybe I'm getting a bit of Brendan disease and I'm lying about shit. You know, Brendan lies. Agostinho lies. Ooh, it's a dream. 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 Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on. Let's go to Too Lazy to Try. He's got a new video out here about BERT. I haven't watched it just yet, so let's see what Too Lazy to Try is saying about BERT. He's been fucking smashing it. So give Too Lazy to Try a fucking follow. Let's see what he's saying. BERT KREISCHER admits he's got a serious problem, and then let's see what this video is about.
Alright, so on the most recent episode of Two Bears, One Cave, the first 10 minutes of it turned into a therapy session for BERT KREISCHER, which is usually how that podcast is, but this was worse than normal. BERT was all over the place. First, he started ranting about how much he hates doctors and dentists because it sounds like they're always telling him he needs to work on things and fix things and get healthier. Like, he starts talking about some cholesterol medicine that it sounds like the doctor told him to take. But then I guess Joe Rogan sent him an article that said this medicine doesn't really do anything and it's not worth taking. So then
I'm curious to know when this was recorded, the Two Bears One Cave, because I know a lot of the YMH subreddit people are really annoyed that Two Bears One Cave or Your Mum's House in general, they pre-record loads of shit, like crazy amounts. They bank loads of episodes because I guess they both tour, or everybody tours, you know, Christina P, Bert, Tom. So they want to make sure that they have content to put out while they're touring. So a lot of the stuff that you see is stuff that they've maybe sometimes filmed like months ago. So it's not the most, you know, current, and they're not talking about stuff that's happening at the moment. So it's a little bit weird. So I wonder when this was filmed. Is this during the fucking tour that he's on now? Is this off? Is this midway through? Is it before he left? That's what I'm curious to know, the timing of it.
BERT starts going off about how he doesn't trust doctors now. I mean, you can't make this stuff up. But then he mentions his dad because his dad's on this medicine. And Tom's like, how old was your dad when he had you? He was pretty young. And then that leads to BERT just randomly going off about how his parents never chased their dreams. He's like, yeah, that was back when people gave up on their dreams. And at first it sounds like he's saying it as a bad thing, or it's like sad that they never try to do anything exciting. He's like, my mom wanted to be a dancer, but now she's just a teacher. But then he goes into this thing about how he envies it. And he's talking about how he just sees working class people sometimes. And he says he'll follow them around once in a while because he's jealous that they don't have to think about the problems they have in their life or something. I don't know. This is such a bizarre rant. But it sounds like he just thinks normal people don't have time to think about their problems. But I will give BERT some credit here because he at least does show some self-awareness. Like, he starts talking about how he's always just been a man-child and he's never really grown up.
This is the one thing, sorry to keep interrupting Too Lazy to Try, but you can watch the whole thing if you want yourself. You know, the video is there. Please don't fucking attack me in the comments after the fact, please. But the one thing about BERT, and I've said this before, I was a fan of BERTcast. I used to listen to a lot of his podcasts, but it got to a point where, you know, his, what's that thing called? His anxiety was very palpable. It kind of jumped through the fucking phone. The anxiety, all that sort of shit, it was just too much for me, and I'm not somebody that deals well with other people's stuff like that, right? Maybe why I don't probably have a lot of friends. I just kind of keep myself a little bit insulated, right? A little bit, that's not nice. Anyway, one thing I did like about BERT's pod, he's incredibly self-aware, way more than you think. He doesn't look like it, but he is. He really is self-aware, and he really does understand kind of how people look at him. He also understands his place and understands maybe why some people don't like him, you know, like a little bit. Like, he understands a lot of that. So a lot of things people say about him negatively, he knows himself. He says it himself loads of times. And I feel like that makes him very endearing in that regard. I think so, personally. But let's kind of continue on.
Because he's always just done whatever he wanted and doesn't really take on any responsibilities or something. And it sounds like he's going to start talking about his drinking problem, but then he starts going off about how much NyQuil he's been pounding recently, which there is alcohol in that, so I guess that's just part of the drinking problem, because he always has to be drinking to relax or go to sleep or go on flights because he's scared of flights. But for some reason, he just keeps referring to NyQuil here like that's his biggest problem, maybe because he doesn't want to admit that drinking overall is his biggest problem. And then at the end here, it's so funny. Tom's like, well, have you talked about any of this with your therapist? This sounds like something you should be talking about with them. And Bert's response is basically like, are you crazy? What does this have to do with therapy? I mean, I think this podcast is more of a therapist for him at this point. Like, he just starts going off about all his problems in this clip, and he's all over the place.
Yeah. If I could change one part of my body, it wouldn't be my teeth. Before I was gonna get my teeth totally done, top to bottom.
And then weren't they gonna break your jaw?
Yeah, they were gonna break my jaw. They were gonna pull out. Well, they were gonna remove all my teeth. They were gonna remove all my teeth and then break my jaw. It was a dentist or quack. Don't get me started on this.
Don't go to dentists.
Doctors are quacks. Everyone's quacks, man. You know, Rogan told me he's like, he sent me this article on statins.
Sound like you've been talking to Annie a bunch. Go ahead. Yeah.
And they're like, you don't even need statins. Like they're like, it's like cholesterol medicine. Because they're like heart disease is hereditary.
Right.
It's not.
So you're going to get it anyway.
So why bother, right? You got heart disease, why bother? Okay, I'm going with you a little bit here.
You're gonna get it. My dad's on statins. His blood pressure's perfect.
How old is your dad?
He's 74. He's on statins. His blood pressure is perfect. His cholesterol's perfect.
Your dad was young when he had you. 24?
Yeah. That's back when people gave up on dreams. Think about that. No dreams. Think about that. No dreams. No. My mom, no dreams. No dreams. Wanted to be a singer. Wanted to be an ice skater. Nope. Teacher. Think about that. I think about that sometimes when I see dudes like get in an elevator with like a briefcase and then work boots.
Yeah.
And then like jeans that are kind of like, and then a shirt that's a collar, but it's got a name written right here.
Uh-huh.
And you see the dude and you can just see it in his eyes. Like, I killed it today. I busted.
Yeah.
But like, this doesn't, I'm not getting an award for this. This is just work.
Yeah.
And I see that and I look up to that guy. I go, I wish I had what you have. Sometimes I'll.
Interesting. I thought he was going to go down the route of like a Joe Rogan thing, saying, I can't ever see myself doing that. That stuff is horrible. It kills the soul. Humans shouldn't be working on work sites or in office cubicles. Work is evil. I thought he was going to say that sort of shit, that sort of gobbledygook. Everybody should be their own business and their own entrepreneur. That whole Gary V rah-rah talk. But he's actually saying that he actually envies people who have regular jobs and don't have dreams because they have a sense of, I don't know, pride, I guess, in their work, a sense of achievement, a sense of place in society that maybe he doesn't have being an adult court gesture. That makes a lot of sense. This is the thing about being a comedian. This is what's funny. This is what you should be tapping into for your comedy. The ridiculousness of your life, that you essentially get paid to be an adult baby, to be an adult version to be an adult version of a frat boy. That's essentially what Bert Kreischer's identity is. And people like the fact that you remind them of somebody that you went to college with that never grew up. But you're the one sort of like rare case. You're the one sort of like exception that you made it and you became a multimillionaire. Most people that are like Bert, that you go to school with or college with, who never made it in the athletic sport that they maybe pursued, who were maybe the funniest guy in the class but never pursued comedy, just end up working regular jobs, right? They end up just maybe working in the jobs, or maybe you end up tapping out late in life or early in life, but he lucked out. That should be the funny bit of his comedy, the fact that happened. But for the longest time, he was acting like he was the special, like he was the chosen one, that, I'm better than you guys because I pursued my dreams, I did this. So this feels like a little bit of a half-life quarter-life crisis that he's going through. Where he's suddenly starting to realize that maybe comedians aren't the most important people in the world. Maybe because you're Joe Rogan's friend, no one else, just because Joe Rogan's friend doesn't mean you actually matter. The wide majority of people don't give a fuck. They go do their job, they tune into your shows, they clock out, they continue on their lives. Maybe he's realizing that. I don't know.
Follow them down to the bar at hotels. And watch them order. And they don't think about statins. They just think about like,
I killed it today.
You got a cheeseburger?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah. What do you want to drink? Oh, double Jack on the rocks.
Yeah.
And then you watch them and you go, yeah, man, that's the majority of this world is just getting after it day to day.
Sure.
And you look at pussies like me who wake up at midnight and then take more NyQuil because they don't want to sit with their thoughts. I can't get on an airplane. I can't get on an airplane. I mean, I look at like men. I am so far from a man.
Honestly, how can you not like this rant? I'm sorry. How can you not love this rant? Will you ever hear this rant from Brendan? Brendan probably needs more of this self-reflection than fucking Bert. It's a bit crazy. It's a bit, someone said, Adderall-induced. It's a bit schizo and all over the place. But this is legitimately the sort of like, yeah, Richard said, existential crisis that Bappa needs. Brendan needs this existential crisis. He needs this reflection. He needs this fucking inflection point to happen in his life sooner rather than later. Where he realizes, fuck, did I fuck it all up? Did I squander the opportunity of a lifetime? Was I given a career on a fucking golden, silver, platinum, diamond encrusted platter by one of the biggest people in fucking media in Joe Rogan, and I fucking pissed it all up the wall? Did I fucking isolate myself from all my comedic peers because I thought I was better than them? Did I completely diminish and dismiss the, objective criticism from my fans because I thought I was better than them also? Did I? Can I recover from this? Did I, incorrectly associate myself with rapists and pedos for the betterment of my career? And now it's fucking blowing back and obviously harming me in the long run. That's what he needs. This is actually epic.
I am so far from a man. There's some self-actualization.
What is happening today?
Like, I'm so far from like a man, right? A man who goes, yeah, everyone else first, then me.
Exactly.
It's not how I think. I go me, and then, oh, there are other people here?
Yeah.
Like, I wonder if
What do you think that is, though?
I don't know. I wonder if I never became a man, like if I'm still a boy.
There's a definitely boyish quality to you. Did you drink a whole bottle?
I went through it.
Yeah.
I went through a lot of the bottle. Enough that Pete, I think, marks a line on my NyQuil bottles. I just can't help it. It's so great to disappear. We're 5 minutes in and we are thick.
Will you talk to your therapist?
Jesus Christos. He's legitimately going through it. Legit going through it. I don't like the issue of blaming the dad, because if I remember Bert Kreischer's come up, there is a story about him being hit with a baseball bat by his dad, right? Inadvertently. That felt like it a little bit on purpose. It felt like a story. It felt like the way he explained it, the dad kind of did it as a way to kind of teach him a lesson, grow up a little bit. I don't know. It kind of felt a little bit, something happened, I don't know. So he's never really been an adult in that regard. Spending, what was it, like 7 years in high school or something, or college, insane, and essentially being babied his entire career and being kind of indulged, even from his wife as well, Leanne, who kind of indulges him in all these fucking, baby kind of antics and shit. That hasn't helped, but I don't know if you can really blame the dad. That's the only thing I can say. It's probably a lot of you, less about the dad really in your upbringing. It's not their fault that they were able to be successful in their lives and they quote unquote gave up on their dreams to provide all their kids an opportunity to be flipping, successful and have an opportunity to do something. Maybe, I don't know.
Chris, about any of this? Like, will you bring this up?
No.
This is the stuff to talk about.
No, this isn't therapy stuff.
Yes, it is.
When you talk about men versus me,
that is, dude, you're literally saying, I wonder if I have like this arrested development, if I'm still a boy. I'm not, why do I put myself for, like, that's stuff to talk about with a therapist. What are you talking about?
I put myself, here's the thing is I'm self-correcting, but I'm more more punitive towards myself. Like I'm more apt to shit on myself than I am to find, like, if someone that knows me sat here, they'd be like, first of all, you put a lot of people in front of yourself. Like,
I know you.
Yeah. But like, I do put people in front of myself all the time.
Sure.
But like men, like grown men, how many times I look at a guy and I go, I think every man's older than me. I think every dude's older than me. Anytime I see a dude, I go, he's got to be older. Except for Asian dudes, I always think I'm older than them.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's a lot, even like older Asian dudes, I go, I'm older than he is. Black dudes,
yeah,
I'm older than all of them.
All of them.
When I see black dudes, I always think I'm older than them, and then I'm like, shit, we're the same age. Like I'm older than Nori.
Yeah, so that clip is wild. He's going through it right now. I like how he says if somebody knew me was sitting here, they'd be like, oh, none of that's true. Like Tom isn't sitting right there. And it's just fascinating what Bert thinks a normal person is like. Like, they're so busy working and getting after it that they never have time to worry about their problems. But there probably is some truth to Bert having too much free time and this being his job where he can just sit around and drink all day. Obviously, that is not helping at all. But it's just weird that he acts like he's the only person that has anxiety or worries about the future or worries about their health. Like, normal people just never think about those things. So I think he's having some kind of midlife crisis or something. Like, also seeing Tom, like, get in shape and get a lot healthier, he's probably like, man, I've only gone in the opposite direction. Like, everybody's comparing pictures of Bert like 3 or 4 years ago to him now, and Tom 3 or 4 years ago to him now. So he's probably thinking about that. And then also, I think he just had a meltdown at somebody's bachelor party recently or something like that. So maybe that's getting to him as well. And just like, he probably just went to the doctor and the dentist, they told him all these things. So there's a lot going on here. And then at the end of the...
And also, just to kind of piggyback off of that, it was clearly, I always thought, like, very inauthentic the way he would kind of act like he was happy the way he was. You could always kind of see through it. The whole like being drunk all the time and being fat all the time. He's clearly not happy the way he is, clearly. But he just kind of has learned to kind of cope with it, or has learned to be okay with it, because essentially being this kind of fat alcoholic dude has basically made him a multi-millionaire. That's basically provided him with a lifestyle that he's can do what he wants. He's given his kids futures in terms of going to good schools and paying for college and looking after his wife and having a nice home. So it's, in some respects, it's worked out for him. But now, as time has gone by, he's now starting to realize that indulging himself in all his vices and giving himself constant treats has maybe left him in a place now where he doesn't appreciate the things that he has, and he's now pining for a life of somewhat ordinariness to kind of get back to some level of appreciation for his life, when really and truly he probably just needs a bit of self-discipline. He needs some structure in his life. He needs maybe a set sleeping schedule, a set workout schedule. You know, you don't hear him talking about writing anymore, really. He used to speak about that often, sitting at a laptop writing jokes and shit. So all that stuff has kind of gone by the wayside. It's all turned into one big party. And one thing I know about partying and drinking a lot is that usually what happens is that you always crash. And when you crash, you usually have these existential reflective moments where you start to fucking question all your life choices, because you start to see how much time those things waste. It's really only something you can only experience when you go through them. When you drink a lot and you do a lot of drugs, you realize it takes up a lot of your time for you scoring the stuff, indulging in it, going out, and then kind of recovering on the other side. It can sometimes, and especially if the older you get, it can sometimes take weeks to get back to some level of normality. And then you start to realize that all those times that you've been doing that sort of stuff, it's maybe harming your brain, it's harming your cognitive abilities, it's harming the way you emote with people. You know, as Joey Diaz always says, like, sometimes doing drugs and doing live performances and shit can numb your ability to connect with an audience. I'm sure it numbs your ability to connect with human beings like your friends and family. It can maybe destroy your relationship with certain people, destroy your ability to hold on to a job, destroy your ability to look after your kids and shit, blah 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 blah. And then you start to compare yourself to all your friends around you who are the same age, or within your peer circle. You start to realize, oh shit, all the time I've been wasting indulging myself in all these vices have wasted a lot of time. And all the time that I should have been working on myself, I should have been pursuing a life of meaning outside of just indulging in myself in stuff, it's now been wasted. And now all these people around me have got maybe less money than me in a bank, but they seem way more happy because I'm essentially eternally chasing a dragon. That kind of what happened. So I think he's just suffering a big crash of being on it all the time, because he's been on party mode for the best part of what, 4 years, maybe more, because of the movie. He's been doing the movie for a while, so it feels like the movie's been one big party. He's been in party mode for basically 5 years. The last 5 years he's been in full party promo mode for The Machine and all the fucking touring that was meant to be done for the Tories on at the moment. It's a lot, so it's no surprise he's crashing. Diego Poons, in conclusion, Bert's not gonna make it to 60. Bro, you need to chill. That's a bit too much. But again, I always say I'm gonna be the person. My hot take McGee, hot take Aggie moment. I've always said it. Bert Kreischer will outlive all his comedic peers, including Joe Rogan, including the people that take their health extra seriously. Like even the guy across from the room from him in Tom Segura. He's just got that luck of the Irish. He's got that fucking, you know, he's just got it, unfortunately. He's been able to skirt by life the way he is now with no real big major health issues. I feel like he's going to be the kind of person who we all know in our family who smokes 20 pack of cigarettes every single day, twice a day sometimes, never got cancer. Never, ever, and just died of old age. I think Bert's going to be the same guy. He's going to outlive everybody. I guarantee you, outlive everybody. I guarantee you.
Podcast, he goes on another monologue about how he might be gay, or he never had the chance to be gay or something. It's crazy what's going on here. But Tom has to talk him off the edge. He's like, dude, you would know by now if you're gay. Like, it's pretty simple. Do you like guys or girls? It's not that complicated. But Bert's like, well, when I was younger, it wasn't as accepted, and I haven't tried it yet. So, I mean, it's heading in a crazy direction here.
I don't think I've ever been afraid of being
Dicks.
gay.
Yeah.
The funny thing is, if Bert went to Berghain, he'd be really popular. The Bears there would fucking love him. He'd have a definite appeal. If Bert went to Berghain, he'd get major attention. That's the funny thing. Maybe in LA he's like a 2 or 1, but if he went to Berlin, he'd fucking get it.
But I don't think I was given the option to be gay. Meaning, like, it wasn't presented as like an equal option as being straight.
Yeah, but I think here's the thing, man. I don't think you really need the option. You would know what you're attracted to. You know?
I don't know if that's true.
You don't know what makes your dick hard at this point? Like you do.
No, but okay. So wait, in this point in history, am I like? It seems like I'm an outlier in sexuality because it seems like the majority of this country is gender fluid.
So what? He got into the lift of that guy with the boots and the briefcase, and what? He wanted to suck him off because he's a construction worker. He's got that kind of rugged look about him, right? Right? Good, honest job. 9 to 5. Pension. You know, good work-life balance. Structured living. Leader of men. What happened? That guy with the boots and the lift really got him tingling, innit?
Fluid.
No.
Well, it seems like I'm watching kids.
Yeah,
and the way kids happening
different.
with kids.
The conversation's different, but
it's like everyone's cool with like hooking up with the same sex, whereas like I wasn't presented that option. I mean, that was not like a presented.
But there's the idea of that.
I don't think everyone's cool with it, to be fair. I think that's a bit of a stretch. I think he's watching too much Entourage. I don't think every kid out there is happy to hook up with the same sex because they're just kids. I don't think that's a thing. I think that's just social media. That's a very concentrated group of people. I don't think all these fucking Gen Zers are just hooking up, having loads of gay sex. I don't think that's the case. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Just because they have pearls on and paint their nails and they fucking wear crop tops, it doesn't mean anything. It just means they're just wearing fashion that kids are into. Bert's looking at all these kids and thinking, I want to be gay too. You know that woman, I want to be ninja. He's like, I want to be gay. Oh my God, man. I swear to God, this guy is fucking incredible.
Make your dick hard.
No.
Well, that's what I'm saying, though. You're not gay.
Yeah, but I don't think it's almost like
if I was like, hey,
I never had Indian food. Okay.
Yeah.
So I never craved.
Yo, this analogy, please look at Tom's face. This analogy. How do I know what I like unless I've not had it? It's like wine or beer. Everyone, I think, usually hates wine or beer the first time you sip it. After a while, after sipping it some time, you get used to it and you're like, you know what? I kind of like this now. So maybe this is what he's thinking about. About being gay. That's how sexuality happens, right? That's how you figure out what you're into. You're like, bit of that, bit of this, bit like it's a buffet. I didn't like this. The fucking potato balls are a bit off. The chicken wings were good, but they needed too much sauce on it. I like the fucking spaghetti. I like the fries. You know.
Indian food. I never craved it.
Yeah.
I was never like, God, man. I mean, I heard about Indian food.
Yeah.
But I was like, all I heard were like the bad things. And then you have Indian food and you're like, oh shit, man. I didn't know I liked Indian food. Had I known about Indian food, I
You
would've had
can
Indian
go
food for
like a
life.
guy. And if you feel like just the option is there, that it might change. I just don't. I think you would have done it by now. You would have realized.
Definitely tried it.
Yes, dude. You'd be. First of all, you'd always be like, your brain and body would be posturing to try to get closer to men in a sexual way. It wouldn't just be like, I wish that option had been here.
For real?
Of course, man. You'd be in that booth right now.
But where are our
guys,
friends? Where are
rubbing
all
their
our friends?
shoulders? Good job where I work today. You know.
Where are all our friends that are gay?
What
Like,
do you
where
mean?
are all our friends that got married, had kids, and then are like,
Yeah, so I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, Leanne's gonna be so happy hearing this. It's bad enough when they're interviewing porn stars and shit and talking about their second wives and stuff. I'm sure Leanne Crash is gonna be super happy rewatching back those clips. Oh, but Crash is a fucking legend, man. What the fuck is he doing? What the hell is going on there? What are we doing here?
Here, this is something else. This man needs to get control of himself. You know, maybe Joe Rogan needs to send him an anti-LGBTQ article to get him under control. But let me know what you guys think about it all down in the comments. And then make sure you go check out my Patreon account. I have a bunch of videos up there. I post every week. I just posted a video about Mark Harley, you know, Brendan's former handler. He's back in the picture. He's trying to expose Brendan once again. And there are probably over 30 other videos on.
Oh, but big up fucking to you to try.
All right, so in this video, I'm going to be taking a look back at a class.
He's absolutely killing it. Big up him.
All right, so on the most recent episode.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. What a weird one, that one, isn't it? What a strange one. I don't really know what's going on there. Clearly, Bert's struggling. Clearly, he's going through it. And it makes sense because he's at the best point in his life now, isn't it? Career-wise. He's absolutely smashing it in terms of his live shows. I don't know. What people are saying here in the chat. Someone said he claimed one podcast and takes 10 mg a day of Xanax, which sounds like it would kill somebody. Whoa. Yeah, he does take a lot of Xanax. I've heard that to be the case. What's the clipper saying here? Mods keep timing me out, dude. Put them in check. What are you doing, the clipper, brother? Thank you for the super chat, but what are you doing to get timed out? I'm not seeing what you've been doing. Maybe you need to what have you been saying? Racy jokes? I don't know what's been going on. Are you saying racy jokes or something? I'm scrolling up here. I can't really see. Yeah, a lot of the stuff is already too far. I can't see some of the stuff that's gone by. Thank you for the super chat, though, brother.
Mods keep timing me out, dude. Put them in check.
I don't know what's going on. Maybe again, the mods are in charge. I can't check the chat all the time, so maybe you said something racy. Now that you can talk, hopefully everything is chill. Uche's attacking. Okay, if you're attacking Uche, then I'm gonna bow to the knowledge of Uche. Uche is my G, and whatever Uche says goes. So if Uche is timing you out, then I'm backing her, and if so is Coiler, I'm backing him as well. So just relax, brother. Take it easy, man. Take it easy. He's attacking me. So what do you think is going on with Bert? What do you think is going on with Bert? Bert's suddenly realizing that maybe he's also realizing that not everybody gives a fuck about him. That's also something, because he has this complex that everybody in the world wants to be his friend, and everybody in the world wants to party with him, and everybody in the world wants to be him. Maybe, maybe he has a little bit of that in him as well. And he started to realize that regular people don't give a fuck. They just tune in for the pod. They like his content. They watch his specials. They go to his shows. They have a glizzy. They chug on some fucking Bud Lights and they go home. They don't really care too much anything more about that. Maybe that's what he's realizing. I simply do not matter. That might be what he's realizing. Either way, it's really fucking crazy. It's really insane to see that happening in real time, to be fair. But again, I've always had a love-hate relationship with Bert because he's super insufferable, but he is also incredibly, incredibly self-aware. to the point where I think he's probably one of the better ones in understanding how he's perceived and kind of how some people, or understanding also the reason why some people don't like him. He's someone that is happy to say, yeah, I know why you don't like me, but I'm also not going to change to make you like me, which I like the most. He doesn't blame people for he doesn't paint everyone out to be a troll and to be a bad actor and shit. No, he actually says, no, you may not like me for legitimate reasons, and it kind of is what it is. And I'm okay with that, to be fair. I'm really, really okay with that. Oh, have you seen this article? This is pretty funny. This is really, really funny, actually. This is courtesy of Rolling Stone. Look at this headline. Rolling Stone fucking hate. They fucking hate Chris D'Elia, man. It's so funny. It's courtesy of Rolling Stone. Look at this fucking headline. Disgraced comedian, get a chat out of the way here. Disgraced comedians are looking for a second chance on Freds. And they got a picture of Dane Cook and Chris D'Elia. They fucking hate him. It's so good how much they're going on Chris. But it's just fucking brutal. It says Freds, a brand new social app from Instagram that bears more than a passing resemblance to Twitter, has already pulled in a massive user base, notching up to 50 million signups in just a day after launch. Fucking hell. The Silicon Valley shakeup is exasperating tensions between Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg, with attorneys and former already arguing that the Instagram parent Meta hired dozens of former Twitter employees and misappropriated its trade secrets to develop the rival app. But while the tech giants duke it out for the privilege of extracting our personal data, a handful of stand-up comedians who have faced some level of cancellation fueled by internet outrage set up shop on Freds, apparently finding it a safe harbor for now. Okay, I'm on Freds, wrote Chris D'Elia on Wednesday. After joining the Instagram enabled tech service, he followed up his first post with a link to his website, writing that tour dates are available there. In a recent Rolling Stone report, 10 women came forward to accuse D'Elia of emotional and sexual predatory behavior. Some were teenagers when they alleged, Jesus Christ, this fucking paragraph. Unsettling encounters with the comedian, the FBI conducted interviews with the accusers, but Chris D'Elia continues to deny the claims. D'Elia, known from TV shows like Whitney and You. Oh, go away, please. Can I not get this off here? Don't want to shop. Is it going to make me shop? Okay, there you go, X there. Known for Whitney and You, has not posted on Twitter since the summer of 2020. Because he keeps getting ratioed and they keep attacking him, obviously. You know, he's attacking me. They're attacking me. When the site was flooded with anonymous accounts of dozens of women who allegedly he had groomed them. Sorry, fucking hell, what? I can't speak here. D'Elia, known from TV shows, including Whitney and You, has not posted on Twitter since the summer of 2020, when the site was flooded with anonymous accounts from dozens of women who alleged that he had groomed them, solicited them for nude photos, and made unwanted sexual advances when they were underage. D'Elia denied the allegations as well. On Freds, however, he already has more than 73,000 followers, possibly boosted in part because newcomers have the option to mass follow everyone they follow on Instagram, where D'Elia maintains an audience of 2.2 million. While he has been the target of some mockery from hostile Freds who bring up the abuse allegations, many of the replies to D'Elia of early posts have been welcoming and positive. Shortly after he appeared on the app, one fan wrote, "Now it feels like home." Gross. Tour dates. Okay, I'm on Freds. Two stand-up comedians who made it big in TV but saw their careers take a hit when they were accused of professional conduct have also migrated. So Freds is becoming the home of all the cancelled guys to kind of spread positivity. Because one thing I kind of do like about Instagram, to be completely fair, it is very separate, the audiences. So if you get a lot of hate on Twitter, usually it doesn't transfer over to Instagram. It kind of is platform specific. So if you get trolled and hated on Instagram, it's not going to go Twitter and vice versa. So that's pretty decent. So if you are a predator, if you are a pedo, if you are a rapist, maybe if you want to seek refuge somewhere, weirdly enough, even though Meta is very, very, you know, they're super hardcore when it comes to censorship, you know, Mark Zuckerberg and shit, right? They can ban your accounts. They fucking ban OnlyFans girls on there a lot for putting links on their fucking bio. They're very, very strict over there. Still, if you're a pedo, if you're an abuser and shit, you can get away with a lot. You know what I mean? You can get away with a lot. You can have your own little new career, a new lease of life over there. So this makes a lot of sense. Mencia's Comedy Central show, Mind of Mencia, came on at the end of 2008, sorry, after lesser known comic Joe Rogan went viral with a video in which he confronted Mencia on stage for allegedly plagiarizing jokes. The footage is cut together with footage of purporting to show Mencia performing material written and used by other comedians first. It's ironic that a guy who is now saying you shouldn't cancel anybody at least started the building of his podcast by canceling me, said Mencia of Rogan in an interview years later. Jesus Christ. That's a pretty interesting comment though to make. That's very accurate, but it's also coming from the wrong person, right? Sometimes the right thing is said by the wrong person, but he does make a good point here. It's ironic that the guy who is now saying you shouldn't cancel anybody at least played a part in building his podcast by canceling me. Oof. While he didn't immediately gain a follow account by like the Leas, Mencia started on a optimistic note as he tested out threads, writing, hopefully this isn't as toxic as Twitter. Mencia has an account on Twitter but has not been active on that platform. I love how no one wants to be active on Twitter because Twitter is fundamentally very mean, but also it's not very kind to people who are, you know, portrayed as villains. They always remind you that you're a villain on there. So you have to have you have to have very, very thick skin to survive on there. Hopefully this isn't as toxic as Twitter. Mencia has an account on Twitter, but is not active on the platform. Like the year he set about promoting his upcoming shows and appearances on Fred. He says about to go on Good Morning Arizona. Jesus Christ, bro. How mighty have fallen. You're promoting a Good Morning Arizona. Okay. Hopefully this isn't as toxic as DeGeneres, meanwhile, had no problems quickly amassing 1.5 million. Jesus Christ, putting her within range of Zuckerberg himself, who currently has 2.3. In an inaugural post, she cheerfully declared Threads to be the gay Twitter, drawing manner of distinction between Musk-owned app. DeGeneres seems to be abandoned her Twitter account in April of this year, leaving it dormant since. DeGeneres announced the end of her once mega popular daytime talk program in 2021 amid rating slump after BuzzFeed News reports allegation from former and current employees that she oversaw a toxic workplace despite her being kind mantra. Last Fall singer Grayson Chance, who appeared on DeGeneres' show in 2010 as a 12-year-old star, became the first act she signed on a now defunct record label, spoke about his experiences with the former daytime host. Chance claimed that she had become harshly controlling of his music career and then abandoned him when one of his records underperformed. I've never met someone more manipulative, self-centered, and more blatantly opportunistic than her. Jesus Christos. But now embattled comedians have embraced it, such as Dane Cook, an A-lister in the mid-aughts who sold out arenas and went double platinum in 2005. With his live album called Retaliation. Between some Hollywood flops and onstage misogyny, Tyson's comments about mass shooting and his own plagiarized scandals, critics believe he stole material and from the also account of Louis C.K. Rogan accused him of joke fest as well. His stardom failed. Is that why it failed? His career failed because he had some terrible movies. He would display he was a bit misogynistic on stage, a little bit of an early Andrew Tate, and because of Tyson's comments about mass shootings. Is that all that kind of cost him his career? Crazy, isn't it? He was super big at one time. Cook did his iffy reputation no favors last summer when at the age of 50, he revealed that he was engaged to his 23-year-old girlfriend, Kelsey Taylor. That's no problem. Leonardo DiCaprio dates girls like that as well. Like, let's be a bit fair in that regard. It's a bit disgusting, I know, optics-wise, but it kind of is what it is. Two grown adults, let them do what they want to do. It's none of our business. Internet sleuths quickly figured out Cook had known Taylor since she was 17. Okay, now it gets dicey. Yo. And attended Cook's games nights, which were frequented by underage girls as well as adults. Dicey indeed. That timeline and the eyebrow-raising age gap between Cook and Taylor had Twitter users branding him a groomer. On Threads, however, Cook is quiet at home, alternating between jokes and showbiz stories and attempts at inspirational life advice. So are they trying to paint Threads as being the home of fucking like pedos, groomers, workplace abusers, rapists and shit? That's an interesting way to paint it, to become, considering it's owned by Meta, to be fair, who are legitimately one of the most strictest platforms out there in terms of banning people for that sort of stuff on Facebook and Instagram. But hey, everyone deserves to be treated like an equal. He posted at one point elsewhere, musing, maybe your sole purpose in life is not to have one but many at many times with others. What kind of quote is that? Maybe your sole purpose in life is not to have one but many at many times with many others. While hashtags do not function on the app as they do on Twitter, love life, it loves you back, to a photo of himself in a pool. He has even expressed the notion that Threads is a healing foundation, a utopian sanctuary. These entertainers are fucking redacts. They are super redacted. Can you imagine how redacted you must be to go on a fucking platform hoping that it's going to bring you some level of spiritual healing? It's going to be a utopia for you. It's going to be a place where you can be not judged and like, grow up, brother. You're 50 years old. Like, grow the fuck up. It's the fucking internet. It's the wild west. People say horrible things to each other every single time on here because you can. It kind of is the nature of the beast. Like, fucking hell. Please fix skin immediately. Picture of him in there in his pool. The house looks fucking good though, to be fair. Dating underage girls and being a bit of a groomer definitely pays. The house looks fucking beautiful. Let's not lie about that. It's continuing there. It says, what does it say here? Fred's day 3 impression. Community is lively. Many offering food or comfort. How they offering you food through a fucking text-based app? You fucking donkey. Food. Is he actually talking about figuratively food or metaphorically food? Or is he talking about, like, is food like some sort of euphemism for, like, I don't know, young snatch or some shit? I don't know. Who knows? Whatever it is, I don't want any part of it. Seems like Threads is a healing foundation. Less people trying to steal thunder, more trying to lend a helping hand or words of wisdom. You don't want words of wisdom from random people. We want to buy your tickets, buy your merch, and come to your shows. Stop with this shit. Some random person in the middle of the country giving you advice to your career, you're not going to listen to them. You're going to treat them like a peon because you think you're better than them. Let's not lie. Words of wisdom. Lols. It's like a slice of utopia built on this false hope highway of disinformation and bias based on projecting past trauma on those currently thriving and shining. Are you having a laugh? What? So people that are criticizing you have got past trauma that they're dealing with and they're projecting it on you because you're thriving and shining. They hate me because I'm too good, right? That famous Christian Ronaldo quote. Maybe they hate me because I'm too good. Fuck, I might actually have fun today. I'm gonna edit my doc, swim, then come back here and pal around. Okay, bro. Nice to know that. Don't tell us again. Reps for Cook, Degeneres, calling her Daenerys from Game of Thrones. Degeneres and Mencia did not respond for a request for comment as to whether the comedian's client see an advent of Threads as an opportunity to rebrand. Yeah, right. They didn't want to ask him that. They wanted to ask him something more spicy. A comedy promoter reportedly managing Dalia as of last year likewise did not respond to questions of what he hopes to achieve on the app. Okay, so that person's on there as well. That guy that was like smiling and laughing about the girls that were smiling, laughing. He was kind of, I don't know, he came off as a bit slimy. The former manager dude. So he's on Threads also. Brian Callen's probably on Threads as well, I'm assuming, right? Nevertheless, the emerging pattern hints that the entertainers dogged by negative press views Thread as a friendlier platform, far away from the mob of detractors on Twitter. Oh, look, there's that word that DSP always uses, detractors, who would continue to dredge up serious allegations and embarrassing headlines. Perhaps the millions flocking to the Instagram platform this week will prove themselves eager to forget celebrities' past missteps or misconducts, and Cook's turn from frat bro humor towards a more wholesome stick sounds especially deliberate. I'm saying whatever I want to say. I've never said it before. Read his Twitter bio. Fred's bio, sorry. Whatever the coming weeks and months hold for this bubbling scene, one thing's for sure, Musk declaring that comedy is now legal on Twitter wasn't enough to convince comics to stay. Okay, so Fred's is now the home of Dane Cook and Crystalia. If you want that kind of community, if that's people you want to associate with, then enjoy Fred's. I opened up an account, I downloaded the app to see what it's like, took a gander, wasn't for me, haven't opened it since. Because I am not a diddler or a groomer, so I don't want to be there with those guys. But no, mostly because I just use Twitter anyway. I don't really care about what these guys do on these platforms. I just, there has to be a limit about how many apps you're meant to be using in one day, especially as a grown-up, man. But anyway, let me quickly get a water and a tissue. Bear with me 1 second as I blow. Okay. So, yeah, exactly. People saying in chat, I can't do apps at this age. Is Instagram cool? I don't even know. Is Instagram cool? Probably, because Instagram is still the one place where you have like a good portion of like millennials and Gen Z people, and they're typically the cooler people in society and culture now. So that's why most of them hang around on Instagram. So because of that, it's probably still cool, and it probably is still a good platform to kind of find out news and whatever. Maybe it's kind of like a good one-stop shop. But there comes a point where if you're like, there was a point where I was on all social media apps. I was on everything, but I was on everything and actively using it. Then there comes a point where there's so much of your attention's being split all between these different apps. You just have to focus in on the ones you actually use. And the ones I use mostly day to day, because I count Reddit as a social media platform, I'll probably use Twitter and Reddit the most. And then Instagram maybe third. But those are the main two that I use. So there's no real point me getting or really using Blue Sky or using Truth Social or using Snapchat or TikTok aggressively, because I don't have the capacity, the RAM space, on my computer or my fucking brain to be able to have all those apps balancing at one time. It's just too much, man. I can't be doing it really. I'd rather just chill, basically. I'd rather just chill and just concentrate on things I need to concentrate on. There's too much stuff out there, man. And included in that, I kind of read a lot of books. I watch a lot of movies, documentaries, TV shows, YouTube. There's just too much stuff that I'm already consuming content-wise. How much more can I kind of carve out in my day to go on the other apps? It's just too much. Just simply too much. So I'd rather just stick to what I'm currently doing. Maybe the wrong thing to do, who knows? But I think for now, it's probably the best. Moving on, let's quickly talk about this, right? This is fucking hilarious. You guys have all seen this, right? I'm pretty sure you've all seen this. Let me just quickly see if I can quickly try and make sure that I've found it. Bear with me a second. Not that one, not this one, not this one. Not that one, not this one. Where is it? I'm trying to find it. Oh, fuck, it's too far, isn't it? In my tabs, where is it? Not that one. Is that one? That's not the one. I think it's one of these ones, isn't it? Here towards the end. Bear with me a second. It's coming. Yeah, I think it might be this one. I think this is the one here. Yes. So, as you guys know, right, this has been pretty funny to see when it comes from the big B Shaw. This has been fucking hilarious, right? Because there's clear evidence that he's fucking lying about what he's saying here. Let me see if I can find it. I actually did already, didn't I? What am I doing? I fucking lost a tab again. Absolute idiot. That one, I think it's redo. This is the one, isn't it? There we go. Yeah, cool. This is the one. So this is fucking hilarious. So for some reason, Brendan is fucking lying about the fact that he incorrectly predicted that Robert Whittaker would beat DDP, right? Dracus du Plessis. And it's not a wrong pick to make. If you guys watched UFC, you would have known that Dracus du Plessis isn't the most aesthetically pleasing fighter in the octagon. He doesn't look very polished. He doesn't look as dangerous as probably what he actually is. His fighting style is very unorthodox. So when he's facing somebody like Robert Whittaker, who at the time I think was ranked second, right, and had all these close fights with all these big people and, you know, lost twice to Izzy and shit, it's no surprise that people were thinking maybe Dracus du Plessis wouldn't do well against Robert Whittaker because he's facing an elite level striker. But what people didn't count was that Dracus du Plessis' style, always kind of being on the front foot, always kind of, you know, countering, you know, any hit he gets, he's always stepping onto it and making sure that he delivers something back to you. The high guard, all this malarkey, the power he has, and the fact that Robert Whittaker sustained a lot of damage over his career, which I didn't think about, actually. It never actually crossed my mind, the amount of wars and the amount of injuries, clearly, outside of the wars that Robert Whittaker's kind of been through, that maybe naturally his body is starting to break down in the way that most fighters do over time, that have kind of sustained a lot of damage. So du Plessis just surprised all of us. But for some reason, Brendan was aggressively dismissing Dracus's opportunity to beat Robert Whittaker. So a lot of people on the internet, especially on the Fighting the Kid subreddit, were basically saying that Brendan has a tendency of picking fighters really badly. He has a really horrible you know, record. I think there's somebody put together like a spreadsheet or something where I think if you basically betted the opposite of what Brendan Shaw predicted, you would be up a crazy amount of money, right? From the beginning of him making predictions, he's just horrible at them. And most of it comes down to the fact that he's just very lazy, doesn't watch any tape, doesn't actually break down and analyze fight cards or really get to the kind of, you know, details and minutiae about, you know, fighters, the things that they have positive and negative in the terms of how they fight, and maybe the way they style may actually make them more of a favorite in the fight that they're coming up with them, and maybe personal issues going on, whatever. He just doesn't do enough research in it. He just flies by the seat of his pants and just kind of guesses while he's recording. And obviously that leads to him making some uninformed decisions that most people who are really balls deep in the sport, just people that just, you know, do this for fun or just watch it for entertainment, would never say. So Brendan essentially said this on his recent episode back on fucking Thick Boy, and he tried to rewrite history. He's now saying he didn't say that you should bet the house on... No, yeah, he's trying to basically say that he didn't say that he thought Dracus du Plessis would lose. And that's why he got trolled on social media. He's trying to make it out to be that he said Volk would win or something like that. He's trying to rewrite history. It's fucking incredible how he's trying to retcon it in real time, especially when we all got video evidence of what he actually said. So this is a clip from SCHAUB'S show.
Then Volkanovski, Yair Rodriguez. It was funny. Some guy was talking shit to me because I was like, Volkanovski, there's no one at 45 who's ever going to beat him. It's not a knock on Yair Rodriguez. It's just never going to happen. And the guy's like, oh, Shaw picks Volkanovski. I'm definitely taking Yair Rodriguez. I'm like, cool, dude. Put all your money on Yair Rodriguez. Let me know how it goes for you.
Oh, really, dude?
And clearly he didn't. He was talking about the Whittaker fight. Look at this screen grab. He's now deleted a tweet. That's maybe makes him look way more guilty. But he's deleted a tweet. But the tweet above is basically his clip of him saying that Dracus du Plessis would lose to Robert Whittaker. And then the guy replies and says, if Brendan is picking Whittaker, you better bet the goddamn house on DDP. And then Brendan replies and says, do it. Let me know how that works out for you. And clearly it worked out well because Dracus ended up, TKOing Robert Whittaker in the second round or something. Really kind of battered him, to be completely honest, which was kind of sad to see because I'm a big fan of Bobby Knuckles. But unfortunately, it seems like, as Brendan would say, Father Time came a knocking, and maybe all the damage he sustained throughout his career is finally catching up on him, or maybe his game plan was horrible and he just didn't know what to expect when he got into the ring with DDP and he kind of got stunned. But either way, that's what he said. But he's now trying to rewrite history and say that he was speaking about Yair Rodriguez and fucking Volkanovski. He wasn't. He was talking about Whittaker. The video above was about Whittaker, and he's now changing it. Let's play it one more time. This guy lies for a fucking living. It's incredible.
And then Volkanovski, Yair Rodriguez. It was funny. Some guy was talking shit to me because I was like, Volkanovski, there's no one at 45 who's ever going to beat him. It's not a knock on Yair Rodriguez. It's just never going to happen. And the guy's like, oh, Shaw picks Volkanovski. I'm definitely taking Yair Rodriguez. I'm like, cool, dude. Put all your money on Yair Rodriguez. Let me know how it goes for you.
Oh, really, dude?
Honestly, this guy is awful, man. The amount of lies that this guy puts out is absolutely crazy. And it's not even that deep because everybody thought Whittaker would win. We all thought Bobby Knuckles would win. We all thought because of his record, his ranking, the fact that DDP just looks awful when he's fighting. Just honestly, aesthetically, he's awful to watch. His fighting style, the way his knees knock, he's not the most athletic looking guy in the world, but his style works. Clearly, he's got something about him. Clearly, the power's there. Clearly, the endurance is there. Clearly, the pace is there. The wrestling, the grappling, whatever. He's a tough motherfucker, and clearly, he shouldn't be discounted. But there's a way to admit it with humility and grace, expect to kind of, pretending like you didn't say the thing that you allegedly had said. It's fucking weird, man. So bizarre. And now he's trying to gaslight everybody and try to make them figure, basically say that we didn't understand what he said. He's talking about something else. It's just like, come on, man, cut it out, man. Just admit you were wrong and keep it moving. It's not that big of a deal. Anyway, another one here, courtesy of this account called it doesn't matter what the account is, but essentially I was really surprised and no, I wasn't surprised. I was confused. Why was Brendan getting confused about Alexander Pantoja basically beating Islam Makhachev one time? Why was he dead certain that happened? I didn't understand why that was. Like, why was he certain that this guys who are like, I don't know, 3 weight classes distance between each other? Why did he think that Pantoja, the smaller guy, beat fucking Islam? I couldn't understand what the reason was behind it. Or did he just mistakenly look at Pantoja's record and see that he might have beat another Dagestanian dude? I'm not really too sure. I didn't understand what the cause of it was. But now I found out, courtesy of fucking Twitter, this is what Brendan saw. Brendan saw this. This is fucking crazy, right? Look at this. This is courtesy of fucking Twitter. And this account is called Dana is Black. It's a meme. It's a fucking meme. So this meme from this account called Dana is Black says, never forget when Alexander Pantoja KO'd UFC lightweight champion Islam Makhachev despite being 3 divisions smaller. How good is Pantoja? This is clearly a meme that kind of plays on what Brendan says in terms of his verbiage. Just how good is Pantoja? Just how good is the Comedy Store? When Rogan says the same sort of thing. It's clearly meant to sort of troll. Clearly. The meme, even the picture here they've got of Pantoja kind of looking over somebody that looks like Makhachev on the floor, right? And him kind of looking like, it looks like a legit picture when it's obviously been edited. Why didn't he look at this meme and clearly spot it as a meme? Why did he believe that that was a true reflection of what actually happened? So much so that he started to rabbit it and say it in fucking shows, as he did here in this clip, courtesy of an account called Paphion Level Cluelessness, and this other account called Ghost Senpai Hair. Let's see Brendan talking about it here. This is fucking incredible, really.
And then Brand Moreno, Pantoja. You know who Pantoja beat, right?
No.
Makhachev knocked him out.
Oh,
ever heard of him?
A long time ago.
Doesn't matter. Still knocked him out.
Yeah.
That's how bad that motherfucker is.
Damn.
So for some reason he believed that. He kind of kept riding with it. And, obviously the internet completely mocked him and destroyed him this past week in terms of bringing it up as a troll. And it obviously got back to him. And guess who he blamed? Guess how he tried to explain that fucking horrible error that he made in kind of assuming that Alexander Pantoja beat fucking Islam Makhachev back in the day. Guess how he tried to explain it away. Guess how he tried to make it make sense. You know how he did it. He blamed everybody else but himself. It was the whole team's fault, allegedly, that led to the fucking reason why he didn't get that fucking statistic right. The whole team's fault. Nobody else, the whole team.
But
let's go through this. This is absolutely crazy level of fucking delusion from this guy. Absolutely incredible, really. The lack of being able to just admit your mistakes is fucking wild. Let's play this clip. Courtesy of the Fighting the Kid subreddit. Let's play this.
I think I even said during Dominic Cruz interview.
No one picked it up. I think because you just said it with such conviction, we didn't even think about it.
Of course, Chin is there, making sure that he's breaded. He knows where his bread is buttered. I'm not going to be too harsh on Chin because, you know, he's a little bit, you know, whatever. But I still think he should be paid the most in that company. And he knows where his bread buttered. He's going to make sure that he looks after Brendan, make sure his ego's always gently fucking massaged. He doesn't want anyone to say anything bad about him. So he flies in there with his fucking, you know, South Korean fucking cape to make sure Brendan knows that, honestly, we should have picked it up, dude. It's actually on us, dude. You know what I mean? He flew in there super fast.
About it.
Yeah.
Maybe back in the day they did fight, and I don't know.
No, man. He's 125 pounds. That's insane. All of us fucked up.
Yeah, but dude.
Like between you two,
usually
me,
I would like pick the stuff up, but at that point I had.
That's a big statement, man.
Look how all of us fucked up. All of us. No, brother, you fucked up. And you get, this is, the thing that's really funny about this is that there was a time in his career where he was getting paid. He was getting paid to do fucking UFC commentary and shit. They were paying you for this stuff. They were paying him to basically break down cards and shit. And I always theorized that Showtime check was the Band-Aid that was propping up Thick Boy for a long time, making sure they didn't bleed out. That's my theory. That the Showtime check, he took it for granted that they were paying him so much money that was allowing him to kind of pay wages and to keep the lights on in other things and do other shows. I legitimately do believe that Showtime check paid for a lot of things. And remember that Showtime check went away, you know, many things kind of suffered. But he was getting paid a salary to break down cards, to be knowledgeable on fight cards and fighters and their records and whatever it may be. And this is the level of fucking insight you get. And it's really crazy because this guy's meant to be a former UFC fighter in his own regard, a legit ranked fighter at one time, top 20, top 15, whatever. Even if it was back when the standard wasn't the greatest, he still did it. That's a big achievement, to get into an octagon in some fucking, you know, in some shorts and fight another man with kicks, elbows and shit and strangulation. It's a lot. I know I couldn't do it. He did it. Takes a lot of balls. He did it. He smashed it. You'd think there'd be some level of insight you'd get from him having access to coaches and gyms and shit, that he would know certain things. He'd be privy to information maybe some people are not privy to. Maybe have a real distinct understanding of the sport because he's been there, done that. Nah, nothing. He gets more things wrong than some casual person filming a video on their lunch break. There's probably somebody out there who has a UFC MMA channel on YouTube that probably gets a couple of views per video, but they break down cards incredibly well. They just do it for shits and giggles. They maybe do it if they're monetized for some extra beer money. They maybe do it as a side hobby that they hope to take full time. But there's somebody out there that's juggling having an actual family they care and love about, that they hang out with, pets that they absolutely love and adore, that they don't, you know, purposely try and kill, right? A 9 to 5 that they have to go to all the time and spend time away from the home. Yet they still manage to keep a popping platform where they cover fucking, you know, UFC and shit, and they don't get stuff like this wrong. So this is what's more embarrassing about it. That you were getting paid a salary at one time to sit there and confuse Pantoja for some other person who might have fought Makhachev. Like, what? What are you actually saying here? This is absolutely insane. That's the only thing about it that's redacted. The fact that he was getting paid at one time for this sort of insight, and now he's kind of turning it into some sort of comedic joke when really it kind of makes him look terrible. Let's play it one more time.
But I think I even said it during Dominic Cruz interview.
No one picked it up. I think because you just said it with such conviction, we didn't even think about it.
Yeah.
Maybe back in the day they did fight, and I don't know.
No, man, he's 125 pounds. That's insane. All of us fucked up.
Yeah. But dude,
like between you two,
usually I would like pick stuff up, but at that point I had.
That's a big statement, man.
Yeah. Super, super weird, unlikable approach to that sort of thing. He could have approached it in a far better way that would have made him seem a little bit more tolerable. But again, this is Brendan. He's going to do what Brendan Schaub always does, double down on a lie and make himself look good. Because if one thing Brendan can't handle is looking bad in front of people, even though he always does. Moving on from that. Oh, this is one of my favorite ones. This is fucking incredible. This has been pinned, I think, sure, on the fucking Fighting the Kid subreddit, as it probably should do. This is fucking incredible. Please, please, please. This is the best. So this is courtesy of Fighting the Kid subreddit. It's a pinned fucking video on there. I don't know why he did this, but this, I guess, is a Patreon episode of Golden Hour, and it features a clip from the show where Chris is on his phone trying to get one of the producers to pull something up on Google that he saw. Again, no preparation, no sending stuff of interest to the producers ahead of time, no saving the links on your phone so you can send late, like just nothing, just a whole bunch of make it up as we go along. We don't really want to be here. Basically, Brendan is holding these guys hostage and forcing them to be his friends, because I've always said before that if Brendan would have got accused of what Chris got accused of, or got cancelled the way Chris got cancelled, Chris is not doing for Brendan what Brendan's doing for Chris. He's not doing a podcast with him. He's not doing a show with him. He's not doing a Patreon with him. He's doing nothing. He's going to leave that guy in the dust, brother. For dust, actually. Lack of a better term. So it's funny to see these guys lack of chemistry, because it's clear that they're not really that cool and friends, whatever. They're just kind of there because of a matter of circumstance. Eric Griffin needs the money because his wife works at Target. Chris D'Elia needs the money because he was accused of being a pedo. And Brendan needs these people because it's Brendan Schaub. So these show clips are always funny because it clearly looks like these people don't really like hanging out with each other. But all of that to say, that attitude spills into maybe lack of preparation because they don't really give a shit about the show. So Chris tries to tell the producer to bring something up on Google and try and search his name on YouTube. And obviously, we all know what videos appear about Chris D'Elia on YouTube. So just watch what happens when Chris tries to search for himself. Oh, this is amazing.
Dude, type in that. This is who this guy sounded like. Type in Steve Chris D'Elia Savage. There.
Okay, your savage moments. Zoom in on the screen. Not too bad, right? Chris D'Elia savage moments. I'm on the count there. Chris D'Elia being a savage for 5 minutes. Chris D'Elia reacts to protesters outside. So not too bad, right? So far, not too bad. Let's continue.
No. Go. Up, and type in Snapchat as well. This is what that person sounded like.
Look at the first video. Chris D'Elia, Chris Snapchats can be saved. The iconic clip of him realizing that he got rumbled and that he may have been exposed, and maybe all of his secret, dark, debaucherous dealings are going to be put out there in the light of day. The famous clip where he realized that you can save Snapchats and record. And the whole room goes quiet.
Oh man, I think it's on Facebook. Fuck. Google it.
Don't search for yourself. Don't search for yourself if you're Chris D'Elia live on a show. It's not going to be good for you. Look at the tweets underneath there. The moment Crystalia learns Snapchats can be saved. I fucking love it. The pure horror that came over his face. No, change it. Oh, mate, honestly, that was fucking perfect, man. Absolutely fucking perfect. I swear to God. So perfect, I have to play that one more time. Please, for the love of God. One more fucking time.
That's it. Type in that. This is who this guy sounded like. Type in Steve Crystalia Savage. There. No. Go up, and type in Snapchat as well. This is what that person sounded like. Oh man, I think it's on Facebook.
Yeah,
Google it.
I'm sure it's on Facebook, brother. I'm sure. I think it's on Facebook. Said nobody ever with a thriving career. I think it's on Facebook, you know. Fucking hell, man. Absolute redact. Anyway.
Type in.
Anyway. I'm going to end it with a session of Chin Sui. Let's get some Chin Sui going on here because I haven't checked in on this guy in a while. And I want to see Wagwan with the big chin. Let's see what he's doing here. Oh, he's got a new video out. Nice. 3 days ago, camping and fishing. Let's check out Chin camping and fishing. Guessing by the thumbnail, he's doing it solo again, which is interesting to say the least. But I think this is an interesting time to clock in with my boy Chin. Hopefully, there's no fucking singing, fucking. What's that thing called? What's that fucking country called? Filipino fucking crying R&B singing. Hopefully that's the case. Fingers crossed. But let's see Wagwan for Chin Sui. Let's see what the vibe is saying here. Please, Chin, don't depress us. I beg of you, don't fucking depress us. Let's get your chat, the chat on the screen. Let's put this video up on here. Camp, fish, and cook vlog. Sounds a little bit like, sorry, no English, innit? No? Camp, fish, and cook vlog. Camp, fish, cook vlog. Can Lake, no? Sounds a little bit sorry, no English. Or am I being a bit weird there? Maybe. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue.
That's right, ladies and gents. We're back here at Lake Achuma. We're not there yet, but we're heading there. We're about 20 minutes away.
She breathed her spine straight again. 150 scoliosis patients would gather there at a time.
When do you think the last time Brendan's listened to an audiobook? Do you think Brendan's ever listened to a fucking audiobook? When do you think that's happened? Has that ever happened? Do you think Brendan's ever sat and listened to an audiobook? Like an actual audiobook? While he's on the drive out? Maybe he's sat in his car listening and playing Taylor Swift instead. I'm not sure. But I wonder if that's actually a case. Has he actually ever listened to an audiobook?
I can take your number out my phone. I can give you one right now.
Oops, went the wrong way. Let's set up the tent. That's it.
I'm gonna be probably camping on my own this September coming up when I go to the fucking NOLAN festival that I'm probably gonna go to in Tilburg out there in Netherlands. It's my first time camping in a long time. I used to go to a lot of metal festivals, a lot of fucking techno festivals, indie festivals and shit, listen to music and go and camp. And sometimes you end up going on your own. But usually, because it's a festival, you bump into people straight away, either at the campsite, they notice you're alone, or you just see people that are usually alone, kind of congregate in one section. Usually some festivals or some campsites have that, or they'll have like a solo traveler type of section where you can go and make friends and shit. And of course, as a festival, just in terms of going to the certain stages, you end up bumping into people. So it's not that big of a deal. So I can't laugh super hard at the guy because I've done it myself. But there's something about the way Chin camps solo that just makes it look extra sad. I don't know what it is. I don't know whether it's because I'm projecting or because I feel bad for the guy because he's like in his 50s or late 40s or something, you know, clearly in need of a companion, and he's out here doing this all by himself, or because he just exudes sadness. I don't know what it is, but there's something about these type of videos from him that just make me want to give him a big hug. You know, that's basically it. Like, you shouldn't be wasting your time busting your ass with Brendan if he's not paying. At least if Brendan's paying you on time and paying you well, it can maybe justify you, you know, working there and shit. But if that's to be true, what BJ is saying, and he's withholding payment because CAA is not paying him and he's no money and blah, 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 you're essentially wasting your life with this guy. And then you're not able to kind of build up a good social, you know, friendship group for yourself, or have a committed relationship because you're working too much. I don't know what's happened. And you're not really getting anything out of it. It's a little bit sad, you know what I mean? This guy's having a knock-on effect on your social life and you're not actually even getting monetarily compensated for it to make it make sense. It just feels a little bit out of order. But hey, maybe I'm projecting.
Just got to put the stakes down. Jackery. This right here is essentially a $363, $400 pillow. I'll explain to you next time. Looks like we're good to go. At least the tent, sleeping setup's all good. Now, we should be ready to rock and roll. Grab a drink, grab some food, do a little bit of work, and that's it. We are back, baby, we back. And if tomorrow goes the way it's been going for me lately, tomorrow would mark the 6th or 7th time I've been.
Why does it keep saying we, when there's no one else there? Or is he expecting someone to come with him? I'm not too sure. What's happening here? Again, I haven't watched this yet. Is somebody coming to meet him later? Or is he just like trying to make it seem like because we're watching him, we're part of the we? I don't know.
Fishing and haven't caught anything, I'll be skunked. But we're gonna go after him anyway. I'll see you on the boat tomorrow. And it's right behind my tent. And it's so loud, but I loves it.
Of course, you remember the time when Chin said he thought he was white? He's more white because he likes country music or something. With an actual straight face, I think he said that, right? Some people think he's white because of his tattoos and the fact that he sings country music or something. It's like, what? Was that guy on crack or something? Did he mistake you for a Caucasian person?
Okay, now it's a little too loud. So this is what I'm cooking for the first night.
Dinner for one, innit? You can't be posting this shit, man. Just enjoy yourself on your own and do it, but you can't be posting stuff like this. It just looks so sad. It kind of reminds me of like, do you remember that kid? Do you guys remember that kid that went viral for camping by himself? And he said he's going to stay there for a prolonged period of time, and he just went back home after like 2 days or something. Do you guys remember that? I think it was like a fat kid or something, and people raised money for him or something. He went viral like a couple of years ago, maybe during the pandemic. He went viral. I think he went camping and he went outside in his garden or something, and people kind of found it endearing and cute. But that kid was like 12 or some shit, right? Chin's like a grown ass man, and he's doing this shit. Like, what's going on here, man? What is this?
Night, a steak, asparagus, shiitake mushroom, and a bella mushroom.
10 out of 10. This guy with Chin might even give up some 10 pussy. You give it up for Chin, yeah? You'd give it all up for Chin. Chin could turn you. Man, this guy is too much. And these vlogs are so painful, man. They fucking hurt my soul. It's like, bro, man. Oh. Anyway, come on, Exeter, be strong.
I did bring A1 sauce. I know a lot of haters will say, like, what are you doing with A1 sauce? I don't care. I like it. Asparagus.
We know, bruv. You buy fucking boiled eggs from 7-Elevens in fucking South Korea while you're there, and you eat them in your fucking hotel room. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. This guy's a special type of dude. Whole entire laptop out. Like, this is the opposite of what camping should be, no? He's on the table here eating his steak with a massive fucking laptop light shining in his face, a power bank, Lecce, hard drive, 4 cameras, 4 microphones, a drone. He's probably got a 3G dongle somewhere. Like, yo, man brought his entire studio out with him to camp. To get back in touch with the great outdoors.
Wonderful. Last shot.
Fucking hell. That sounded hard, didn't it? That didn't sound like it was cooked at all. That sounded like fucking breadsticks. That sounded like breadsticks, didn't it? No?
I like it. Asparagus.
That thing is not cooked. That sounded like breadsticks. Yo. It should be. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm pausing it way too much. When I clip this, people are going to be so angry. But if you're watching this after the fact when I've clipped this, please don't be upset. I'm sorry. I really am sorry.
Wonderful. Last shot. This is a shiitake mushroom. I'm gonna give it a little taste test right now. It tastes really good, but to me it tastes like a regular mushroom, so I don't know the difference. All right, let's try this fire grilled.
What do you think it was gonna taste like, though? I don't understand that sentence. It tastes like regular mushrooms. What else is it meant to taste? Honestly, man, this guy is like legit a little bit like, what's that thing on his head? He's got 2 lights. He's got that bright light next to him, whatever light that's coming from the camera, and another light on his head that he straps onto his head. How much gear did he take with him to this fucking camping trip? Like, what is that? Is that a light or is that a camera? It looks like a light to me. That little head strap shit he's got on. Yo.
Steak.
Hold on, I didn't see a picture of that. Let's see a picture quickly. It came out medium rare, medium. Yeah, I'm sure it did, bro. One eye is looking at me, one eye is looking at you. Your Chin is a wild looking guy, innit? Like. He's an interesting looking dude, isn't it? Should we just leave it there? He's a very interesting looking dude. No cap, Chin might be the ugliest South Korean guy I've seen in my entire life. Even when South Korean guys don't get work done, they're all kind of cute. Look at the footballers. All of them are probably good looking. The guys on Netflix probably got work done. But Chin might be the most ugliest South Korean I've ever seen in my entire life. It's absolutely insane. He might be a legit one. A legit one. Like, fuck. Like, if Chin wasn't tall, because he has a good physique, right? If Chin wasn't tall, he's like 6 foot something. He's in decent enough shape. He's not fat and shit. If he wasn't tall, he'd be fucked. Like, if he was Joe Rogan's height, imagine if he was 5'5" and he had that face. Oh, tough. Tough out here for him. With that face and that personality being 5'5", tough. But at least he's got the height and shit, right? Like, that accent that adds it to it. But yo, Chin is fucking clapped. Like, no offense to the guy. We all aren't born with fucking amazing chiseled faces and shit. I'm not, I'm not fucking, I don't know. I'm no Denzel Washington out here. I understand. But Jesus Christ, Chin is ugly with a capital U. Like, ULGOY, you ugly. And whatever that song is. Like, dude is fucking ugly. Legit. And he cooks like shit. Like, he's the weirdest South Korean ever. He cooks like shit. Doesn't dance or, can't sing well. Like, like... Usually, have you watched that South Korean show on Netflix where they kind of compete? It's like a CrossFit Games thing. That show is fucking amazing. There's some studs on that show. Some absolute studs. Some guys who legitimately you wouldn't want to leave in a closed room with your wife or your husband and shit. Like, some absolute dime pieces. South Korea is full of them. And he, Holy shit. Holy shit. Can you imagine this being a date night? Can you imagine taking an LA girl on a date, like trying to invite an LA girl out to go to camping with you on this campsite, and you bringing her this crispy breadstick type asparagus, this steak that looks like, I don't know. Can you imagine trying to get a California girl to agree to this date? Anyway, let's continue. I'm pausing it too much. Sorry.
Asparagus.
This is the most dent-headed shit I've seen in my life. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm pausing it too much. Yo, do you see how redacted this guy looks? Can you see what's happening here? Do you see this fucking halogen light that's strapped to the fucking his head? This fucking I'm gonna save the kids in a well fucking light he's got on. Just to fucking eat a couple of mushrooms and some asparagus and steak that he's got on a plate next to a massive light he has there. He's got a lamp right next to him, no? Isn't this a lamp? Or am I bugging? Isn't that thing right there a lamp? And he's also got the light of the fucking laptop. Why does he need that? Can somebody explain why he needs a headlamp when he's sitting right in front of it? And he's got the light of the fucking lamp in front of him and a laptop light. Fucking hell, man. Do you think he's in his tent with that headlight on looking at his phone? Not just using the phone light, he's actually... Oh, yo, this guy is... I don't know. This is some dent-led shit, man. I'm sorry. This is some dent-headed shit. It's like, no, my mum said I got to wear my helmet. This is that kind of stuff. No, my mum said I'm not allowed. I got to wear my helmet. My mum said I had to go get my knee pads and elbow pads. My mum said I'm not allowed to go down there. The food's right in front of him. I don't understand why he's got this massive full beam light on his head.
Speaking of Christ, to buy free.
Jesus Christ, bro.
So I'm in the tent now. The lighting is going to be terrible. I'm about to go to sleep. I'm going to set my alarm clock for 6:30 so I can get the boat by 7. And by that time, I think I'd be able to get the boat that I want. It's a pontoon boat, P21. And hopefully, wishfully, I'll catch a fish on that boat after trolling and do a catch and cook. That's the dream, that's the wish, that's the hope. So I'll see you guys then. Good night.
What, he didn't bring enough steaks? He actually needs to catch something in order to eat.
The birds are so loud. But morning is here. Let's get some coffee, go to the marina, and then get a pontoon, and then go fishing and catch absolutely nothing. Just kidding, we'll see.
It's actually a nice tent. As tent goes, and tent is actually nice.
This right here is coffee instant coffee that my aunt gave us, my Como gave us in Korea. It's called Edia Beamist. These are actually really good instant coffees. Hot. Hello, old friend. P21, my favorite boat. But no one's here. I don't know where the dock hands went, but they said they're going to open back up at 8:30. Well, hopefully they don't charge me for this because it's another hour-ish. All right, we're getting out of here at the slowest of speeds. Well, you know what? You can't beat this. Other than the stupid vest you got to wear inside the marina, but once we're out, you can take it off. But you can't beat this, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, lovely view. Looks very peaceful and serene. But you just have to get cooler. You just have to figure out a way to just not come across like a giant fucking loser, man. This is like the most unappealing advertisement for wish you were here, right? This doesn't give you any sort of wish you were here vibes. If you want to be his friend or you want to give him some fucking ass, you want to give him some pussy, this is not going to really get you interested, really, is it? You know what I mean? This is what you're missing out on. Fucking hell, mate. Like, you just got to get cooler. You got to figure out a way. Nice views, but this seems like a dreadful experience. Like, the chat, the lack of banter, the lack of anything. It's just mind-blowing.
I'll be going down there, trolling all along those banks, all the way down to here.
fishy, fishy, fishy! Please? Now that spot with the bushes over there, that looks fishy. Too far.
Hooked up on a tree.
On a tree.
We got some of the thing.
Jigging at you?
Yeah, exactly. The chat. Exactly. The Tashki said the same thing. What? Tashki, I would never chill on a body of warm water alone. I never thought about that way exactly. Solitude is nice, but not 100% of your free time. Hey, ponting yourself at 7 a.m. is a bit much. Yo, man. Oh. It's just like this every day. Every fucking day. It's the one day he's so happy to see everybody in the studio. That might be his only legit time where he actually hangs out with other humans. It's mad, bro. And like I said, it'll make more sense if he just was paid more at firing a kid and you could justify all this shit. But you don't even get paid enough. You're probably not getting even paid on time sometimes. And you're having to then sacrifice all your time, which is then resulting in you having to do this on the daily. God damn it.
All right, before I head out to troll, let me show you what I'm working with, my gear. I've got one of these sinkers that you tie to both ends, to the leader and to the main line, and it has swivels built into it. So it looks like a sliding sinker, but it's not. And there's like a, I'd say 3-foot leader to a Fire Tiger Rapala type thing. It's not a Rapala though, it's an Amazon brand. I don't know what it is, but yeah, it's a Fire Tiger pattern, the color. And this one is an actual flasher. This is more for, I don't know, like salmon fishing, but I use it here and it's been effective here for trout. So if there are trout biting still, I'm gonna try this out. So this flasher just gets the attention of the fish, and then it goes down to another 3-foot leader. And I have a little needlefish, rainbow pattern. I got this tip from that Hook to Cook guy as well. All right, let's give it a shot. And don't laugh at me, but I actually bought a rear view mirror from Amazon that you can clip on because I can't see the poles behind me. I have to keep turning my head. So this allows me to see my poles as I'm driving. Yeah. You can laugh at me or you can say genius. I see a little boil coming up.
Or maybe I say get a friend so you can. Maybe.
Oh shoot, my lure's not working. Or it's a fish. I can't tell, damn it. All right, here's the situation so far. My lines got tangled up like crazy multiple times. This camera fell down when I was recording, and that is not good. I have no idea if the footage I recorded before it fell down, if it's still gonna be there. It's been super frustrating. I'm in the middle of the lake right now, as you can see.
Who would have guessed it? Trying to film a vlog with thousands of dollars worth of equipment and trying to fish at the same time in open sea is pretty hard. You might need someone to hold your camera from time to time, or to fish, or to hold your light, or to whatever. Just some extra hands. Guess what? A friend. Even a dead body, just to kind of prop up while it's in rigor mortis, to hold your fucking camera like a fucking tripod. Something. Who would have guessed it? Who would have guessed it? Being on your own in open water is actually quite difficult. Oh, this guy's fucking a legend.
I'm gonna re-rig up all my stuff and try again. Never give up. I'm gonna do one pass down this entire bank all the way to the marina, maybe even past the marina. The first one got flagged. The second one I was just uploading just to see if it made a difference. I uploaded literally the same video, right? And then the third one, I uploaded it and I removed some, vaccination talk because I thought that would be, me and Georgie were talking about like that could be the reason why we're getting flagged.
So I didn't.
No way. No way. No way. He's on the phone to Bent Pixels. On his free time. Is it during the weekend? So he works, what, 7 days a week, 6 days a week for 7 years straight. Only got 7 days of vacation, had to rush back home to record the shows. And now he's fishing, having a good time, spending some quality alone time as per usual. And he's now on the phone to Bent Pixels to sort out what? Copyright issues. And to make sure the things get uploaded. And he's probably not getting compensated enough. God almighty, mate.
See if it made a difference. I uploaded literally the same video, right? And then the third one, I uploaded it and I removed some, vaccination talk because I thought that would be, me and Georgie were talking about like that could be the reason why we're getting flagged.
So I definitely see that performing really well. We took like 11 minutes out of there, and the watch time is super high on there.
I have one different lure on right now for the second rod. I still have.
Also, people like Bent Pixels make so much money for doing absolutely nothing. Some of these comedians want to be their own bosses, but they're too lazy to sit there and try and figure out why videos don't perform, why they do perform, to really analyze the analytics that you get inbuilt in YouTube Studio and shit that you can kind of use to kind of help you in terms of the content you put together. Maybe do some bit of researching on YouTube. Most of them don't want to do that, so they just go to Bent Pixels who just sort it out for you. But Chin, by the sounds of it, knows what he's doing anyway. He's taking out bits concerning COVID, taking out swear words and shit, and sorting it out. But they're still using Bent Pixels for what? For takedown notices, for copyright strikes. Like, what are they actually doing on the back end? Managing the YouTube Studio app and stuff. It's quite bizarre. These companies make a lot of money from doing absolutely nothing. It's a bit of a hustle and a bit of a scam in that regard. Those companies that go out there and get deals for podcasts, brands, stuff, for sponsorships and ads that these guys can do themselves, and then they get a cut out of it. Strange, very strange. But again, I blame the comedians because they all want to be independent and be their own boss, but they don't really want to do the work. They'd rather someone else do it for them. And then they say it under the guise of, so we can focus on being funny. But then again, they're not funny. So you get people taking more money out of your pocket, and the time you have now free to get funny, you then use it to fucking message underage girls. Weird, but hey, that's a tangent.
I have the needlefish on one rod, but the second rod has another crankbait that looks like that's cool colored crankbait. It's kind of like Rapala-ish, but I'll show you later. Let's hope it doesn't get snagged, and let's wish, knock on wood, if there's any wood in here. Oh yeah, there is. Now we actually catch a fish with that, and I can show you the lure. All right, I'll see you guys in a bit. If you ever get a chance to come out here in Lake Cachoma, it's in Santa Barbara. It's like incredibly beautiful. Like, look at this. This whole place is incredibly beautiful.
Yeah, it looks gorgeous. It just looks... Your vlog's just fucking boring. It looks fucking gorgeous. I'd fucking love it there. I'm sure most of us have a great time there. It looks very serene, very peaceful, but God almighty, you're making this mind-bleedingly boring when it shouldn't be, because it clearly looks like paradise in a way.
So even if you don't catch fish, just going out on the lake, checking out this area, it's so worth it. So give it a shot. Yeah, it's been a tough day, but you know what? Kimbap. I got kimbap. This makes everything better. This particular kimbap is Oden kimbap.
Niggas always eating stuff from fucking packets and shit, innit?
Which is fish cake. Oden is fish cake for Korean. And it has that artificial crab in there too, which I like. Hakwan, pickled radish, really good as well. All right, this will be my absolute last attempt to troll and catch fish here. I'm gonna go through this whole entire bank towards the marina. I'm only gonna give it like 20 minutes though, so we'll see what happens. All right, this is my last attempt. I got a crankbait on this one. I got the flasher and the needlefish on this one, on the right.
Exactly. James Blake said here, I don't want to make fun of somebody for an innocent camping trip, but he exudes sadness. That's the thing. I don't even know what it is about this is sad, because on the face of it, looks really fun. Looks incredible that he's getting out of the fucking city. He's spending some time in nature, in a lake, in some sea, whatever this thing is. Camping, eating, catching what he eats, eating what he catches, whatever. Maybe making some friends. There's something about it that should be quite endearing, quite inspiring. But for some reason, it just feels sad. Like, why is that? Why does he just make us feel sad? And he's not trying to either. It's not his fault. We're just all watching this and just feel sad. And plenty of people camp alone. I've camped alone. I'm sure some of you have done it before. Or you've seen other people camp alone. Why don't they look as sad as he looks? I don't know. Something about him just makes it feel like he's sad. Well, maybe he isn't.
Bright side. Mr. Brightside. And there's my rearview mirror that I'm going to use to look at these friggin' rods. Let's see. Definitely feel something. And I didn't give up. I don't feel any head shakes. Oh, I do feel head shakes now. Oh yeah, baby. This is a fish. We got a fish, baby. What kind of fish? I don't know. Put this forward.
What's that text say? Driving the boat whilst landing the fish was quite the biatch. Who would have thought it, mate? Who would have thought driving a boat by yourself and also trying to fish and record content was quite difficult? Who would have thought that? That's why maybe having a companion would help. God almighty, brother. The fact that he's doing this is pretty fair. Well done to him, solid, but
all right. Not what I was going after, but I got one.
be super careful when you handle a fish with a lure that has treble hooks. Thanks, I guess. Jesus Christ, bro. He's been in that boat like what? A couple of hours? It's a fucking mess already.
There you go, largemouth bass. I would say that's about 12 inches or so. All right, I'm gonna cut the camera off. Never give up, kids. Got this.
I'm gonna cut the camera off and murk this fish.
Bad boy off trolling with this little Rapala type of crankbait. All right, catch and release. I'm gonna let him go right now. All right, let's go back to the campsite, meet up with my boy, Jinzu. Look at this.
Also, a friend is
this
coming.
Is Tangle too. We're just hanging out here. All right, we're done for the day. Heading back to the marina right now.
21 P21 is kind of finicky, but it's still my favorite boat here. Okay. So this guy's seen Chin a few times, isn't it? He's probably looking at him thinking, fucking hell.
The wind just picked you up.
Super jello. No evidence of release. Exactly. Catch and release, sure.
You're good to hop out if you got it.
Almost good to go. Thank you. All right, man, have a good one.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, just returned the boat. It is hot as a mofo up in here. And my buddy Cam's here right now. He's unpacking his stuff.
Oh, hello, Zoo. How are you, Zoo?
How's it going? Good, man.
Oh, so he does have a friend. He does have a friend. Fuck. Okay, he does have a friend. Okay, let's see the second half of this vlog where he has like a human companion with him. And let's see if he ends up being catched and released.
How was the lake? Beautiful, man? Beautiful. Dude, the lake was amazing. Dude, I don't know. So my friend's so cheap, he got free wood from work.
What?
I'm talking to the camera, bro. The chin grill is in action. Gonna throw some carne asada on us right now.
Oh, jeez.
Bark is easy.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, there's another person. Our camp neighbor Ed gave us some special wood to cook. So this camp neighbor was there before, but didn't want to be friendly with, you know, Chin because he was on his own. But then he saw him with another friend, and then he wanted to join. That's the benefit of having a friend, because no one wants to be the second person, because they're gonna, you know, you feel bad and you don't want to, you know, get fucking kidnapped. But then when there's already a friend there, no one minds being the fucking third person, you know. So that makes a lot of sense.
Wood. What you want to do, if you have a hatchet, split the wood,
right,
and make it thinner.
We're gonna try tonight for sure.
Yeah, whatever you.
I think we're good with that. Yeah.
Hold it at my bicep.
Oh, he looks so cute. We're with our neighbor Ed.
And what's up, bro?
We're gonna meet his dog.
112.
Yeah, a rescue dog.
Yeah, who the fuck is Ed, man? What's fucking Ed doing in this fucking vlog now? You're gonna go meet Ed's fucking decrepit dog? Like, what's going on here?
Husky. I've had so many huskies growing up.
Hi, buddy.
I don't want to point the camera at him because it's gonna be a little. Oh, what's the other dog?
Come here. Come here.
Hey, it's okay.
Come here.
Oh,
he's on. He's a Siberian.
Cute
He's
dog.
112 pounds.
So cute.
There you go, Sailors.
And this.
That's my son's dog, Sailor.
Sailor. Hello.
Hi, boys. Hi.
Hello.
Drink. Grab a cup.
No, we're good. Thank you, though.
You sure?
Yeah.
There's almond, which is for barbecue.
Nah, we're good. It's just a one night thing. But thank you for giving me.
It's all good, bro. You know that.
Appreciate that, man.
It's all about family being up here, bro.
Yeah, dude. Thank you.
It's all about family. It says two guys who are on their own. Oh no, he's got his son there, but Chin has. It's all about family. Yeah, dude, bro, where's your family? Yo, why are these guys eating like this? Why are they camping and eating like this? Please, someone tell me. Why are they eating like this? Why does it look so unappealing? They're out in the fucking in the fucking wilderness. Nice. Lovely greenery, sun everywhere, open, barbecue stuff. Like, why does all the meat look so fucking sad? My bud gets amazing carne asada from a spot near his place. My bud. Referring to you, when you refer to people like that, they're not really your friends. My bud, my friend. What? My bud. Okay.
It's so good. No joke, it's so good. Okay, we didn't find the guac for
Carne asada. Carne asada. Yo, man, these what's the authenticity levels in the chat, do you think, of these fucking burritos or the tacos that they're trying to eat? How authentic is this? Is this like real Mexican shit? It looks really Mexican. It looks really authentic. What do you think about this? Chin's idea of what Mexican food looks like is really interesting, isn't it? It's very Instagram.
for some reason, but making some tacos right now. Tell me how the meat tastes.
Fucking hell, man. This is like uni. This is like being in uni halls. This is like sharing a fucking horrible flat with 10 of your friends. You're all high. You all got the munchies. And then look at this shit. Fucking hell. Didn't they have a grill? Why didn't they put these fucking tortillas on the grill quickly and just quickly toast them? Quickly flip them around. Didn't they have like a rack where they were barbecuing shit on? You could just quickly put those on there and just give them a little bit of a charring or something. These are just straight out of the fucking plastic that they've been stored in. God almighty, mate. This, and again, I'm no cook, but God almighty.
It's cold, Dazzle. It's so hot, and we're...
Dive right back into the fucking tent. The last thing you're meant to do if you're in the fucking hot place, you've got a tent, is not stay in the tent. You're meant to be as outdoors as you can. Find some shade or whatever it may be, but you shouldn't be back in the tent again. This is some, yeah, rookie level shit. But hey, again, what do I know?
We ate. We're tired as can be, so we're gonna try to take a nap now, and then I'll see you guys later.
Is his boy next to him? Fuck it.
Well, it's 9-ish p.m. right now.
Sorry, being on a campsite like that with other people next to you, because you can easily find a place more secluded, but being there next to people and then complaining that they're playing music is really idiotic, personally for me. Kind of the fun of being somewhere like that is that you get to kind of fuck around and play loud music.
Our neighbors are playing some Transformers movie that's so loud. I don't know if I can make a YouTube video, but if I do, there's my potato right there, all the way in there in the very back. I'm gonna cook that up. I'm gonna cook up some meat later too as well. So I'm not sure if I'm gonna make this an actual YouTube video. I just enjoy the night. We'll see. Now, is this piece of firewood on fire? Or is that just a reflection of what's inside there? What the heck? We're pretty done. So, see you tomorrow morning. Blasting jelly right now. Got a little campfire going on in the morning.
So this motherfucker brought a fucking headlamp, a table lamp, a laptop, a phone for light, so he could fucking eat his breadstick, asparagus, and steaks. But there was no time to bring a Bluetooth speaker. All of that fucking equipment he brought with him. He's got his little thing to heat up his little coffee and his water and shit. All the fucking GoPro straps and head equipment, the fucking mirror he bought from Amazon, but no Bluetooth speaker, right?
Blasting jelly right now. Got a little campfire going on in the morning. Old baked potato there. Well, I'm not sure if I'm gonna eat, but we're gonna cook up some Korean barbecue, some Japanese barbecue, some other stuff too. We're gonna light this up and have some breakfast. Korean barbecue, other barbecue meats, carne asada. We got a bunch of stuff. We're gonna try to eat as much as we can, and if we can't finish it, or actually we're probably gonna share with our neighbors. I mean, that's my plan, to share with the neighbors, but we'll see. So this is Matchlight, and this wood right here, this was given to us by our neighbor. He heard me and Cam talk about Japanese and Korean barbecue, so he was like, he brought this wood over. He said this is great for grilling meats like that, so add this to this. So we got it going. Hopefully this lasts. It should. It's Matchlight. All right, so we moved the table into the shade, this shade here, and this is what it looks like so far. I took one of the pieces of wood out, still have one piece in there, and mostly just charcoal. And we shall start grilling our Korean barbecue and all the other barbecue we have. And carne asada. The smoke is going all into my tent, but whatever. So I don't know if you guys care about this, but I have an angle cooler. This is pretty much a sort of like a backpack cooler. Small, it does carry quite a bit of stuff in there, and it does keep it cold. Gosh, the smoke is going on my face. So let me show you what we got. We got this, which is gonna be amazing. It's short rib, sliced, and look at the marbling. We got Korean barbecue. I slapped it into this Ziploc bag. And this, you're gonna love this, Jinsu. Pork belly, this is gonna be great. I don't wanna waste these. We had these prepared, or not prepared. I bought these, so I'm gonna go ahead and slap them onto.
All the meat looks fairly decent. It's just his barbecuing skills seem a little bit off. You know? But then again, as someone said here, Space Guy, why Korean barbecue at the lake? This is so off-brand. I don't know. Why isn't he just cooking glizzies and fucking steaks and burgers and shit? Don't even need to cook steaks, just some burgers. Like, what is going on here? Why is he trying to take the Korean barbecue to the fucking camping trip with him? It goes everywhere with him. But then his barbecuing skills aren't the greatest, so he's having to rely on the quality of the meat. But to get the most out of the meat, you also have to know how to use the fire or control the fire.
This little sucker, and we'll eat some of them, at least, maybe a couple. There you go, chin grill in action. And there's a name for this grill I'll give away later once I actually produce these. Here's one. Here's two.
His Bud's a bit camera shy, isn't it, right? He's Bud. He's a bit camera shy.
And these are Texas Smokehouse sausages. All right. Bam! This guy flipping them after like, what, 30 seconds? Nice. I thought it was cooking too slowly, but apparently it's cooking really nice. Hence the chin grill. You gonna flip these? Yeah, that's perfect. And this is the spare ribs sliced up from the market. Here's a bite of the Korean barbecue.
To be fair, by the eye, this stuff looks a lot better than what Chin was doing on his own. Chin's Bud, whether he's holding his nuts or flipping the fucking meat, or flipping his meat, is clearly better at handling the fire than Chin. Because the meat comes out looking a lot better than beforehand. Because the other stuff that Chin cooked, that steak in particular, looked horrible. The asparagus sounded like fucking crackers. So clearly, you know, he's not the greatest at handling fire. But the other guy did a pretty decent job.
Of course, it's amazing. Here's a bite of the short rib. Same thing, basically, but just sliced a different way, I guess. Of course. Awesome, but the original cream spare rib barbecue was better. It has more like seasoning on it, more like, which I hate to say, like sugar on it, so it tastes better, but the other one's awesome too. We're gonna dip the other ones in this samjang. All right, looks like the wieners are done. The sausages are done. Now I'll leave it hanging here for a little bit more longer. I told my buddy, he's cooking the mushrooms here. As you can see right now, the fluid builds up. I said, don't flip them over. Make sure the fluid builds up because you want to drink that fluid. It's amazing. Fluid sounds bad, huh? The liquid that comes out of the mushrooms is really awesome, so you want to drink that.
What, brother? Excuse me?
So I'll get this one right here. It's super hot. What you want to do here is put the samjang, which is this, put a little bit of that inside. Oh, that's too much. A little bit of that inside the mushroom, the liquid, and I'll show you now how amazing it is. Oh, yeah. It's hard to do this one.
He brought an entire SLR and a tripod to show us him drinking mushroom juice. Thousands of dollars worth of equipment for him to show us drinking a shrinkled up mushroom. Drinking from a shrinkled up mushroom. Can you imagine? This dude is fucking phenomenal, man.
Filming. All right, so mix it around. It's super hot. There we are. Tastes awesome. Here we go.
This has there anything that he's eaten that he has never liked? I don't think there has been, innit? This guy is the, yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. No comment.
It's so good. Definitely try that. If you've never tried it before, try it. Now, the black pork belly. This is premium. It's more expensive. So we shall show you how this is cooked and eaten. Looking much.
Yeah, his friend is definitely way better at controlling the grill than Chin is. I think he's also acquiesced and giving him the fucking lead. You know, he's letting the guy fucking cook for him and shit. So clearly he knows, you know, that guy's come in, let his nuts hang, maybe let his nuts hang inside of Chin's mouth and said, hey, I'm the boss of the grill now, you know? I'm the grill captain. And then now he's left him to do so, and, you know, the meats are coming out a lot better.
Much better now. The wieners are done. Let's do this, baby. Let's do it. Hey, this one. Hey, this one. Let's do a Korean barbecue breakfast burrito. Kimchi. This is a straight up Korean barbecue breakfast burrito. Avocado. I'm gonna add a bunch of cheese, shredded cheese. Thank you. So hot. Let's dig.
Big up that Indian dude.
Appreciate SCHAUB for his MMA knowledge. I did not know Pantoja the flyweight champion knocked out Makhachev the lightweight champion previously.
Thank you. That Indian dude, appreciate you. Thank you.
Dig in. And this is something I always do. Like, I always take off the excess tortilla because I don't need the extra carbs, you know? I just needed to wrap up whatever I want to eat and then go to town. So here we go.
There's a grill right there in front of them. Why don't they just take a couple of those tortillas and just lay them over the grill and just let them char a little bit, just to kind of give them a little bit of a crunch or crisp? Why are they just coming? I don't understand this. Can someone explain why they don't just throw those things on the grill that's already prepared and just quickly give it a little bit of a toasting? Something, some fire, some crispness. It's just coming straight out of saran wrap, plastic or whatever, and going straight into their mouth. It kind of takes away the bit of the flavor. It doesn't add to it really, does it?
Good.
Good shit, huh?
Really good. I mean, you can't go wrong with Korean and Mexican ingredients. Done. See you guys next time.
Yo, these guys had a blast in it, right? No? These guys had the fucking blast in it. Fucking hell, turn down the music, look up your daughters, look up your wives, sisters, grandmoms. These guys are coming to, you know, coming to town. Pound Town.
Done. See you guys next time.
Why didn't you put this fucking pan together?
Chibe Gaja. Let's go.
You have so much shit.
After getting home and taking a quick nap.
What is up, my friends? Just got back from, well, actually not just got back. Got back from camping, took a nap, and I'm on my way to visit my buddy Wisam Kish. He asked me to be a judge on a singing competition that he's doing for a show. So I was like, all right, cool, man. As long as I can make it in time, which I barely am able to make it in time. So that's what I'm doing tonight. I might record there a little bit. We'll see. I'll keep you guys posted.
I realize we need a little headphone.
Sometimes that helps, yeah.
Yeah.
The past guest on his show. What's that? Wisam's World. Who are these people? I don't know.
Hey, where's my picture?
I love seeing your trip, by the way.
You saw it?
Oh yeah.
No way.
That was awesome.
It's mainly a radio show, IOB Radio, but they put it on YouTube as well.
Oh, she's giving me a shot. What is that? Oh, Captain. Sweet.
Mad's pouring me a shot. Is that a fake mustache or she actually got a mustache? What the fuck is going on there? Oh, is that like a troll? Is that like a hipster outfit that she's got on or something? God almighty, mate.
I can take it so fast, it's all good. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Alright, she's giving me a shot. Madge? I forgot it. Mads.
He's fucking scaring away all the hoes.
Alright, she's giving me a shot. Madge? I forgot it. Mads.
Vag? You want me to suck your vag? Oh, Mads, sorry. So that's, he's trying to smash the non-binary hoes. Chin wants some of that non-binary pussy. That they them. He wants a bit of that they them barbecue. That they them BBQ, bro. Fucking hell. Oh, that polyamory, that poly life, innit? They all probably fuck each other in that studio, right? That poly life, mate. That San Fran poly life. That fucking dirty, white people with dirty feet of life, you know what I mean? Hacky sack in the parking lot life. That we're a family life, you know what I mean? Like we're actually a family. Oh shit, man. Vag. He's like, is it vag? Can I go down on your vag? Oh, Mads, my bad.
Alright, she's giving me a shot. Madge? Mads.
Chin lips are always hungry. Chin's always scooping something up with his mouth, innit? Look at that. Barely cooked tortillas. Shots like, oh god. Come on, a little bit of game, like I don't know. Let's toast to something. Vag. I mean, look her in the eye or something. Something funny. Come on, man. Some game, bro. He's just staring at the camera like, it's like, interact. Interact with a non-binary host, man. Come on, man. Fucking hell.
Thank you, Vag. That's oops.
He called her Vag, innit? He did actually call her Vag in the end.
She's giving me a shot.
See, he's got pussy on the mind, bro. This guy's starving. Big up the Indian dude.
No step co-worker, what are you doing?
I don't know. Look at this. Look. Big up the Indian dude. Appreciate the $2 super chat, brother. I think he called her Vag at the end.
I forgot it. Mads. Thank you, Vag.
See, he called her Vag. See, he's fucking starving.
Thank you, Vag. That's oops.
He called her Vag and then stumbled. He's so horny. He's so fucking thirsty. It's been a long time. He's had a woman's touch. He got excited over the shot, called her Vag, and then stumbled before he got to the studio. Oh, nearly fell into this one's Vag. Fucking hell.
I almost stepped on you.
Let's come
What's up? What's going on, homies? Bro, good to see you, man.
Thanks for coming in,
For sure, man. How you guys doing?
Yo. What is this lineup?
I can't. I want to smile and laugh, but I can't right now
Because
we're playing the no laughing game. So
okay.
We get
I do.
Yeah, and
we're playing the no laughing game. These niggas are over 20. We're playing the no laughing game.
extremely talented, so I think you're the
Well,
perfect
thank you,
judge
bro.
for this part. Yeah, and we're just waiting on Jordan to tune it. Gosh, I can't hear. Because you keep talking, dude.
He knows. Don't laugh.
It's that fucking Dork Olympics, isn't it? Fucking hell.
He knows how to tune. He's an actual guitar player.
No joke, Chin.
Yeah.
He is super talented guitar player. Just the guitar playing part.
Oh shit.
He's really good at guitar playing.
Yeah. All right, got it.
He's definitely the guy that's bringing his guitar out in the hostel, isn't it? He's definitely the guy that's bringing his guitar out in the hostel and playing it, you know, without any provocation, without any encouragement, and subjecting you to his fucking awful rendition of fucking, I don't know, or some Journey song or some shit.
It's good enough for rock and roll, baby. So I can get down and we can win all the way you work it. No dig.
All right, I'm out. Fuck that. I'm out. No way. No mas. I'm out. I'm fucking out. No fucking way am I listening to that. You having a fucking laugh if I'm listening to that. No fucking way. I like the way you work. No, like, go and fuck yourself. I'm out. No way. No fucking way. No way. I refuse. My time isn't that valuable, but I'm not listening to that. Fuck off, mate. Fuck off. Anyway, if you want to check out more of Chin, you know his YouTube channel is. Check it out. If you want to be sad, if you want to be reminded about where you are in life, go check out his channel. You know where to see it. But yeah, I can't do no more. No mas. I refuse to hear this guy do a fucking horrible rendition of a legendary R&B record on his shitty guitar in a room full of dudes who are playing the no laughing game. No. I refuse. Anyways, that has been the Random Show, episode number 126. Thanks so much for tuning in. It's been a pleasure to have your company, all of you that have joined in. If you're watching the show via the live stream, please make sure you smash the like button for me. Give me a like. That'll be very much appreciated. If you, what else can you do? That's about it, basically. I want people to do nothing else really there. Apart from that, thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciate all of you that are here, every single one of you. It's been absolutely amazing. Big up that Indian dude for the super chat, my friend.
Chen, find you a Korean girl. White W at men are men of color kryptonite. Sure, culturally you might find more similarities, but you are seen as a fallback option, Chen.
Find you a Korean girl. Huh. Would Chin have more luck with a Korean vis-a-vis a white girl or an other girl of color? I think oddly enough, Chin would actually do quite well with non-Koreans. I don't know, I've got a feeling that Asian people are a bit more like, what's that word called? Especially desirable women are a little bit more, they decide early on what they like and don't like. And the fact that he's like, you know, no kids, you know, producer of a podcast, I don't know, he wouldn't be as seen as appealing in an Asian woman's eyes, I'd imagine. But I'd imagine he'd get a lot more play. Like, look at even the girls he was giving shots with. Like, you know what I mean? He would get a lot more play out of those kind of like, you know, airheady, they, them type of white chicks, to be fair. And maybe some like alternative black girl, you know what I mean? She might be into him also, right? The kind of girl that likes K-pop and shit. And likes to fucking cook. She may be into him. I think he'd actually do better with non-Asians. That's my theory. If he actually tried to date non-Asians, he'd actually do way better. I think so. For sure, 100%. Especially with the singing. Black girls would fucking love it. Oh my God, he can sing. He may be a mixtape. He sounds just like Chris Brown. He sounds like a Marion. When he clearly doesn't. I think a black girl would be really into him. She'd take him to his church. He'd be singing in the fucking choir. He's awful shit. You know what I mean? That'd be pretty decent. Actually. So I think Chin could actually do well in the non-Asian dating pool. Weirdly enough, I think in the Asian dating pool, they're going to mark him out. They're going to look at him a little bit weird. Chin needs a little awkward gamer girl that collects knickknacks. Yeah, exactly. True. Chin needs the type of girl that escaped their armies. Chin needs egg farts in a hotel. Chin's into white chicks. Yeah, Chin's probably into them, but he's probably never had any luck with them. Maybe. Because maybe he thinks they wouldn't like him, but I think they would. Clearly, from that little interaction, he got a little bit going on there. That producer girl lied. You know, she bothered to make up a lie that she watched his vlog, which she hasn't. The fucking fake mustache girl was kind of shaking, giving him a shot. And he mentioned something about a vag. I might give her a little bit of a tingle. I think he'll get some joy out of that kind of creative, artistic-y, producery, sceney type of girl. More so. Probably. But, you know, who am I? I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just some random person talking absolute shit out of my ass here. But yeah, anyway, big up Chin, big up the chat. I appreciate all of you. It's been a fucking blast. It's been an absolute pleasure to have all of your company. Let's see who is here so I can shout you all out. Big up Severa Designs, Cloud Tech A2, Crash, Dirty Merch, Drone Adventures, Eddie D, James Banks, Jesse Black, Coiler, Lucid was here earlier, Uche's here, big up Space Guy, big up Super Jello, that Indian dude of course, big up Young Old Vibes, all of you. I appreciate every single one of you for hanging in there and being here. And yeah, man, thank you for tuning in. And obviously Drone Adventures as well, big up you for tuning in. Been a pleasure, never a chore. I'll see you guys again very soon. And we'll do this again very, very soon. Maybe even on Saturday or Friday or something. But I'll tune in again. So keep an eye on the channel and clips coming up very soon. And also timestamps. But for now, I'm going to leave you. I'm going to leave you for now. And see you all again very, very soon. Take care, my friends. All of you be well. And we'll see each other soon. Make sure you smash the like button for me. That'd be greatly appreciated. And we'll be back again very, very soon. Peace out for now. Peace out for now.
Bá fẹ́ fọ́ yí ẹ lórí, orí ẹ máa gbé wá o, orí ẹ máa gbé wá o. Tí n bá fẹ́ fọ́ yí ẹ lórí, orí ẹ máa gbé wá o, orí ẹ máa gbé wá o, gbé wá o. Bọ́láńlé, tí bá ti fẹ́ lọ rí ẹ, ó ṣáà máa fẹ́ máa béèrè nǹkan tí a bá ṣe. Ó fẹ́ ká máa fẹ́ ra. Told you I'm not ready. Only nǹkan tí mo fẹ́ ṣe. Mi fẹ́ lọ kó sí gbèsè. So I don't wanna commit. But can she wait for me? The clock is ticking. She's impatient. Know what she told me? She said, tí n bá fẹ́ fọ́ yí ẹ lórí, orí ẹ máa gbé wá o, orí ẹ máa gbé wá o. Tí n bá fẹ́ fọ́ yí ẹ lórí, orí ẹ máa gbé wá o, orí ẹ máa gbé wá o, gbé wá o. Má fi mí ṣe yànga, má fi mí ṣe yànga. Ó fẹ́ sọ mí di ọdẹ, ó fẹ́ sọ mí di ọdẹ. Má fi mí ṣe balabala, má fi mí ṣe balabala. Come put a ring on it, come put a ring on it. But like but she treat me. You treat me like a fool. Treat me better, cause you know that I've been there for you. Give me everything, cause there's nothing, there is nothing I will do. So there's nothing, there is nothing I will do. So why would you hesitate? Tí n bá fẹ́ fọ́ yí ẹ lórí, orí ẹ máa gbé wá o, orí ẹ máa gbé wá o. Tí n bá fẹ́ fọ́ yí ẹ lórí, orí ẹ máa gbé wá o, orí ẹ máa gbé wá o, gbé wá o. Tí n bá fẹ́ fọ́ yí ẹ lórí, orí ẹ máa gbé wá o, orí ẹ̀ máa gbé wá o. Tí n bá fẹ́ fọ́ yí ẹ lórí, orí ẹ̀ máa gbé wá o. Orí ẹ̀ máa gbé wá o.